The story begins with the heavy wooden doors of the imperial chamber loomed before her, a gateway to a fate worse than death, or so the whispers claimed. Princess Russia Liu Kriel Shanavan stood at the precipice of her destiny, her body clad in a pristine white gown that felt more like a burial shroud than a bridal dress. She trembled violently, her frame shaking with such intensity that she could barely maintain her composure, unable to lift her gaze to meet the eyes of the man who now owned her life. A voice, cold and devoid of warmth, sliced through the silence, questioning if her fear was so great she could not even look upon his face. Russia stammered a plea for forgiveness, her voice barely a whisper against the oppressive atmosphere of the room. Internally, she lamented the systematic dismantling of her existence. Everything she once held dear, her family, her home, her dignity, had been stripped away, and now, in this foreign land, she anticipated the theft of her very life. Before her sat the man known across the continent as the cold-hearted emperor, a title earned through blood and iron. He was a figure of terrifying beauty, possessing eyes as crimson as fresh blood and skin that seemed unnaturally smooth for a warrior of his reputation. His jet-black hair seemed to trap the surrounding darkness, framing a face that was simultaneously captivating and horrifying. Russia understood her role with brutal clarity. She was not a bride to be cherished, but a sacrifice offered up to appease a demon in human skin. Her mind drifted back to the tragedy that had severed the threads of her former life. The world she knew shattered when she was merely 7 years old. Her father, the king, fell victim to a violent coup orchestrated by his own brother, a betrayal that stained the palace floors red. The purge was thorough and merciless. Her mother, the queen, and her younger brother, the rightful heir, were executed alongside the king. Russia, spared the executioner's blade only to endure a slower torment, was thrown into a damp, sunless prison alongside her nanny. The usurpers deemed the nanny useful solely because of her gender, a cruel pragmatism that defined their reign. For years, Russia knew only the cold touch of a damp floor and the taste of moldy meals, her royal heritage reduced to squalor. The cruelty of her confinement was compounded by the psychological torture inflicted by her own kin. Her cousin Marguerite, a princess treated as a sacred being untouchable by the common filth, visited not to offer solace, but to sharpen her own vanity against Russia's suffering. Marguerite, seated comfortably in a lush chair while Russia knelt on the floor, decreed with a chilling smile that Russia would bear the punishment for every mistake Marguerite made. Russia became the whipping boy for the sacred princess, absorbing pain meant for another. Throughout this ordeal, Russia's nanny remained her singular pillar of strength, a beacon of warmth in the freezing dark. The older woman held the weeping princess, whispering promises that the goddess's blessing was with her and that salvation would surely come. But hope proved fragile in the face of tyranny. The guards came for the nanny, tearing her away despite Russia's desperate screams. Russia begged, offering to take any amount of punishment, her dignity forgotten in the face of loss, her only wish to keep the one person who loved her. The nanny's final words were a plea for the princess to live, a command that echoed in Russia's ears long after the cell door slammed shut. From that day forward, Russia ceased to truly live. She existed as a hollow shell, a corpse that breathed, stripped of everything she cared for and left to wonder why she remained alive at all. Years of desolation passed until a guard's shout shattered the monotony of her imprisonment. The king had summoned her. The guard, sneering with contempt, announced that the cold-hearted emperor had shown them mercy. The mercy, however, was a twisted transaction. The family could retain their royal status, but only by offering a bride to the terrifying conqueror. The guard mocked Russia, telling her to rejoice, for by being given up as tribute, she was finally of use to her family. In the royal chambers, her uncle, the usurper king, revealed the grotesque truth behind the arrangement. The marriage offer had originally been intended for his beloved daughter, Marguerite. However, the emperor's reputation was that of a monster. He was a brutally cold man who had slaughtered rival royals and executed dissenting vassals without hesitation before proclaiming himself emperor. Rumors swirled that he possessed extraordinary intellect and sword skills, conquering neighboring lands with the ferocity of a demon god from legend. Stories circulated of his bloodshot eyes on the battlefield and how he had once slain a fiancée on the spot simply for displeasing him. Because of this terrifying aura, no one dared offer their daughters to him, leaving him unmarried. Marguerite, fanning herself with arrogant disinterest, asked who would ever marry such a terrifying man. The king turned his gaze to Russia, the niece he had tormented for years. Since he had spared her life for this long, he reasoned she would be the one to go. The emperor desired a princess of Shanavan, and Russia, technically, fit the description. It was a disposal of unwanted trash disguised as a diplomatic alliance. The king sneered that he doubted Russia's wretched body would satisfy the emperor, callously advising her to try not to get killed. Russia accepted this final indignity with fatalistic resignation. In the end, she was nothing more than a tool to them. And so, she stood in the emperor's hall, presented as Princess Russia Liu Kriel-Shanovan, a disposable sacrifice even in death. The emperor approached her, his footsteps echoing on the polished floor. He scrutinized her, questioning the validity of the miracle power she was rumored to possess. He acknowledged her identity as the Princess of Shanovan but immediately dismissed the mystical rumors as nonsense he did not care for. His demands were stark and utilitarian. He warned her not to expect a proper marriage or love, explicitly stating he would not offer her his heart. However, as empress, she had one duty: to give him children. Russia, possessing no power to refuse and nowhere to return to, whispered her assent. Refusal meant death, and she had been commanded to live. The night that followed was devoid of romance. There was no wedding ceremony, just as her uncle had predicted. In the dim light of the royal bedchamber, the emperor claimed her, his touch fulfilling the transaction that secured her survival. It was a joining of bodies without a joining of souls, a stark confirmation of her status as a vessel. The next morning, Russia awoke to a different reality. A maid named Simone greeted her respectfully, asking if she was awake. The emperor had already commanded that she be prepared for the day and relieved of all official duties. Russia sat before a mirror, her reflection showing a woman who was technically free from the dungeon but still imprisoned by circumstance. She realized she was still just a vessel for bearing children, yet the conditions were undeniably better than the damp, moldy cell she had known for over a decade. She had a soft bed, clean clothes, and edible food. Russia lived her days quietly, rarely leaving her room, her interactions limited mostly to Simone. The silence of her new life was broken only by the onset of physical illness. While dining, nausea overcame her, forcing her to cover her mouth. The emperor received the news with a stoic expression. It was confirmed, Russia was with child. The emperor offered a curt, "Well done," treating the pregnancy as the successful completion of a mission. Russia, however, was stunned, her hand drifting to her abdomen as the reality of a new life growing within her took hold. The emperor, in a rare moment of engagement, posed a question that startled her. He acknowledged the child was his but asked Russia for her preference regarding its upbringing. He offered her a choice: leave the child to a wet nurse, or raise the child herself. It was a simple question, yet for Russia, who had been stripped of all agency since childhood, the idea that she was allowed to choose was alien. Tears welled in her eyes as she made her decision. This child was her one and only family, a connection she had yearned for. She declared she would raise him herself. The emperor accepted her decision with a simple, "Very well." When the time came, the cries of a newborn filled the room. Prince Keith, the first prince of the Ormung Empire, was born. The emperor looked down at the infant, remarking on how small he was, and told Russia, "Good work." For Russia, holding the tiny, crying infant was a revelation. Caring for him was physically exhausting, yet the joy it brought outweighed every hardship. For the first time in her tragic life, looking into the eyes of her son, she dared to think that maybe, finally, she had found happiness. However, peace was a fragile illusion. One night, the sound of Keith crying pierced the silence of the nursery. Russia, sensing something wrong, called out, rushing toward the crib. A cloaked figure stood in the shadows, a menacing presence in the sanctuary of her child's room. Russia's protective instincts flared, but she was powerless against the intruder. She begged the figure to at least spare her child. The figure turned, footsteps echoing ominously. A familiar voice greeted her, "Long time no see, sister." The hood fell back to reveal the face of Marguerite, the cousin who had tormented her throughout her youth. Russia was paralyzed with shock. She had assumed the emperor, with his violent temper, would have killed the Shanovan royal family in a fit of rage, yet here Marguerite stood, alive and malevolent. Marguerite's eyes gleamed with twisted envy. She remarked that she never imagined Russia would actually bear an heir, calling the child precious, with a sneer. She then began to unravel her twisted logic. She asked Russia if she remembered that the marriage was originally meant for her, Marguerite. In her delusional mind, this meant the life Russia had built. The position of empress, the child, belonged to her by right. Marguerite demanded that Russia return it to her. Russia, coughing violently, possibly from a poison or attack already inflicted, could barely comprehend her cousin's madness. Marguerite continued, explaining her plan with chilling casualness. She noted that Russia and the Emperor barely met and that Russia was always shut away in her chambers, seen by only a handful of servants. Therefore, if someone who resembled her, like her cousin Marguerite, were to switch places, no one would notice. It was a horrifying usurpation of identity. Russia's vision blurred as the cries of her son echoed in the background. Panic surged through her dying body. She had to take him. She had to escape. Marguerite, looming over her, offered a final, cruel comfort. She told Russia not to worry, promising that she would raise the emperor's child herself. She only needed Russia until the child was born. Now, Russia was obsolete. As darkness encroached, Russia reached out a trembling hand toward the crib, the sound of her son's wails fading. The bitterness of the betrayal burned through her veins. She realized with despair that the happiness she thought she had finally found was being stolen from her once again. She died with the agonizing regret of being unable to protect the one thing she loved, her final thought a wish to have shielded him. "Wake up!" The command cut through the void. Russia gasped, her eyes flying open to the familiar, oppressive gray of stone walls. A guard stood outside the iron bars, yelling at her to wake up and get out. Russia looked around, confusion clouding her mind. This was the cell she had lived in years ago. The guard, impatient and surly, barked that the king had summoned her. Russia, disoriented, asked the guard why he cared, her mind grappling with the impossibility of her situation. Desperate for an anchor, she demanded to know the year. The guard, annoyed by her frantic behavior, answered. It was calendar 1013. The realization hit Russia with the force of a physical blow. Calendar 1013 was the year she married into the Ormung Empire. She stood in the damp cell, the memories of her future, her son's birth, the brief happiness, the assassination, burning bright in her mind. She did not know why this was happening, why she had been pulled back from the precipice of death to this moment of origin. But as the shock subsided, a steely resolve replaced her fear. She clenched her fists, her eyes hardening. She would not let it happen again. She would not let Marguerite steal her life, her child, or her happiness a second time. This time she vowed she would protect them. The weak, trembling sacrifice was gone. In her place stood a mother armed with the foreknowledge of her enemies and a burning determination to rewrite fate. The timeline snapped back into place, forcing Russia to relive the precise moment her nightmare began. She stood once more in the grand, oppressive chamber of her homeland, the air thick with the scent of betrayal and resignation. The voices of her tormentors echoed with a sickening familiarity, repeating the command that had once sealed her doom. She was to marry into the Ormung Empire. Her uncle, the usurper king, sat upon his throne with the same grotesque satisfaction, announcing that the day had finally arrived for Russia to serve a purpose. He commanded her to rejoice, his words dripping with the same cruel irony that had marked her first life. Russia observed the scene with a detached, analytical sharpness that she lacked in her previous existence. She recognized the repetition immediately, confirming that the wheel of time had indeed turned back. Yet, as she scrutinized her surroundings, she detected a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The difference lay not in the setting or the players, but within herself. She questioned if her cousin had always carried herself with such overt arrogance, or if Russia's own perception had sharpened through the lens of trauma. Marguerite entered the visual field, a figure of pristine malice draped in an elegant, dark gown that contrasted sharply with Russia's simple attire. The cousin fanned herself with a lace-trimmed fan, her expression one of sneering triumph. She mocked Russia, framing the forced marriage as a stroke of fortune for her sister, while explicitly stating that Russia was merely a substitute for the beloved Marguerite. Marguerite's dialogue dripped with sadistic glee as she recounted the terrifying rumors surrounding the cold-hearted emperor. She spoke of a previous fiancé who had displeased him and was slain on the spot, using the horror story to taunt Russia about her survival chances. Marguerite asked, with a predatory smile, how long Russia thought she would last against such a cruel and merciless man. Russia listened, but her internal monologue rejected the narrative of mercy her family tried to spin. She understood now, with crystal clarity, that this was not an act of benevolence. Marguerite and the king had kept her alive not out of familial love, but to serve as a disposable pawn for this exact moment. The king reasserted his dominance, claiming that Russia existed solely by their mercy, and chided her for the insolence burning in her eyes, a spark of rebellion that had been absent the first time. But the woman standing before them was no longer the broken vessel of the past. Russia vowed silently that this time, she would not allow them to dictate her fate. She questioned the timing of their scheme, pondering why they had waited so long to dispose of her, searching for the tactical error in their cruelty. As the scene shifted, Russia's mind raced through the logistics of her previous murder. She analyzed the security of the Ormung Palace, trying to deduce how Marguerite had managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded royal chambers to kill her and her son. Even though Russia had lived in the outskirts of the palace, she was still within the royal grounds, implying that Marguerite must have had an inside accomplice to bypass the defenses. Her suspicions naturally drifted toward the staff. She recalled Simone, the head maid, who had been the closest person to her during her confinement. Simone's face appeared in her memory, stern and professional behind her glasses. While Russia had interacted with other maids, Simone had been her constant shadow. However, Russia quickly checked her paranoia. She remembered Simone's quiet support throughout her pregnancy, the way the maid had cared for her when she was vulnerable. Deciding it was strategically unsound to doubt her only potential ally without proof, Russia dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the immediate threats that staked her life. The narrative jolted forward to the present danger, the wedding night. Russia found herself once again in the emperor's bedchamber, the air heavy with expectation. The cold-hearted emperor, Lord Ricardo, stood before her, his presence dominating the room. He questioned her lack of fear, noting the absence of the terror that usually greeted him. He reiterated the terms of their union with brutal efficiency. This would not be a normal marriage. As empress, her sole utility was to provide him with a child. Russia's heart pounded as she realized the timeline was aligning perfectly with her memories. In her past life, she had conceived on this very first night. That pregnancy had been the catalyst for her isolation and eventual murder. If she became pregnant now, before she had secured her position, she would remain defenseless against Marguerite's machinations. She needed time to gather allies and fortify her standing. Desperation fueled her voice as she called out to him to wait. She trembled, bowing her head in a posture of submission but speaking with the intent of a negotiator. She assured him she would not refuse his command eventually, but pleaded that it was too soon. She claimed she needed time to prepare herself, masking her strategic necessity as emotional hesitation. Internally, she braced for his wrath, fully expecting the cold-hearted emperor to strike her down for her defiance. To her astonishment, Ricardo did not strike. He merely gazed at her with an unreadable expression and uttered a calm, "Very well." He explained that his duty was simply to take a wife, a condition he had now fulfilled. With a pragmatism that bordered on indifference, he agreed to wait, promising that no one would press her further. He placed the agency back in her hands, telling her to call for him only when she was ready. This unexpected leniency triggered a cascade of memories for Russia. She recalled the moment after Keith's birth in the previous timeline, where Ricardo had asked her if she wanted to raise the child herself or leave him to a wet nurse. Even then, he had offered her a choice, telling her that as the mother, it was her decision to make. Russia began to deconstruct the persona of the cold-hearted emperor. The man standing before her contradicted the vile rumors that painted him as a monster. A tentative thought bloomed in her mind. Perhaps this man was actually kind. Unable to contain her revelation, Russia voiced her thought aloud, calling him kind. Ricardo reacted with genuine surprise, his stoic mask slipping for a fraction of a second. He scoffed lightly, admitting that it was the first time anyone had ever directed such a word at him. For Russia, the distinction was profound. Marguerite and her family had treated her as an object, a tool to be used and discarded. Ricardo, despite the political nature of their arrangement, treated her like a person. Russia's mind traveled back to the consummation in the previous timeline. Even then, amidst her fear and trembling, she recalled that he had been gentle with her. At the time, she had been too overwhelmed by terror to process it, but in retrospect, his actions spoke of restraint rather than cruelty. Emboldened by this realization, Russia decided to take a gamble. She needed to secure his protection against the specific threat of her cousin. She addressed him again, her voice shaking but determined. She started to speak, then hesitated, panic flaring as she wondered if she was pushing her luck too far. She feared provoking the wrath she had spent a lifetime avoiding. But Ricardo sensed her anxiety. He placed a hand on the bed near her, his voice dropping to a soothing register as he told her it was all right. He instructed her to calm herself and speak her mind. Russia took a breath, the permission settling her racing heart. She fabricated a half-truth to cover her foreknowledge. She told him that she feared her cousin, who was still in her homeland, was plotting against her life. She framed it as a current fear rather than a memory of a murder already committed, knowing he would never believe the truth of her time travel. Ricardo's response was immediate and absolute. He declared that protecting her was the duty of the nation, affirming her status as his empress. Russia thanked him profusely, relief washing over her. He continued, his tone hardening with the promise of violence toward her enemies. He vowed that anyone bold enough to target his wife would face proper punishment. Russia processed his words, understanding that the powerful sword of the emperor was now shielding her. The atmosphere in the room shifted from conversation to action. Russia watched in confusion as Ricardo moved toward the bedside table. He picked up a small knife, the metal glinting in the candlelight. Russia's eyes widened, her mind briefly flashing with fear. What was the knife for? Ricardo sat on the edge of the bed and, without hesitation, sliced his own thumb. He pressed the bleeding digit against the pristine white sheets, leaving a stark crimson stain. Russia gasped, realizing the implication immediately. He was faking the evidence of her virginity's loss, a necessary deception to prove the consummation of the marriage to the court. He explained his actions with a weary sigh, wiping the blood from his hand. He admitted that if he didn't provide this proof, the ministers would complain endlessly. He confessed that he would never have taken a wife at all if not for their insistence. Russia observed this new side of him, a ruler who grumbled about bureaucratic annoyances just like a normal man. It humanized him further in her eyes. He dismissed the matter casually, telling her to get some sleep if she had nothing else to say. The candles were extinguished, leaving the room bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the high arched windows. They lay side by side in the massive bed, separated by a respectful distance under the heavy duvet. Russia lay awake, staring at the ceiling, her mind churning with the night's revelations. She looked at the back of the man sleeping beside her, realizing how wrong she had been. She admitted to herself that she knew nothing about Lord Ricardo. She had accepted the caricature of the cold-hearted emperor, without question. Now, lying in the safety he provided, she wondered who the real Ricardo was. Was he truly the merciless man the world feared, or was there a depth deep inside him that no one else had bothered to see? Russia closed her eyes, her resolve strengthening not just to survive, but to understand the stranger who was now her husband. The hazy, golden-hued corridors of a memory, a fragment of the past that clings to the sleeper's mind with the persistence of a fever dream. Here, the world appears soft, filtered through a lens of nostalgia that quickly sours into mockery. A young woman stands before a mirror, her reflection obscured by the brilliance of a white gown, the fabric cascading around her form in waves of silk and lace. Voices float through the ether, disembodied yet piercing. A father's voice, warm and approving, speaks of marriage, while another voice, dripping with sycophantic praise, lauds the beauty of the dress, promising that every prince in the land would bow before such radiance. The scene shifts, the warmth evaporating as a darker, sharper presence intrudes upon the reverie. A second figure appears in the reflection, standing just behind the first. This is a sister, her face twisted in a smile that does not reach her eyes, her posture radiating a cruel, predatory elegance. She leans in, her voice dropping to a whisper that cuts deeper than any shout. She dismisses the gown's magnificence not by attacking the fabric, but by dismantling the wearer. She leans closer, her shadow swallowing the light, and observes that such a magnificent garment is wasted. She scrutinizes the sleeper's skin and hair, declaring them a total mess, a chaotic ruin unworthy of the finery. With a laugh that echoes like shattering glass, she delivers the final verdict. Such a lovely dress would not suit her sister at all, for the wearer lacks the inherent worth to carry it. The dream shatters. Marguerite jolts from the depths of sleep, her body seizing as reality comes rushing back in a flood of cold morning light. She lies amidst a sea of plush, white bedding, the sheets tangled around her limbs like the remnants of the nightmare she just escaped. Her chest heaves, breath catching in her throat as her eyes dart around the unfamiliar opulence of the room. The luxurious canopy overhead offers no comfort, only a stark reminder of her displacement. She presses a hand to her chest, feeling the frantic rhythm of her heart against her ribs. Even now, in the safety of this new life, the ghosts of her past, the ridicule, and the systematic erosion of her self-worth pursue her, turning her rest into a battlefield. A sharp, authoritative knocking at the door pierces the silence, causing Marguerite to flinch. She barely has time to compose herself before the heavy double doors swing open. A maid enters, her uniform pristine, her posture rigid with military-grade discipline. This is Simone, a woman whose stern expression is framed by rectangular spectacles that seem to magnify her critical gaze. She carries a pile of fresh linens, her movements efficient and precise. She greets Marguerite, her tone polite but laced with an underlying steeliness. She inquires about the Emperor, referred to casually as Lord Ricardo, asking if he has already departed for the day. Marguerite, still disoriented and shrinking into the pillows, nods meekly. She confirms that he has left. Simone halts her work, her eyes narrowing slightly behind her lenses. She corrects Marguerite immediately, her voice taking on a didactic cadence. She instructs the new empress that even she, his wife, must address the ruler of the empire with the proper title of His Majesty. There is no room for informality here. The emperor is the son of the empire, its absolute pinnacle, and language must reflect that hierarchy. Marguerite recoils, her hands gripping the duvet tighter. She stammers an apology, her voice trembling as she promises to be more careful, the fear of transgression written plainly across her pale features. Simone sets the linens down and turns her full attention to the woman in the bed. She notes that she has been assigned as Marguerite's personal maid, a role that requires intimacy and trust. Recognizing the distance between them, Marguerite attempts to bridge the gap. She sits up, the silk nightgown slipping over her thin shoulders, and suggests that since they will be spending their days together, she would like to know the woman behind the uniform. She asks for a name, a family history, anything to humanize the stern figure standing before her. Simone obliges, though her posture never relaxes. She introduces herself formally as Simone Sarah Rue Royden. The name carries weight, a cadence of nobility that seems at odds with her apron. She reveals herself to be the eldest daughter of Count Royden, 25 years of age, with a decade of service as a housemaid already behind her. She lists her siblings, Achim, Bruno, Eckhart and Gabriella, with the rote efficiency of a ledger keeper. Marguerite listens, her brow furrowing in confusion. The information clashes with her limited understanding of the world. She tilts her head, her voice quiet and hesitant, and asks if a count's family is not considered a noble house. In her experience, nobility and servitude are oil and water, they do not mix. For the first time, Simone's mask of professional detachment cracks. Her eyes widen, and a heavy silence descends upon the room. The question hangs in the air, innocent yet devastatingly ignorant. Simone stares at the Empress, processing the profound lack of common knowledge displayed by a woman of royal station. She stammers a denial, not of her lineage, but of the implication, before falling silent, utterly baffled. She asks if there is anything else Marguerite wishes to know, but the conversation has already run aground. The scene shifts slightly as Simone processes the interaction. She cannot suppress her disbelief. She looks down at Marguerite, who sits hunched on the edge of the bed, looking small and defeated. Simone's internal monologue externalizes into a sharp rebuke. She questions how a princess of Shanavan could possibly be unaware of the noble ranks and the structure of society. It hints at an education so neglected, so barren, that it borders on negligence. She voices this shock aloud, asking what kind of education the princess received. Marguerite flinches, shrinking further into herself, and offers a quiet, hollow apology. Simone, realizing she may have overstepped, yet unable to hide her disdain for such lack of refinement, sighs. She declares that Marguerite is in dire need of education. She speculates that perhaps Marguerite arrived at the palace expecting a life of idle luxury as an empress, unaware of the duties and knowledge required of the station. Marguerite does not argue, she merely accepts the judgment. Simone announces that from this moment on, a private tutor will be assigned to correct these deficiencies. She apologizes for her rudeness, but emphasizes that the Empress's lack of refinement is truly shocking. Marguerite's reaction is not one of offense, but of stunned disbelief. Her eyes widen, the dullness momentarily replaced by a flicker of light. She clutches the fabric of her nightgown, her knuckles turning white. She asks for clarification, her voice rising with a desperate hope. She asks if this means she will be allowed to study. The concept seems alien to her, a forbidden fruit suddenly placed within reach. Flashbacks assault her mind, memories of a cold, prison-like existence where books were snatched from her hands, where knowledge was a contraband she was denied. She whispers that in her previous home, they took everything away, forbidding her from learning a single thing. Overwhelmed by the sudden prospect of freedom and knowledge, Marguerite's composure crumbles. Her hand spasms, knocking a teacup from the bedside table. It chatters against the saucer, the sharp sound acting like a gunshot in the quiet room. Terror instantly floods Marguerite's face. She scrambles to right the cup, apologizing profusely to the maid. She disparages herself, calling her actions unsightly for an empress, berating her own clumsiness. She trembles, confessing that in moments of stress, she simply does not know how to act, does not know the correct choreography of existence that everyone else seems to have mastered. Simone watches this display, the frantic apologies, the genuine fear over a minor spill, and her expression softens into something unreadable. She tells Marguerite to wait, announcing that she will go to request permission for the tutor from His Majesty. The narrative transitions to the Emperor's study, a room dominated by dark wood and the heavy atmosphere of governance. Sunlight filters through tall windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, but doing little to warm the space. Ricardo, the Emperor, sits behind a massive desk cluttered with stacks of parchment and leather-bound books. He is a striking figure, with dark hair and sharp, predatory features, radiating an aura of absolute command. He does not look up immediately when the door opens. Simone enters, bowing deeply. Ricardo leans back in his chair, crossing his arms, and demands a report on the new empress. Simone stands at attention, her report clinical and scathing. She describes Marguerite's physical state with brutal honesty. Her hair is lackluster and brittle, her complexion poor and pale. She notes that the empress's body is alarmingly thin, bordering on emaciated. Furthermore, her manners are non-existent, falling far below the standard expected of even a minor noble, let alone the wife of the emperor. Simone relays the most shocking detail: Marguerite's complete ignorance of the fact that a count's house is a noble lineage. She repeats Marguerite's confused question verbatim to the emperor, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. Ricardo listens, his expression darkening. He rests his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing as he processes the information. The incompetence described is too vast, too absolute to be mere negligence. He voices a dangerous suspicion, implies that she might be a false princess. He wonders if the woman in the other room is an impostor, sent to deceive him. He questions whether a true princess of Shanavan could truly be this ignorant, this pathetic. The conversation turns to the political context of Shanavan. Ricardo recalls the rumors surrounding the Old Kingdom in the far east of the continent. Legends spoke of the royal bloodline bearing strange, esoteric powers. However, his own intelligence network had investigated and found nothing but an ordinary, perhaps even mundane, kingdom. Yet, the discrepancy between the rumors and the reality of the trembling, ignorant girl in his palace gnaws at him. He recalls a muttered phrase from Marguerite, something she whispered in a moment of vulnerability: "There may be someone trying to kill me." This paranoia, combined with her frailty, suggests a deeper game. Ricardo commands his subordinate, Heinrich, to take immediate action. He orders spies to be sent to Shanavan at once. They are to investigate the Empress's background thoroughly. Ricardo's eyes flash with a cold, ruthless promise. If Shanavan meant to steal his bride, if they have sent him a broken decoy or deceived him in any way, he vows to uncover the truth. He promises that they will pay dearly with their blood for any treachery. His demeanor is that of a predator whose territory has been breached. He will not tolerate insult or deception. Meanwhile, back in the Empress's chambers, the atmosphere is fraught with a different kind of tension. Marguerite stands before a tall mirror, the heavy silence of the room amplifying her anxiety. Simone and other attendants hover, preparing to dress her. Suddenly, the door bursts open without a knock. Ricardo strides into the room, his presence filling the space with an suffocating intensity. Simone attempts to intercept him, stammering that Her Majesty is currently changing her clothes, but Ricardo dismisses the concern with a curt wave of his hand. He asserts that it does not matter. Marguerite freezes. She is partially undressed, clutching a thin garment to her chest, her bare shoulders and arms exposed to the cool air and the Emperor's burning gaze. She steps back, her instinct to flee warring with the paralysis of fear. She thinks back to lessons from her childhood, vague memories of how to curtsy, but her body refuses to cooperate. Ricardo closes the distance between them in 3 long strides. He reaches out, his hand gripping her arm with a force that is firm but not crushing. He pulls her towards him, forcing her to drop her defensive posture. The fabric slips, revealing her back and shoulders. Ricardo's eyes scan her skin, and what he sees stops him cold. The narrative zooms in on the details that arrest his attention. There, on her pale skin, are faint, crisscrossing marks, the unmistakable traces of a whip. Her ribs protrude against the skin, counting the days of starvation and neglect. Her skin is dry and rough to the touch, lacking the softness of a noblewoman who has known only milk baths and silk. Her hair, as Simone reported, is dry and lifeless. Marguerite trembles violently under his scrutiny. Her internal monologue screams in terror. She interprets his rough inspection as anger. She believes he is furious because she refused his advances the previous night. She anticipates violence, her mind conjuring images of death. She wonders if he is going to kill her right there, her eyes squeezing shut as she braces for a blow. But the blow never comes. Ricardo continues his inspection, but his expression shifts. The anger and suspicion drain away, replaced by a complex mixture of shock and realization. He observes her reaction, or rather, the lack of the expected reaction. Any other princess, any woman of high standing, would be outraged by his sudden intrusion, by the manhandling, by the indignity of being inspected like livestock. They would scream, slap him, or demand he leave. But Marguerite does none of these things. She stands there, trembling, accepting his rough treatment as if it is natural, as if she believes she deserves it. She accepts the intrusion as her lot in life. This realization strikes Ricardo with the force of a physical blow. This is not the behavior of a haughty impostor or a pampered royal. This is the behavior of a victim. He releases her arm, his movements suddenly gentle. He pulls a heavy coat or robe around her shoulders, covering the scars and the protruding bones, shielding her from both the cold and his own previous judgment. He speaks, his voice dropping an octave, losing its sharp, interrogative edge. He tells her he will make it up to her with a dress. He apologizes for his behavior, the words sounding foreign in his mouth but sincere. He steps back, creating space between them, allowing her to breathe. Marguerite stands stunned as Ricardo turns and leaves the room. The door clicks shut, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. She blinks, staring at the space he just occupied. Her mind struggles to compute the data. He wasn't angry? He didn't hit her? The relief is so profound it makes her knees weak. She touches the robe he draped over her, the lingering warmth of his hands still ghosting over her skin. She whispers to Simone, asking for confirmation. She asks if it is true that he isn't angry. Simone, who has watched the entire exchange from the sidelines, is equally contemplative. She adjusts her glasses, her gaze lingering on the door. She confirms Marguerite's hope. She reasons that if the emperor were truly angry, he would not speak of giving gifts. He would not offer a dress to someone he intended to punish. Simone's internal thoughts churn. She realizes that Lord Ricardo is a man of many layers, and perhaps, just perhaps, his harsh exterior hides a capacity for understanding that they are only just beginning to see. Marguerite remains standing in the center of the room, the fear slowly receding, replaced by a tentative confusion. She wonders what kind of man His Majesty truly is. The narrative closes on this note of uncertainty and fragile hope. The nightmare of her past has left physical and mental scars that define her every move, but for the first time, the present has offered something other than pain. It has offered a robe, a dress, and an apology. The path ahead is shrouded in the fog of political intrigue and personal trauma, but the first step towards healing, however small, has been taken in the quiet aftermath of a storm that never broke. The opulent, high-ceilinged chambers of the imperial palace, where sunlight streams through tall arched windows to illuminate a conversation of shifting power dynamics. Simone, the bespectacled head maid whose demeanor radiates an aura of unshakable discipline, stands before the newly crowned Empress, Russia. With a posture as rigid as the stone walls surrounding them, Simone delivers a decree from the highest authority. His Majesty has officially granted permission for Russia to pursue her studies. The maid's expression remains impassive, a mask of professional servitude, as she adds that she herself will serve as the instructor. Russia, seated on a plush sofa in a dress that speaks of her elevated yet precarious status, processes this information with a mixture of relief and genuine delight. Her hands clasp together near her chest, and her face softens, the tension of her position momentarily melting away into a radiant smile as she thanks the head maid profusely. Simone, however, maintains her severe composure, swiftly pivoting the conversation to the practicalities of the arrangement. She clarifies that this is not merely a hobby. The emperor desires an empress who possesses the proper education befitting a consort. Russia accepts this condition immediately, her internal calculus running swiftly behind her gentle exterior. She reasons that this arrangement benefits her greatly. By having Simone as her tutor, she gains a direct line to report any unusual occurrences immediately, ensuring her safety in a court that views her with suspicion. The agreement is sealed with a mutual understanding, and the scene transitions instantly to the practical application of this new arrangement. Simone, wasting no time, declares that the consort education begins immediately. As Russia prepares herself, a memory surfaces from the depths of her past, a recollection of her father's voice. His words echo in her mind, a mantra for survival in a hostile world. The greatest weapon is knowledge. This philosophy anchors her resolve. She clutches her chest, the fabric bunching under her fingers, as she silently vows to learn as much as she possibly can. This determination is fueled by a specific, haunting motivation. She strives for the sake of Keith, a child who she knows will be born one day. This foreknowledge propels her pen across the parchment as she dives into the complexities of imperial hierarchy. The library becomes her sanctuary and her battleground. Surrounded by towering bookshelves packed with leather-bound volumes, Russia sits at a heavy wooden desk, her focus absolute. Simone stands over her, a strict sentinel of etiquette and history, commanding her to list the hereditary titles in order of rank. Russia recites them with fluid precision: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Simone, testing the depth of her pupil's understanding, interjects with the title Baronet. She challenges Russia to identify which of the listed titles does not constitute true nobility. Without missing a beat, Russia identifies the baronet. She explains the distinction with clarity. Baronets are excluded from true nobility because they do not hold a seat in the House of Lords. Satisfied with the answer, Simone closes the heavy book in her hands, signaling the end of the day's session. However, Russia's thirst for knowledge remains unquenched. She looks up, eyes wide and pleading, asking if she might be permitted to continue studying a little longer on her own. Simone, perhaps detecting the sincerity in the request, acquiesces, though she adds a strict caveat that Russia must not harm her health in the process. Russia beams, her gratitude spilling over once more as she dives back into the texts. The narrative lens shifts away from the quiet intensity of the library to the cold, strategic atmosphere of the Emperor's office. The Emperor, a man of sharp features and intimidating presence, sits at his desk, his dark hair falling over his brow. He listens as Simone provides a status report. She confirms that Russia's desire to study appears entirely genuine. The Empress is progressing well, learning quickly, and approaching her education with daily enthusiasm. The Emperor absorbs this information with a stoic "good," before turning his attention to his aide, Heinrich, who has just entered the room. Heinrich, a man with lighter hair and a uniform that denotes high rank, presents his findings with a grave expression. He confirms the tangled lineage of the woman they now call Empress. Russia is indeed a princess of the kingdom of Shanovan. However, a crucial distinction exists. She is the daughter of the former king, the one who was brutally deposed and killed in the coup. Heinrich unravels the deception that brought her here. It appears the current ruler, King Shanovan, sought to protect his own daughter, Princess Marguerite, the one rumored to possess the miracle power, by offering up Russia instead. A visual flashback pierces the narrative, depicting the grotesque visage of King Shanovan. Sweat beads on the obese monarch's face as he cowers before the conquering imperial forces. He shoves Russia forward, a small, trembling figure in this memory, shouting for them to take the princess, while begging for his own life. He offered Russia as a sacrificial lamb to spare himself and his treasured Marguerite. Back in the present, the Emperor rests his chin on his hand, processing the layers of betrayal. He realizes that the claim of her being an impostor was not entirely a lie, yet she remains of royal blood. Heinrich deepens the tragedy of her history, revealing that Russia was not merely a political pawn but a victim of systematic abuse. She was treated horribly in her homeland, locked away in prison, and only brought out to endure punishments meant for Marguerite. Heinrich's voice carries a note of horror as he clarifies that she was punished in her cousin's stead. The Emperor's expression darkens as he connects these revelations to his own observations. The extreme thinness of her frame and, more disturbingly, the scars he witnessed on her back now have a sickening explanation. It clarifies the cruelty of the Shanovan court, a custom of vileness that disgusts even the hardened imperial aide. The Emperor then articulates the cold political calculus that led to this marriage. Following the unification of the empire, the need for a consort was purely a matter of stabilizing the realm and silencing his retainers. There was no romance involved. It was a strategic maneuver to stop the incessant pestering from his court. His primary concern had been security. He recalls a previous attempt on his life where a prospective bride turned out to be an assassin sent by an enemy faction, screaming death to the emperor before being neutralized. Since he never revealed the truth of that incident, simply ordering the execution of everyone involved, his retainers had lived in fear, none daring to offer their own daughters. Accepting a bride from Shanavan was a calculated risk. The emperor reasoned that the kingdom of Shanavan, terrified of the empire's military might, would lack the courage to send an assassin. They knew that such an act would invite instant annihilation. Thus, marrying a Shanavan princess was the path of least resistance to secure an empress. Heinrich, however, remains anxious. He questions if they can be certain she isn't an assassin, or if the current King Shanavan might order her to turn on the emperor despite the risk. The emperor dismisses these fears with a wave of his hand. He relies on his intuition, recalling the desperate, raw look on Russia's face when she begged for his help. It did not seem like an act. Shifting gears abruptly, the emperor drops a bombshell that shatters the serious atmosphere. He intends to gift the empress a dress. The reaction in the room is instantaneous and incredulous. Simone and Heinrich stare at their liege as if he has grown a second head. Heinrich, completely losing his composure, stammers and asks if spears are going to rain from the sky tomorrow. He cannot fathom the emperor, a man of war and politics, engaging in such a gesture. The emperor, annoyed by their shock, commands them to stop. He clarifies his intent. It is not a romantic gesture, but an apology. He admits he was rough with her previously and wishes to make amends. Heinrich, confused, presses for an explanation. The emperor, with blunt honesty, reveals that he stripped the empress. Heinrich's reaction is explosive. He recoils, his face flushing with scandalized horror, screaming "Hey!" and accusing the emperor of going too far, regardless of his need to check for hidden weapons or scars. The emperor, looking slightly uncomfortable, acknowledges his error. What's done is done, he asserts, but maintains that the dress is the necessary reparation. The conversation turns to the logistics of this apology. The emperor admits he knows absolutely nothing about women's clothing. He turns to Simone, the only woman present, for guidance. Simone, however, offers no salvation. With a flat expression, she states she doesn't know either, as following the latest fashion trends is pointless for a head maid. Heinrich interjects, suggesting that flowers should accompany the dress to soften the blow. The emperor agrees, but the central problem remains. No one knows what the empress actually likes. Heinrich, regaining his composure, points out the obvious solution. If the gift is meant to be a sincere apology, the most important factor is knowing the recipient's personal preference. He advises the emperor to simply ask her. The emperor prepares to do just that, but Heinrich stops him, warning that a blunt, "What kind of dress do you like?" defeats the purpose of a surprise apology. The emperor looks defeated, wondering what he is supposed to do. Heinrich assumes the role of a romance coach, advising subtlety. He instructs the emperor to slip questions about her tastes into casual conversation. When the emperor stares blankly, Heinrich identifies the root of the problem. The royal couple hardly ever speaks. He admonishes the emperor, reminding him that they are husband and wife and should at least share meals together. The emperor tries to deflect, claiming he is too busy to sit idly at meals, but Heinrich is relentless. The emperor's thoughts drift back to the political implications of his marriage. He considers the miracle power that the Shanavan bloodline is rumored to possess. He has scrutinized Russia and found absolutely nothing, no trace of magic or divine ability. Consequently, he has dismissed the superstition to focus his strength on securing stability and good governance for his empire. He notes, with a hint of frustration, that no books on Shanavan seem to exist in his library to verify these legends. Meanwhile, back in the library, Russia stands alone, a solitary figure amidst the vast collection of knowledge. A pang of loneliness strikes her as she whispers a wish for her nanny to be there, thinking the old woman might have known something about her situation. She comforts herself with a memory of her nanny's words, "The goddess's blessing is always with you." Her solitude is interrupted by Simone, who enters with a message that shatters Russia's calm. The head maid announces that His Majesty requests to dine with her today. Russia's eyes widen in sheer terror. The blood drains from her face. This deviation from her expectations shakes her to her core. In her knowledge of the timeline, specifically noting that he never once did so before, not even after the birth of Keith, this is an anomaly. The sudden change in the emperor's behavior triggers a fear response, but she knows she is powerless to refuse. If she declines, she risks displeasing the man who holds her life in his hands. With a trembling resolve, she looks at Simone and utters a resigned, "Understood," accepting that she has no choice but to go. A heavy atmosphere descending upon a grand dining hall as the dark-haired emperor requests permission to join the table. Russia, the empress, freezes under his intense gaze, her heart hammering against her ribs as she perceives his silent observation. She sits stiffly before a pristine white tablecloth, her eyes darting between the daunting array of silverware and the soup placed before her. Desperately, she excavates her memory for the etiquette lessons Simone imparted just days prior, recalling the instruction to utilize the utensils positioned on the outside first when uncertainty strikes. The room glimmers under the light of an intricate, multi-tiered chandelier, yet the brilliance only serves to illuminate Russia's internal panic. She grips her spoon, agonizing over the silence and debating whether she should attempt conversation, terrified that a single slip-up will expose her lack of experience in such a proper dining setting. The awkwardness thickens, hanging in the air like a physical weight as the emperor quietly consumes his meal opposite her. Attempting to bridge the chasm of silence, Russia ventures a question, stammering as she asks if there is anything he likes. The emperor pauses, his expression unreadable, before misunderstanding the scope of her inquiry completely. He states matter-of-factly that all the food served there is delicious and that, essentially, he likes everything. Russia realizes with a jolt of dismay that he interpreted her question solely within the context of the menu. He acknowledges his answer with a curt, "I see," and the conversation stalls. Trying to salvage the interaction, the emperor redirects the question to her, inquiring what the empress herself likes. Caught off guard and perhaps too anxious to formulate a personal answer, she averts her gaze and murmurs that she likes nothing in particular. The emperor accepts this with a simple acknowledgement, and the attempt at connection withers into a suffocating silence, leaving Russia to stare at her plate in defeat. The scene shifts to a sunlit office where the emperor recounts the disastrous meal to his blonde-haired aide. The aide slaps his forehead in a gesture of exaggerated exasperation, lamenting the emperor's hopelessness in social matters. The emperor crosses his arms, defending his lack of social grace by citing a life spent on battlefields since childhood, implying that courtly romance was never part of his training. When the aide suggests attempting another meal, the emperor swiftly shoots down the idea, predicting that a second attempt would only mirror the failure of the first. Seeking a pragmatic solution, the aide proposes a change of venue, suggesting a visit to a tailor, though he questions if the emperor himself needs to attend. The emperor, sitting near a large window, initially considers summoning the tailors to the palace for efficiency. However, his thoughts drift to Russia's past. He recalls that the empress spent her time locked away in a cell, isolated from the world. He realizes with a pang of empathy that she has likely never witnessed the outside world. The aide watches him, perceiving the shift in his master's demeanor and understanding the underlying intent. Decisively, the emperor commands his subordinate to make the necessary arrangements, choosing to escort her personally. Later, inside a moving carriage, Russia presses her face against the glass, her eyes widening in sheer wonder at the passing cityscape. She becomes self-conscious of her intense staring, worrying that her behavior is improper for an empress. The emperor, observing her fascination, grants her permission to look as much as she wishes, assuring her that he will not be angry. The carriage halts, and they step out in front of a sophisticated storefront. Russia notes that this is a tailor's shop, marking her first visit to such an establishment. Inside, the staff's composure shatters the moment they recognize their visitor. Calls of "His Majesty the Emperor" ripple through the room as the tailors and assistants hastily bow in reverence. As Russia wanders through the shop, her attention snags on a specific gown displayed on a mannequin. The sight triggers a dormant memory of her childhood, a flashback of a younger, happier version of herself twirling in a similar dress, calling out to her parents to look at her. A voice from the past echoes in her mind, telling her she looks good in anything. She stares wistfully at the garment, noting how remarkably it resembles the dress her parents once gave her. The emperor approaches, noticing her fixation. He asks if anything has caught her eye, offering to purchase it for her immediately. Russia recoils from the offer, her internal monologue revealing a deep sense of indebtedness. She reflects that since arriving at the palace, she has been given a spacious room, delicious food, and beautiful clothes every day. She feels she has already received more than enough and has done nothing to earn it. Her thoughts darken as she considers her position. She has not yet fulfilled her duty to bear his child, nor has she gained the strength required to fight against Marguerite. She believes she must become stronger before she can accept more kindness. Consequently, she declines his offer, insisting that she is truly fine without it. The emperor observes her refusal, sensing the complexity of her emotions, but decides in his own mind that perhaps he should buy something for her regardless. Back in the safety of her chambers, Simone the maid approaches Russia with a warm smile, presenting a wrapped package. She announces it as a gift from His Majesty, originating from the tailor they visited. Russia blinks in confusion, the realization slowly dawning on her. As she unwraps the gift, Russia feels a flush of embarrassment, realizing the emperor had noticed her staring at the dress despite her silence. She admits to herself that she found the dress breathtaking. Simone confirms that the emperor placed the order immediately after Russia and he left the shop, acting on his observation of her unspoken desire. Russia clutches the dress to her chest, overwhelmed by the gesture. The realization that he bought it specifically for her pierces her defenses. With a resolved expression, she tells Simone that she wants to thank His Majesty personally. Moments later, outside the emperor's study, Simone announces her presence, informing the emperor that the empress wishes to see him. Inside, the emperor looks up from his desk, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the announcement. He grants permission for her to enter. Russia steps into the room and executes a deep, formal curtsy, the new dress rustling around her. She offers her greetings to the son of the empire, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. She expresses her profound gratitude for the wonderful dress, stating she is beyond grateful. The emperor, standing to meet her, dismisses the need for thanks. Russia persists, her eyes shining as she tells him the dress is truly beautiful and she doesn't know how to thank him enough. The emperor looks down at her with a soft, genuine smile, simply stating that he is glad it pleases her. The chapter concludes with a close-up of Russia's flushed, teary face as she gazes up at him, whispering a quiet affirmation. The opulent yet tense halls of the kingdom of Shamuvan, a vassal state currently under the scrutiny of the Ormung Empire. A heavy atmosphere hangs over the throne room as the king of Shamuvan, a man of substantial girth and nervous disposition, cowers before a visiting dignitary. The visitor is Bernault, the heir to House Albatlian, a man of sharp features and bespectacled, icy demeanor who stands tall and unyielding. He has come not to exchange pleasantries but to enforce the will of his liege, Emperor Ricardo. The king, sweating profusely, attempts to justify his desires, but Bernault cuts through the excuses with clinical precision, reminding the monarch that this is a time for reconstruction, not indulgence. Bernault admonishes the king for his misplaced priorities, emphasizing that a nation torn by war requires focus on rebuilding rather than the acquisition of new horses. He explicitly references the treaty signed by the king, which subjugated Shamuvan as a vassal state and enacted the royal luxury prohibition. The king, his face flushing with a mix of humiliation and entitlement, snaps back, demanding to know why he is forbidden from purchasing a simple horse and questioning Bernault's authority to command a sovereign ruler. Bernault's response is immediate and cutting. He asserts that the king should possess no luxury to buy anything at all, revealing that the systematic weakening of the Shamuvan royal family is a calculated part of the empire's design. Bernault pivots the conversation to the plight of the common people, noting reports of poor harvests that have plagued the land recently. The king, displaying a callous disregard for his subjects, scoffs at this concern, declaring that the struggles of the farmers are their own burden to bear and of no consequence to the crown. He dismisses the suffering of the peasantry with a haughty humph, turning his nose up at the very idea of royal responsibility. The air in the room shifts dramatically as Bernault falls silent, his gaze intensifying behind his glasses until it pierces the king's bravado. The king recoils, letting out a pathetic squeak of fear as he witnesses a terrifying shift in the envoy's demeanor. Bernault stares down with a look of such profound coldness that the king stammers, asking what lies behind that expression. Bernault claims it is nothing, yet his internal thoughts reveal a deep disdain. He finds it difficult to believe that this cowardly man is truly the ruler of a country. The king, trying to regain a shred of dignity, blusters that gods such as royalty should have no dealings with the mundane struggles of the lower classes. Unmoved by the king's philosophical justifications for neglect, Bernault produces a document, declaring that he bears direct orders from the emperor. The command is unequivocal. The king is to relieve the suffering of his people by immediately suspending taxes and opening the royal treasury to the public. The king's face contorts in shock and agony at the thought of losing his hoarded wealth. Bernault's aide, standing silently in the background, notes that had it been Emperor Ricardo standing there, the king would have been physically crushed for his insolence by now. The king attempts to resist, questioning what right the empire has to dictate his life, But Bernault counters by asking what value the king's life holds if he refuses. The king pleads that adhering to such orders would destroy their royal way of life, arguing that simply existing as royalty should be sufficient justification for their privileges. As the king spirals into a panic, Bernault contemplates violence, the thought crossing his mind that it might be simpler to just kill the incompetent monarch. However, he reins in his impulse and delivers a final, chilling warning. The king must never forget that their very lives are held in the palm of the empire's hand. He advises the king that should anything happen to him, the emperor would know immediately, suggesting that acting rashly would be a fatal error. Bernault turns on his heel to leave, leaving the king seething in impotent rage, cursing the envoy's name as he departs. As Bernault exits the suffocating atmosphere of the throne room, he is intercepted by a new figure in the hallway, Princess Marguerite. Dressed in an elaborate gown that defies the austerity measures just discussed, she approaches with a practiced, saccharine smile. She addresses him formally, but he acknowledges her simply as Princess Marguerite. She feigns intimacy, reminding him that as Empress Russia's cousin, they are practically family, or at the very least, friends. Bernault listens to her overtures with a skeptical expression, not believing a single word of her fabricated warmth. Marguerite continues her performance, complaining about the strict oversight of the empire, lamenting that even the purchase of a dress or a gem now requires approval, which she finds terribly annoying. Internally, however, she is confident in her ability to manipulate men, thinking that she simply needs to win him over like she does everyone else. She posits that since they are both rulers of the land, they should get along, suggesting a partnership of convenience. She leans in close, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper, and invites him to have tea together sometime, hoping to use her charm to bypass his regulations. Bernault observes her closely, his eyes tracking the expensive necklace adorning her neck, a detail that does not escape Marguerite's notice. She interprets his gaze as interest, thinking he is hooked by her beauty. She offers to tell him stories about the empire and about herself, playing the role of the innocent maiden. Bernault agrees, stating he would indeed be glad to hear from her. However, his tone shifts abruptly as he leans in, not with romance, but with an accusation. He notes that the reports he hears often involve her, specifically regarding how she consistently exceeds her allocated budget. Marguerite freezes, her smile faltering as she tries to deflect, claiming there is no reason for such scrutiny. Bernault presses on, stating that he hears many reports, implying her financial indiscretions are well known. He leans closer, whispering that he would indeed like to hear her explanation, causing her to stutter in confusion. She attempts to regain control, asking why he would bring up such a pedestrian topic now. Bernault straightens up, revealing the true nature of the reports he has received, allegations that she makes unreasonable demands of her staff and throws tantrums, cursing her officials when she does not get her way. Marguerite's facade cracks completely. She cries out that these are lies and utter slander. She turns her wrath upon the maids standing nearby, accusing them of spreading gossip about her. Her face twists into a mask of rage as she screams at the servants not to talk back to her, terrified that her image is being tarnished. Bernault interrupts her tirade calmly, stating that the servants she is accusing are innocent of snitching. He reveals that he received his reports from elsewhere and that he personally witnessed a maid showing bruises she received from Marguerite's own whip. With the evidence laid bare, Bernault declares that this behavior reveals her true nature. He looks down at her with undisguised contempt, advising her to change her attitude towards her servants immediately. He rejects her earlier advances with brutal honesty, telling her to stop forcing herself on him. He delivers a final blow to her ego, warning that if she continues on this path, her marriage prospects will only be delayed further. Bernault walks away, leaving Marguerite trembling in the hallway. Her hands clench into fists as the humiliation washes over her. A servant tries to calm her, but she screams for silence, her composure shattered. She rants about the people of the empire, calling them despicable for looking down on her and her father. She cannot fathom that a mere envoy would dare to mock her, clutching her chest in indignation. She attempts to salvage her pride by declaring that she is glad she does not have to marry into such a wretched place as the empire. Her thoughts then drift to her sister, Russia, who is currently the empress. Marguerite wonders maliciously how her dear sister is faring, asking aloud if anyone knows what has become of her, or if she has perhaps already been executed. A male servant steps forward hesitantly to answer. He reports that, contrary to Marguerite's hopes, Lady Russia seems to be doing quite well. Marguerite listens with a bored expression, expecting bad news, But the servant continues, revealing a rumor that the emperor recently gave Russia a dress. The servant elaborates that this is significant because it is apparently the first time the emperor has ever given a gift to a woman, and word of this favor is spreading throughout the empire. Marguerite's eye twitches uncontrollably at this information. Her boredom vanishes, replaced by a sharp, dangerous interest as she commands the servant to tell her more. The narrative shifts to the Ormung Empire, within the private study of Emperor Ricardo. Simone, currently inhabiting the role of Empress Russia, stands before the emperor with a determined expression. She formally requests permission to ask one thing of His Majesty. Internally, Simone reflects on her past life, recalling that when she was killed by Marguerite, she had no allies in the royal palace. She theorizes that her isolation was the reason she was taken advantage of, and she is determined not to repeat that mistake. She steels herself and declares that she wants to fulfill her duties as empress. Ricardo looks up from his desk, his expression unreadable. He processes her request and then, with a straight face, asks if that means she is ready to bear children. Simone is struck dumb, her face exploding into a blush as she stammers, asking how the conversation took such a drastic turn. She waves her hands frantically, denying that was her intention and clarifying that she meant something else entirely. Ricardo looks slightly disappointed, or perhaps just thoughtful, noting that he had always said, "At least give me children," so the assumption wasn't entirely unfounded. Simone quickly corrects the misunderstanding, explaining that she meant engaging with the nobles and participating in ceremonies, the public-facing duties of an empress. Ricardo leans back, reminding her that he had told her before that she does not need to attend to public duties. Simone persists, arguing that she believes the current arrangement is wrong. She asserts that having married into the Ormung Empire, she wishes to act in a way that is not shameful for an empress, showing a desire to be an active partner rather than a figurehead. Ricardo watches her, a rare, faint smile touching his lips, which surprises Simone. He agrees, granting her permission to attend official duties starting now. He consults his schedule, noting that there is a medal ceremony the following month. He asks his aide what follows that event, and is informed that there is a ball. Ricardo commands that the empress shall attend the ball as well, telling her to prove herself there. Simone beams, thanking him profusely for the opportunity. As she prepares to leave, Ricardo adds one more stipulation. He tells her not to forget about the children either, causing Simone to freeze in her tracks. She turns back, flustered, promising that, someday, that too will happen before fleeing the room. Left alone with his aide, Ricardo lets out a small laugh. His aide, a man named Simone, or perhaps the aide is unnamed and the text, Simone, refers to the empress leaving, stares at the emperor in utter shock. The aide mutters, questioning if he truly just heard His Majesty make a joke. The aide is so flabbergasted by this break in Ricardo's usual stoicism that he wonders if axes are going to start falling from the sky next. He realizes that they may have welcomed an extraordinary empress indeed, one capable of changing even the stone-faced emperor. In the quiet, studious atmosphere of the royal palace, the empress, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, sits hunched over a desk cluttered with books and papers, her face a mask of intense concentration as she attempts to absorb information. Her diligence is interrupted by the sharp, clear voice of her maid, Simone, who enters the frame with a stern expression. Simone, wearing spectacles that reflect the warm glow of the candle she holds, addresses the empress with a tone of professional concern. Simone observes that the hour has grown quite late, implying that further effort would be counterproductive. She notes with a pragmatic air that the empress's study efficiency will inevitably decrease if she continues to push herself through the fatigue. The empress looks up, her eyes heavy, and acknowledges the maid by name, realizing the truth in her assessment. Conceding defeat to the clock, the empress agrees that it is best to stop for the night. She decides to call it a day, her posture relaxing as the tension of study leaves her body. Simone affirms this decision, validating that the empress is right to rest. The scene shifts to the corridors of the palace, which are swallowed by darkness, illuminated only by the small, flickering sphere of light from Simone's candle. Simone takes the lead, dutifully offering to escort the empress back to her chambers through the gloom. The empress follows a step behind, her gait unsteady and weaving. Internally, she reflects on her physical state, wondering if she perhaps pushed herself a little too hard in her efforts to be a worthy ruler. The sensation of sleepiness is overwhelming, dragging at her eyelids and clouding her thoughts. She struggles to keep her eyes open, her head nodding as she walks, admitting to herself that the work was just a little too hard for one night. In her exhaustion-induced daze, the Empress drifts toward a large ornate set of double doors, mistaking them for her own destination. She mumbles incoherently, asking if they have arrived already, her spatial awareness completely compromised. Without waiting for an answer, she walks straight into the doorframe with a dull thud, the impact jarring her slightly but not enough to wake her fully. She recoils slightly, muttering a soft ouch as she rubs her forehead. Behind her, Simone's professional facade cracks into panic. The maid calls out urgently, informing the Empress that the room she is entering is definitely not her own, but the warning comes too late. The Empress stumbles into the room, which is occupied by Emperor Ricardo. He stands near the entrance, his expression one of stoic bewilderment as he watches his wife wander in unannounced. In the background, Simone stands in the doorway holding the candle, her hand raised to her mouth in a gesture of shock, though she makes no move to physically stop the intrusion. The Empress, blind to the presence of her husband, navigates by instinct toward the bed. She collapses onto the mattress with a heavy rustle of fabric, her energy reserves completely depleted. Within seconds, she is fast asleep, letting out soft, rhythmic breaths. Ricardo remains standing, his hand brought to his forehead in a gesture of fatigue and confusion. Sweat beads on his face as he tries to comprehend the situation. He turns his sharp gaze toward the maid, addressing her as Simone. He demands an explanation, asking bluntly why the Empress is currently occupying his private chamber. Simone, having recovered her composure, stands with her hands clasped politely in front of her apron. She offers an explanation that is technically true but laden with subtext. She states that the Empress accidentally entered His Majesty's chamber in her sleep-deprived state. She admits that she considered the option of escorting her back to her proper room. However, a calculating look enters her eyes, hidden behind the glint of her glasses. With a subtle shift in tone, she reminds Ricardo of the fundamental fact of their relationship. They are husband and wife. She rhetorically asks if it should really matter if they share a room, implying that he should accept the situation. With that, Simone steps out of the room. She closes the door with a decisive click, stating that she will leave him be. Ricardo is left standing in the silence of his room, staring at the closed door. He lets out a long, heavy sigh, realizing he has been outmaneuvered by the maid. Resigned to the situation, Ricardo turns his attention back to the bed. He looks down at his wife, who is sprawled comfortably across his covers. He mutters to himself, commenting honestly on the sight before him. He observes that she has such a defenseless face when she sleeps, a contrast to the complexities of their court life. A smirk touches his lips, altering his expression from annoyance to something more playful and predatory. He whispers a thought to the sleeping woman, noting that if he were to touch her now, she would be in no position to complain about it. The narrative jumps forward to the bright light of the next morning. The Empress wakes with a jolt, sitting up in the unfamiliar bed. Her eyes are wide with shock and confusion as she clutches the blanket tightly to her chest. A heavy blush consumes her face as she frantically looks around, asking herself why she is in His Majesty's chamber. Beside her, Ricardo lies asleep, his back turned to her, sharing the bed in a display of domestic intimacy that leaves the Empress completely flustered. The confines of the palace, where a bespectacled woman named Edda stands with perfect posture, accepting her new appointment with a deep, respectful bow. She announces her commencement of service to Her Majesty, declaring it a pleasure to serve the Empress. The atmosphere is stiff with etiquette as Edda is presented as a new lady-in-waiting, specifically added to the staff to assist with the rigorous preparations required for the Empress's upcoming duties. While the formalities proceed, the Empress observes the new arrival closely, a flicker of recognition sparking in her mind as she studies Edda's face. The Empress attempts to maintain a composed demeanor, expressing her trust that they will get along well, yet internally she wrestles with a nagging sense of familiarity, certain she has encountered this woman somewhere in the palace halls before. The Empress recalls seeing the maids from time to time, her memory drifting back to previous interactions where she had barely spoken to anyone outside of her primary attendant, Simone. She pieces together the fragmented memory, realizing she had indeed seen Edda during those fleeting moments. Before she can dwell further on the past, Edda's sharp voice cuts through her reverie, inquiring if Her Majesty is feeling unwell. The sudden question startles the Empress, her heart giving a nervous throb as she hastily dismisses the concern, claiming she was merely lost in thought. In reality, a heavy seed of doubt has taken root within her. She questions her own capacity to behave properly and uphold the heavy mantle of an Empress. She swiftly masks this insecurity, reassuring her attendants that she is fine, though her mind immediately pivots to the daunting prospect of the upcoming ball. The conversation shifts to the logistics of the event, with the Empress noting the necessity of being properly dressed for such a grand occasion. Edda confirms her role in these preparations, clarifying that while Simone will continue to handle Her Majesty's daily needs as before, she will specifically assist with the events like the ball. The division of labor is established efficiently, but the true challenge is revealed immediately after. Edda, with a stern and professional glint in her eyes behind her glasses, announces that to prepare for the ball, the Empress must learn the waltz. The declaration hangs in the air, transforming the room from a place of conversation into a dance studio. Edda wastes no time, instructing the Empress to position her hands correctly, initiating the lesson with the absolute basics of the dance. The lesson commences with rigorous precision. Edda assumes the lead role, her arms extended to demonstrate the frame, counting out the rhythm in German, 1, 2, 3, with military cadence. The Empress, flustered and visibly struggling to match the instructor's confidence, attempts to follow the steps, clasping her hands together in a plea for guidance before moving her feet. Simone watches from the sidelines, her eyes wide with admiration at Edda's poise, whispering a soft, wow, at the display of skill. Edda explains the mechanics of the turning step, moving with fluid grace to illustrate the movement before announcing that she will now take the lead as the gentleman to simulate the real experience. The Empress, nervous but compliant, steps into the frame, ready to try it for real. The practice session intensifies. Edda sweeps the Empress across the floor, counting the beat aloud to ensure the tempo is maintained. Simone cheers them on from the background, clapping her hands and exclaiming how amazing the display looks. However, the physical reality of the lesson proves far less graceful than the visual. As they navigate the steps, the Empress's coordination falters, and she clumsily steps hard onto Edda's foot. The impact is sharp, but the lesson does not stop. The Empress, mortified, continues the count, her face flushing with embarrassment as the physical toll of the practice begins to set in. As the dancing lesson concludes, the physical exhaustion is compounded by a new, mental burden. Edda presents the Empress with a daunting reality. Dancing is merely one aspect of the ball. Socializing is equally, if not more, critical. The Empress, clutching her aching arm from the strenuous dance practice, looks on in horror as Edda reveals the next phase of training. A massive stack of documents is produced, containing the profiles of every noble attending the event. Edda instructs that the Empress must memorize the names and faces of every single person on the list. The sheer volume of information shocks the Empress, but Edda drives the point home with ruthless pragmaticism. On the night of the ball, she will be supporting His Majesty. The responsibility is immense, and any mistake she makes will reflect directly upon the Emperor. The weight of this duty presses down on the Empress, but her attention is caught by the documents themselves. She notices the handwriting on the papers. It is familiar, distinctive. She realizes with a start that the Emperor, Ricardo, wrote these notes himself. She comments on the lovely drawings accompanying the text, touched by the personal effort he invested in her preparation. The realization that he remembers so many people and took the time to create this study guide for her fills her with a sense of awe and renewed determination. Motivated by his dedication, she vows to do her best to memorize them as well, turning the intimidating task into a shared effort. Later, the scene returns to the practice floor, the air filled with the repetitive chant of 1, 2, 3, as the Empress continues her solitary practice into the night. The solitude is broken by the creaking of the large double doors. The Empress freezes mid-count as His Majesty, Ricardo, enters the room unexpectedly. He is there to check on her progress, inquiring with his staff if she will be ready in time for the ball. Edda, ever the professional, assures him that at the current pace, there should be no issue. The Empress, however, is flustered, having not expected him to visit the training sessions personally. Ricardo acknowledges the report with a simple nod, but then escalates the situation. He decides he wants to see their progress immediately, right then and there. Before the Empress can protest or prepare herself, he steps forward, extending his hand to her in an invitation to dance. The gesture is sudden, commanding, yet intimate. He pulls her into his frame, his hand securing her waist while the other clasps her hand, the contact sending a jolt of surprise through her. She stammers, unsure if she is ready or allowed to do this with him so informally, but he cuts through her hesitation with a simple, "let's go," leading her onto the floor. The difference is instantaneous. As they begin to move, the Empress is struck by how easy it is to dance with him compared to her practice sessions. He leads her with a gentle strength that removes her anxiety, guiding her steps effortlessly. The room seems to brighten, imaginary sparkles floating in the air around them as they glide in perfect harmony. The maids, Simone and Etta, watch from the side, entranced by the beautiful picture the royal couple creates. Ricardo compliments her, noting that her dancing seems fine, his voice calm and reassuring. He tells her to keep this pace and leaves the day of preparations in her hands, satisfied with what he has seen. As Ricardo exits the room, the Empress is left in a daze, her cheeks flushed. She reflects on the experience, noting how gentle he was and, to her surprise, how much fun she had. The memory of dancing with Lord Ricardo lingers warmly in her mind. Meanwhile, the maids erupt into excitement. Simone gushes about how the king and queen looked totally in sync, her face beaming with joy. Etta, usually stoic, agrees, though she notes pragmatically that as husband and wife, such synchronization makes sense. The Empress overhears their praise, the words, totally in sync, echoing in her ears and bringing a shy, happy reaction to her face. However, a darker, more intense thought crosses her mind as she recalls hearing that there is much, much more expected of her, hinting at the deeper intimacies and duties of marriage that lie beyond the ballroom floor. Focusing back on the immediate future, the conversation turns to her attire. Simone asks which dress Her Majesty plans to wear for the ball. The Empress hesitates before deciding on the blue dress that His Majesty had gifted her previously. She seeks validation for this choice, asking if it would be appropriate. Etta confirms that the dress would be perfectly fitting for a ball, assuaging the Empress's fears that it might look strange or out of place. The narrative jumps forward to the night of the ball. The atmosphere is thick with tension. The Empress sighs, realizing the time has finally arrived. She stands in her chambers, surrounded by her maids who are busy adjusting the final details of her gown. This moment marks her first time appearing before the public, a milestone that carries immense weight. She receives word that the medal ceremony has just finished safely, meaning the ball is the next and final event of the evening. As the final touches are applied, a jewelry box is presented to her. Inside lies a magnificent double-strand pearl necklace. Etta explains the custom. When a couple attends a formal event together, it is traditional to wear matching jewels. She requests the Empress wear this specific piece tonight, revealing that His Majesty will also be wearing a pearl pin to match. The significance of the matching accessories steals the Empress's resolve. She accepts the necklace, affirming her identity not just as an individual, but as the Empress of the nation and Ricardo's wife. Internalizing this new identity, she creates a mental divide between her past and present self. She acknowledges that before this, all she ever did was hide away in her room. But that era is over. To fulfill her role and honor the matching jewels she now wears, she determines to make tonight's ball a success. She vows to become an empress who shames no one, casting aside her former reclusive shadow to step into the light. The scene transitions to the grand entrance. The ballroom is resplendent, lit by massive, intricate chandeliers that cast a golden glow over the gathered nobility. The Empress steps out, transformed. She wears the blue dress, now fully accessorized with the pearls and a floral corsage, her hair elegantly styled. The visual impact is immediate, the crowd falls silent or murmurs in awe, with audible gasps of wow rippling through the onlookers. She descends the stairs with a newfound grace, the result of her grueling practice. Waiting for her at the bottom of the staircase is Ricardo. He is dressed in his full formal military-style regalia, complete with the pearl pin. He looks up at her, and for a moment, he is struck silent, his expression softening into one of genuine admiration as he gazes at his wife. The Empress reaches him, slightly breathless, and attempts to initiate the formal protocols she learned. She remembers the instruction, married couples take each other's hands. Ricardo, recovering from his momentary trance at her beauty, steps forward. He takes her hand and bows his head, pressing a reverent kiss to her knuckles in a gesture of supreme chivalry and affection. The intimacy of the act flusters the Empress. Her heart pounds in her chest and she stammers, overwhelmed by the public display and his nearness. But she quickly checks herself, reminding herself that this is no time to panic. She rationalizes the action as the ball's formal greeting, using the structure of etiquette to ground her racing emotions. She forces herself to focus, to return the professionalism he is showing her. Ricardo straightens up, offering her a confident, encouraging smile. He asks, "Shall we?" extending his arm to escort her into the throng of the ballroom. With a final affirmation of yes, the Empress takes his arm. Together, they step forward, a united front of beauty and power, ready to face the nobility of the nation as the perfect ruling couple. Under the illuminating glow of crystal chandeliers, the grand doors of the imperial ballroom parted to reveal the evening's central figures. Russia, the empress hailing from Shanavan, stepped onto the marble floor, her arms securely linked with that of Emperor Ricardo. She wore an elaborate gown adorned with floral accents, yet beneath the surface of the gala's festivities, a thick atmosphere of scrutiny pressed against her. The courtiers and nobility lining the hall did not merely watch, they dissected her presence, their collective gaze weighing her worthiness to sit upon the throne. Russia felt the physical pressure of their judgment, her internal monologue betraying a spike of anxiety as she sensed them sizing her up. Sensing the tremor of hesitation in his bride, Ricardo leaned in, his voice cutting through the ambient noise to reach her. He offered no platitudes, but a command tempered with reassurance, instructing her to hold her head high and promising that she would be fine. The emperor's steady strength acted as a fulcrum for Russia's confidence. Emboldened by his support, she straightened her posture, accepting his guidance not just as a formality, but as a lifeline. As the couple processed further into the room, the whispers of the aristocracy shifted in tone. Observers noted the rare, softening expression on the usually cold-hearted emperor's face. He was smiling. The visual impact of Russia's beauty, seen up close, began to dissolve the initial skepticism, with guests remarking on her stunning appearance. Russia's internal state transformed. The nerves that had previously anchored her to the floor evaporated, replaced by a sensation of weightlessness, as if she had sprouted wings. She found herself genuinely enjoying the movement, guided by Ricardo's steady lead. Suddenly, the fluid motion of their walk halted with a sharp, sickening sound of tearing fabric. Russia froze, horror washing over her as she realized her dress had compromised. Before the humiliation could fully register or the crowd could feast on the mishap, Ricardo acted with decisive speed. In a sweep of motion that stunned the onlookers into silence, the emperor lifted Russia off the ground, cradling her in his arms. The ballroom erupted into confused murmurs as Ricardo carried his wife away from the prying eyes, shielding her dignity with his own body. Russia, bewildered and flushed, asked where he was taking her, but he remained focused on removing her from the scene. They retreated to a private waiting room, the heavy doors closing behind them to shut out the public's gaze. Ricardo gently set her down on a sofa. Russia, still reeling from the sudden exit, realized the depth of his protection. He had spirited her away to prevent her from being exposed and humiliated in front of the entire court. Ricardo's demeanor instantly shifted from protective husband to commanding ruler. He ordered a guard to fetch Simone, the maid, immediately, and issued a strict decree that no one else was to enter the room. The guard, flustered by the intensity of the command, scrambled to obey. Russia inspected the damage to her gown. A significant tear marred the fabric, a disaster for a debutante empress. She questioned how a brand new dress could simply tear on its own, the suspicion dawning on her that this was no mere accident of craftsmanship. Turning to Ricardo, she expressed her profound gratitude, acknowledging that without his intervention, she would have faced utter disgrace. A knock at the door signaled Simone's arrival. The maid entered, her expression professional but concerned, asking what had transpired. Ricardo wasted no time on pleasantries. He directed Simone's attention to the dress and demanded to know if the damage was an accident. Simone knelt to inspect the torn fabric, her eyes narrowing behind her glasses as she assessed the fray. Her conclusion was swift and chilling. Simone declared that the tear was most likely deliberate, an act of sabotage. Russia gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in shock. The realization that someone within the palace sought to actively disgrace her settled heavily in the room. Ricardo's expression darkened into cold fury. He immediately issued orders to Simone to compile a list of every individual who had come into contact with the dress. He then turned to Russia, instructing her to return to her chambers, intending to shield her from further attacks for the evening. However, Russia resisted. Despite the dress being in a state of disrepair, she argued that the ball had only just begun. Ricardo countered, pointing out the impracticality of her staying with a torn gown and the danger that the culprit might still be present in the hall. He spoke out of kindness, wishing to protect her, a fact Russia acknowledged. Yet, a fire ignited within her. She clenched the fabric of her ruined dress, her eyes hardening with resolve. Russia refused to flee. She declared that running away now would change nothing. She implored Ricardo to let her return to the ballroom, stating her desire to stand there as the rightful empress of Ormung. Moved by her determination, Ricardo turned to Simone. He asked if the maid could manage a mend. He didn't need perfection, just a temporary fix robust enough to last through the duration of the ball. Simone, confident in her skills, affirmed that she could repair it, provided Her Majesty avoided large, strenuous movements. Ricardo gave the command to proceed. Simone worked quickly, and the dress was restored to a presentable state. Ricardo warned Russia not to push herself, instructing her to return immediately if anything happened again. Russia thanked him, her spirit renewed. Back in the ballroom, the guests had begun to speculate on the Empress's disappearance, with some disappointed they barely caught a glimpse of her. The murmurs were silenced as the doors opened once more. Russia and Ricardo re-entered, the Empress looking composed and radiant. The crowd watched, captivated, as the couple resumed their place in the social spotlight. A nobleman, Marquis Selrat, approached them, his cheeks flushed with drink and excitement. He expressed his surprise at the Emperor's earlier smile, a sight he claimed to have never seen before. He greeted Russia with enthusiasm, noting that her beauty explained why the Emperor had kept her hidden for so long. Russia, displaying remarkable memory and social grace, recognized him immediately as Marquis Selrat and greeted his wife. She pivoted the conversation effortlessly, recalling that their daughter was turning 14 and promised to send a birthday gift. The Marquis and his wife were floored by this attention to detail, expressing their gratitude. The Marquis then praised the Empress for the year's bountiful harvest, attributing the end of the previous year's frost to her presence. Russia humbly deflected the praise, claiming she possessed no such power. Another noble, Viscount Alquiola, stepped forward. He admitted he had wondered what kind of lady a foreigner from Shanovan would be, but found her to be well-versed and impressive. The surrounding nobles began to whisper their approval. Unlike the intimidating emperor, the Empress felt approachable. Her ability to remember personal details, like the daughter's birthday, and her gentle, courteous demeanor won them over completely. Her reputation, previously a blank slate subject to skepticism, was now glowing. Having successfully navigated the social gauntlet, Ricardo and Russia stepped aside to a quieter corner. Russia let out a breath of relief, acknowledging the mishap but celebrating their survival. Ricardo looked out at the room, noting with satisfaction that after tonight, the nobles would know exactly who their Empress was. He turned to Russia and offered a simple, genuine compliment. "Well done." Russia beamed, her face flushing with happiness. "She promised to study even harder to be of use to Your Majesty." Ricardo interrupted her immediately. He corrected her address, stating that Ricardo was fine. Russia stammered, citing her training that forbade speaking the Majesty's name aloud. Ricardo disregarded the protocol. He took her hand, lifting it gently. He insisted that when she spoke to him, she was to drop the titles and call him by his name. When she hesitated, he delivered the reasoning with a tender intensity, "Because you are my wife." He kissed her hand, sending a shockwave of embarrassment through Russia. She looked around in a panic and realized that Simone and Heinrich, the Emperor's aide, had been standing there the entire time, witnessing the intimate moment. Overwhelmed, Russia announced she needed to go change and fled the room, her face burning red. Ricardo watched her go, covering his mouth to suppress a chuckle, clearly amused by her reaction. Heinrich, stepping forward, noted that the Emperor seemed awfully pleased today. Ricardo admitted that his eyes kept being drawn to her. He described her as impossible to tire of watching, possessing a strikingly strong gaze at times, yet flustering easily when teased. Heinrich, deadpan, remarked that this sounded basically like love. Ricardo shot him a sharp glare, asking if he realized what he was saying. The atmosphere shifted back to business. Ricardo turned to Simone, confirming that she would identify the culprit behind the dress sabotage. He then ordered Heinrich to investigate any factions opposed to the Empress and to increase her security detail. He acknowledged that there were voices of objection to him taking a bride from Shanovan, and he intended to crush any threats. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room elsewhere in the palace, a young woman named Edda sat at a desk. The shadows obscured her expression as she wrote with a quill. She noted internally that tonight's incident was deliberate and suspected it would not be the last. Another girl entered the room, asking if Edda was still awake. Edda instantly masked her malice with a bright, fake smile. She lied, claiming she was just writing a letter to her mother. She told the other girl to go on ahead. Once alone again, Edda's smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold calculation. She stared at her paper, frustrated that the dress sabotage hadn't yielded the desired result. She muttered to herself that she needed a better excuse, a new plan, as the current failure would not satisfy that person who was pulling the strings. the tense, silent atmosphere of the imperial wardrobe, where a malicious act of sabotage has been uncovered. Simone, the bespectacled and fastidious head lady-in-waiting, stands amidst the finery, her sharp mind reconstructing the timeline of the crime. She recalls checking the garment the day prior and finding nothing amiss, yet now she confronts the reality that the Empress's dress has been deliberately snipped. The sabotage was executed with calculated cruelty, designed not to be immediately obvious, but to cause the fabric to rip catastrophically during the movement of a dance. Simone analyzes the logistics of the crime, concluding that the culprit must reside among the specific group of staff members permitted to handle the royal attire. She narrows the window of opportunity to the hours between the night and the morning of the event, mentally assembling a roster of suspects. Simone visualizes the hierarchy of access, identifying the specific roles that could have infiltrated the wardrobe. Her mental list includes the ladies-in-waiting, the wardrobe master, the master's assistant, the dressmaker, the page, and the lingerie attendant. However, she acknowledges a complication in her investigation. It is highly probable that others beyond this list knew the location of the key. Resigned to the arduous task ahead, Simone resolves to interrogate every potential suspect individually, opening the door to the corridor to begin her inquisition. Meanwhile, in the palace corridors, the social undercurrents of the court reveal themselves through the hushed gossip of two maids. They discuss the Empress, noting that she has begun to undertake her duties personally since her arrival. One maid remarks on the Empress's diligent study habits but disparages her as unbelievably ignorant for a princess. The conversation delves into the Empress's past in Shanavan, recounting how she had been confined to a cell for years due to her lineage as the late king's daughter. The maids struggle to reconcile her background with her current status, questioning the rank of an earl's house, before one maid admits she cannot fully read the Empress's intentions. Their gossip shifts to their immediate grievances regarding Simone. One maid complains to the other about being scolded again by the stiff, head lady-in-waiting. She recounts a recent incident where she was merely chatting with guard Robert, an interaction she defends as innocent, only for Simone to intervene. The flashback within the conversation depicts Simone appearing behind the flirting pair with a terrifying aura, shutting down their interaction instantly. Simone had coldly instructed the maid that if she had time to chatter, she should finish her work, a reprimand the maid mimics mockingly. The second maid laughs, validating the impression of Simone as a blank-faced taskmaster who refuses to be friendly with anyone. They criticize Simone for lacking the camaraderie they value, arguing that chatting with guards constitutes important workplace bonding. As the maids continue their walk, their criticism becomes more personal and venomous. They dismiss Simone as a stick in the mud with zero charm, cruelly speculating that her personality is the reason she remains unmarried at her age. They turn a corner, intending to avoid the area where Simone might be, but they freeze in their tracks. Standing directly before them are Simone and the Empress herself. The Empress, having overheard the entire derogatory exchange, commands them to stop, her voice cutting through their mockery. She confronts them, labeling their words as kinda mean. The Empress does not hesitate to dismantle their characterization of her head lady-in-waiting. She asserts that Simone is diligent, earnest, and kind, flatly denying the accusation that she is a stick in the mud. As the Empress speaks, her mind drifts to the private support Simone has provided her. She visualizes the reference books Simone quietly leaves for her self-study, ensuring the Empress has the resources she needs without being asked. She recalls the detailed notes Simone prepares to help her memorize the nobility, such as the specific trait of a mole on neck, for a particular noble who dotes only on his daughter. These acts of unseen service fuel the Empress's defense. Returning to the present confrontation, the Empress declares with absolute authority that she will not tolerate anyone bad-mouthing Simone. She issues a stern warning that there will not be a second chance, commanding the terrified maids to get back to work. The two maids, trembling and apologetic, bow hastily and flee the scene in a panic. Once the corridor clears, the Empress's demeanor instantly shifts from regal command to anxious vulnerability. She drops her shoulders, worrying if she delivered her lines correctly or if she was too harsh, questioning her own performance. Simone, witnessing this transformation, places a hand on her chest, realizing the immense effort it took for the Empress to scold the staff. The Empress admits she didn't know scolding someone could be so nerve-wracking. Simone, with a rare softness, expresses her relief and gratitude. The Empress turns to her, eyes shining, and praises Simone for being firm and so cool, a compliment that catches the strict head lady-in-waiting off guard. Simone admits that it is the first time she has ever heard anyone say such a thing to her. The Empress continues, affirming that Simone is truly gentle, a sentiment that causes Simone to reflect on her own reputation. Simone wonders if her previous stoicism made her seem unreliable, but the Empress recites the very traits she defended earlier: diligent, earnest, and kind, identifying them as Simone's true charms. As they walk together through the sunlit corridor, Simone looks at the young ruler and silently acknowledges that those descriptions, diligent, earnest, and kind, actually belong to the Empress herself. However, the heartwarming moment is observed by a hidden threat. From the shadows, the maid who is the true culprit watches them, her expression darkening. She analyzes the Empress, realizing that while she looks quiet, she possesses the will to bite back when necessary. This realization brings a wave of anxiety to the spy. She worries about the consequences if her tampering with the dress is discovered and how this newfound backbone of the Empress might manifest in retaliation. The spy quickly calculates her defensive strategy. She reassures herself that she has established an alibi, having friends prepared to swear she was with them at the time of the sabotage. Despite her contingency plan for the dress, the spy acknowledges that her primary mission has failed. The plan to humiliate the Empress didn't work, and the Emperor, His Majesty, is quick-witted, making the situation dangerous. She realizes she needs a significant failure, a stunt big enough, to report to her handler, referred to only as that person, to justify her presence and avoid punishment. The failure of the dress sabotage has ruined her initial thinking, forcing her to improvise. Her desperation is rooted in a traumatic history. A flashback consumes the spy's mind, transporting her to a dark room years ago. A silhouette of a noblewoman towers over her, inflicting physical pain. The spy, then just a helpless girl, begs for forgiveness and promises to do better, only to be verbally abused and called useless. The flashback intensifies, showing the girl being kicked and trampled by the woman in the dress. The abuser enforces a dehumanizing rule: the girl is a cat and is only allowed to say, meow. The scene depicts the girl on the floor, weeping and terrified, forced to vocalize her submission as a cat to avoid further training. The abuser grabs the girl's chin, demanding acknowledgement, to which the broken girl responds with, "Yes, my lady," before correcting herself to a meow at the abuser's insistence. The trauma cemented her loyalty through fear, with the abuser reinforcing that she is a cute little kitty who must never forget her place. Back in the present, the spy lurks behind a door, eavesdropping on the Empress's new plans. The Empress is discussing her upcoming 14th birthday with Emperor Heinrich. She proposes hosting a tea party, specifically mentioning her desire to invite Marquis Selrat's daughter. Her goal is political and social. She wishes to deepen ties with the ladies of the court, using the birthday celebration as a strategic occasion. She asks Heinrich for his opinion. Heinrich is initially surprised, as he hadn't considered a tea party, but he quickly sees the utility in it. He recognizes it as a perfect opportunity for the Empress to win over the hearts of the noble ladies, a task of soft power that he, as the Emperor, cannot easily perform himself. He enthusiastically supports the idea, calling it great. He frames their partnership in metaphorical terms. If he is the steel that rules the empire, she is the silk. He sees her role as steering the nobles from the inside, complementing his external strength and benefiting the empire as a whole. He gives her his full blessing to proceed as she wishes. The Empress adds another layer to her plan. She wants to prepare birthday gifts, not just for the Selrat girl, but for other attendees who have had recent birthdays. Heinrich approves of this gesture as well and offers his assistance, telling her to use his aide, Heinrich, likely referring to himself in the third person or his close aide, if she needs help. The spy, listening intently from the hallway, latches onto this specific detail. The Empress is giving birthday gifts. As the Empress thanks Heinrich inside the room, the spy's expression shifts into a sinister, predatory smile. She constructs a new sabotage plan based on the information she just gathered. She imagines the carefully prepared gifts, which are intended to build bridges and show the Empress's grace, arriving at the party torn to shreds. She calculates the impact of such a disaster. It would ruin everything, destroying the Empress's credibility and the social atmosphere of the event. Satisfied with this malicious concept, the spy decides this destruction will be the something worth reporting to her handler. She walks away, resolving to execute this plan to prove her worth to that person. The opulent confines of the palace, where Empress Russia is in the midst of energetic preparations for a pivotal social engagement. She declares that it is time to prep for the tea party, her demeanor radiating a mix of determination and anxiety. Standing before a mirror, she reflects on the significance of the upcoming event, noting that Lord Ricardo has granted her permission to host it. Russia views this not merely as a leisure activity but as a strategic maneuver to build real ties with society. She is acutely aware of the precarious political landscape surrounding her, expressing a desire to finally learn who stands against her and who is on her side. The planning session turns to the logistics of etiquette and generosity. Russia asks her attendants if gifts are necessary for a tea party. Her staff confirms that while the main focus is the birthday of the Cell-Rat Marquis's daughter, presenting gifts is correct protocol. Russia, ever the benevolent ruler, decides she wants to prepare gifts for the other guests as well so the situation won't feel unfair. However, a moment of vulnerability surfaces as she struggles to decide what those presents should be. Seeking inspiration, Russia turns to her trusted head lady-in-waiting, Simone. Russia confesses her ignorance regarding the preferences of normal people, attributing this gap in her knowledge to having spent her life confined in a cell. She asks Simone directly what she would want. Simone, maintaining her characteristic practicality and stoicism, adjusts her glasses and replies that she doesn't need anything in particular. However, when pressed, Simone concedes that if she must choose, she desires sturdy glasses that won't break even if stepped on. Russia, perhaps misunderstanding the pragmatism or simply getting carried away, enthusiastically notes down unbreakable glasses and a scythe, specifically a really sharp grass scythe, leaving Simone to awkwardly accept the eccentric interpretation. The conversation shifts back to the young noblewomen. The spy maid, feigning helpfulness, suggests that for age 14, the guests would likely appreciate flowers, perfume, hankies, or accessories. Russia rejects these suggestions, fearing that if she leaves the choice to others, they will end up with something wild. She asserts her authority, stating she will handle the selection herself to ensure it isn't no good. A new idea strikes her: gloves. Russia proposes white gloves. The spy maid immediately validates this choice, noting that wearing gloves gifted by the Empress would be the peak honor and the pinnacle of noblewomen. She explains the cultural significance, describing the débutante as the ball where young ladies debut in society, a dream for girls turning 14. Russia solidifies the plan: white gloves for the Marquis's daughter, and lace gloves for those who have already debuted. The spy maid praises the idea as perfect, agreeing that gloves are a lady's staple. Russia thanks the maid for her input, expressing relief and happiness at her assistance. As the planning concludes, the conversation drifts to personal histories. Russia asks the maid, addressed as Edda, how her own debutante was. The maid hesitates, her mind drifting to her own past. The dialogue then focuses on Simone's background. It is revealed that although Simone is referred to as Count Balch's daughter, she is an adopted child and not a daughter by blood. The maid recalls Simone telling her this when they first met. Simone started working as a maid at 12, and it was her sheer excellence that earned her a post at the palace. The maid speculates that because Simone has worked since she was 12, she likely never attended a debutante ball. The spy maid internally reflects on her own history, noting that she wanted to stand on her own and therefore debutantes didn't interest her. Snapping back to the present, she relays the Emperor's command regarding the gifts. His Majesty had instructed them to summon the tailor and use whatever budget is necessary, urging them not to hold back. The maid emphasizes the need to choose styles that will suit the young ladies, as there are many options available. Russia, grateful for the guidance, thanks her. The narrative then shifts to the execution of a sinister plot. The spy maid takes possession of the finished gifts, stating she has to deliver something splendid that delights the young ladies and meets Lord Ricardo's expectations. However, once she is alone with the packages, her demeanor darkens. She announces she will double-check everything for issues, a euphemism for her sabotage. As she works, she sneers at the Empress's nature, thinking that our Empress is far too sweet. She mocks the palace security, noting incredulously that it is still this easy to get in, and warning silently that if things aren't locked properly, the consequences are on them. The spy opens the box containing the white gloves intended for Lady Mireille. With cold precision, she details her method, stitching a needle into the base of the thumb. She reasons that while shredding the gloves was an option, it is far more effective if the girl cuts herself while wearing them. She envisions the needle scratching the skin as the gloves are opened or worn, calculating that the physical injury will create a scandal. She stitches the needles tight, ensuring they won't simply fall out. The day of the tea party arrives, set in a sunlit garden adorned with lush greenery and elegant tables. Guests have gathered, And Lady Mirit, the Marchioness of Selret, thanks Empress Russia for the invitation. The spy watches from the periphery, laughing internally, fufu. She eagerly anticipates the moment when the Selrat family loses trust in the Empress, noting that person, her handler, will be thrilled by the failure. Russia welcomes everyone, urging them to relax and enjoy themselves. Lady Mirit is visibly excited, perhaps a bit too much, as another guest apologizes for her manners. Mirit admits she has been looking forward to this event. Suddenly, a wave of shock ripples through the guests as Lord Ricardo makes an unexpected entrance. The noblewomen are struck by his appearance, whispering about how handsome he is. They describe him as chocolate, sweet, yet possessing a terrifying aura. The ladies swoon, calling him ridiculously cool, though one jokes that staring might get her killed. The focus returns to the birthday celebration. A guest mentions hearing there would be gifts today. Russia steps forward with the box, presenting it to Lady Mirit and wishing her a happy 14th birthday. She announces that these are debutante gloves. The spy, watching intently, mentally cheers, "Here we go," urging the disaster to unfold. She steps in, encouraging Mirit to try them on immediately. Mirit opens the box and slides her hands into the pristine white gloves. The spy waits for the scream, for the blood. Instead, Myria's face lights up with pure joy. She exclaims, "Wow! They're so beautiful." She marvels at the texture, crying out, "So smooth! They shine like light." Russia breathes a sigh of relief, glad that Mirit likes them. Mirit vows to treasure them forever, calling them truly gorgeous. Russia compliments her, saying they suit her. The spy stands frozen, her mind racing in confusion. She is certain she stitched the needles tightly into that specific spot. She stares at the gloves on Myria's hands, bewildered as to how the girl is totally fine. Suddenly, she notices a detail she hadn't seen before: embroidery on the gloves. She questions if that was always there. From behind her, Simone's voice cuts through her panic. Simone calmly explains that she prepared a spare pair. She delivers a crushing metaphorical blow, stating, "We've had mice lately, you see." The implication is immediate and terrifying for the spy. She realizes with horror that her sabotage was discovered and neutralized before it could cause harm. Her internal monologue descends into fear as she processes the situation. "Don't tell me. Does she know I'm the culprit?" The chapter ends with the spy exposed to Simone's watchful, knowing gaze, her plan completely dismantled. The manicured exterior of a grand estate, the sunlight filtering through the leaves above them. The older maid, wearing spectacles and an air of professional detachment, remarks casually on the recent pest problem, noting that since rats have been scurrying about lately, she has taken the liberty of preparing a second pair of measures, just in case. Walking beside her, the younger maid, Edda, whose hair is tied in twin tails, reacts with visible physical distress, her face paling and sweat beading on her skin as the weight of the older woman's words sinks in. The subtext of the conversation pierces Edda's composure. She questions internally if her covert actions have been discovered, her heart likely hammering against her ribs as the ominous shadow of exposure looms over her. The pair continues their walk under the bright sky, the older maid expressing satisfaction that everything proceeded without incident, her tone smooth and unbothered. Edda, however, remains trapped in her own spiral of anxiety, her eyes darting nervously as she silently reassures herself that she did not get caught, the question mark in her internal monologue betraying her lingering uncertainty. They arrive at the ornate double doors of the parlor, where the older maid opens them to reveal the interior. Inside the lavishly decorated room, bathed in the warm glow of chandeliers, the lady of the house, Marguerite, stands with a gentle smile, clasping her hands together. She commends the staff for their diligence, noting that thanks to their efforts, the tea party concluded safely and without disturbance. Edda stands stiffly alongside the bespectacled maid, observing Marguerite's radiant demeanor. Internally, Edda analyzes the situation, deducing from the calm atmosphere and the lack of accusation that the household has not yet realized her treachery. Relief washes over her, momentarily displacing the fear, as she clutches her apron and tells herself that avoiding detection is the only thing that matters. Marguerite, oblivious to the internal turmoil of her servant, continues to heap praise upon them, her expression one of genuine gratitude. Edda bows deeply, accepting the thanks, while the older maid maintains her stoic posture. Later, in the privacy of the servants' quarters, the atmosphere shifts to a more somber tone. The older maid, standing in the doorway, informs Edda that a letter has arrived for her. Edda, startled, turns from her position near the bed, her eyes widening. The senior maid explains that she left the correspondence on the desk before departing, leaving Edda alone in the room. Left to her own devices, Edda approaches the wooden desk, her mind racing with the need for caution, the adrenaline of the close call at the tea party still fresh in her system. She resolves to be more careful from this point forward, acknowledging how narrowly she escaped disaster. Edda sits at the desk, the letter resting innocuously on the surface. However, as she turns the envelope over, her eyes lock onto the wax seal, and her breath catches in her throat. The emblem pressed into the wax is unmistakable. It is the crest of House Balche, distinguished by the ominous mark of the black rose. Her hands tremble as she holds the paper, the realization striking her with the force of a physical blow. She knew this day would come, but the sight of the seal confirms her fears instantly. She breaks the seal and unfolds the letter, her eyes scanning the contents. To an untrained eye, the text appears to be a casual, affectionate note from a foster mother, inquiring about her health and well-being with phrases scattered in a foreign tongue. The script flows elegantly, masking its true intent under pleasantries. However, Edda's training allows her to look past the surface level. She focuses on specific words embedded within the German phrasing, Zen, 10, Treffpunkt, meeting place, or, o'clock, and, War 10, wait. The letter crinkles under her tightening grip as she deciphers the coded message. It is a directive from the liaison, ordering a rendezvous. Dread pools in her stomach as she processes the timing. They are contacting her again far too soon after the previous operation. The encoded command is clear. She is to wait at the designated meeting spot at 10 o'clock. Under the cover of darkness, Edda ventures into the estate gardens, the rustle of the bushes masking her footsteps. She navigates through the shadows to the specified location, a secluded area behind the 9th statue from the castle. A figure cloaked in a heavy hood awaits her, their face obscured by the darkness of the cowl. The liaison wastes no time with pleasantries, bluntly stating that the previous plan failed. They demand a status report, their voice low and expectant. Edda stands before them, tense and cornered. The liaison delivers a new, chilling directive from the mastermind, noting that that person is running out of patience with the lack of results. The order is absolute and brutal. Edda is to push the Empress down the stairs. Edda gasps, her eyes widening in horror at the escalation of violence required of her. She stammers, overwhelmed by the cruelty of the command. The liaison remains unmoved, clarifying that this simple act is all that is required to satisfy the order. Edda protests, her voice rising in panic as she argues the impossibility of the task. She reasons that after the recent suspicious events, security will be tight, and if she pushes the Empress, her identity will be immediately discovered. She pleads that she cannot do it, physically recoiling from the hooded figure. The liaison steps closer, their presence looming over the terrified maid. They address her by name, their tone shifting from instructional to menacing. They remind Edda that she needs to keep her head down, implying that her safety is conditional. The liaison leans in, their eyes glinting dangerously from within the shadows of the hood, and delivers a psychological strike meant to shatter her resistance. They ask if she has forgotten just how terrifying that person is, invoking the fear of their master to silence her dissent. The threat hangs heavy in the night air. Disobedience would result in a fate far worse than capture. Edda trembles, tears pricking the corners of her eyes as the memory of that terror washes over her, suppressing her defiance. The narrative shifts to the following day, where the sunlight streams through the large arched windows of the palace, casting a serene glow over the hallway. Marguerite stands by the window, admiring the lovely weather, her demeanor cheerful and unsuspecting. Edda stands behind her, a forced smile plastered on her face as she agrees with her mistress. Marguerite proposes a walk in the gardens after her piano lesson, eager to enjoy the day. Edda, seizing the opportunity to manipulate the situation, suggests inviting Lord Ricardo to join them. Marguerite flushes at the mention of the name, asking if they should invite His Majesty as well. Internally, Marguerite frets that the Emperor is likely too busy to attend, but she resolves to send the invitation regardless, her heart fluttering at the prospect. Edda's suggestion, however, masks a darker purpose, positioning the key players for the tragedy she has been ordered to orchestrate. The scene transitions to the top of a grand, stone staircase. The corridor is deserted, the silence amplified by the vastness of the palace architecture. Edda stands behind Marguerite, who gazes out over the balustrade. The internal command echoes in Edda's mind, drowning out her conscience. Push her down the stairs. She takes a step forward, the sound of her shoe against the stone floor ringing out like a gavel strike. Her hands rise, trembling uncontrollably, her fingers splayed as they reach toward the unsuspecting back of the Empress. Tears stream down Edda's face, her expression a twisted mask of despair and compulsion, while Marguerite remains oblivious, looking away. The visual contrast highlights the betrayal, the innocent trust of the lady against the coerced violence of the servant. Just as Edda's hands are inches from making contact, a gloved hand shoots into the frame, gripping her arm with crushing force. The sudden impact halts her momentum instantly. A sharp voice demands to know what she is doing. Marguerite turns, startled by the commotion, a question mark floating beside her confused expression. Standing there, holding Eda's arm in a vice grip, is Lord Ricardo. His expression is dark, his eyes blazing with fury as he stares down the maid. Eda lets out a small squeak of terror, realizing she has been intercepted. Ricardo's presence dominates the space. He stands tall and imposing in his military uniform, positioning himself physically between the threat and the Empress. He identifies Eda with disdain, referring to her simply as this woman. Marguerite, still processing the sudden violence, looks at Ricardo in shock. Eda, now trembling violently, attempts to pull away, but Ricardo does not relinquish his hold. He states the reality of the situation with cold precision. She just tried to push the Empress down the stairs. Marguerite's eyes widen in disbelief, her breath catching as she struggles to accept the accusation. At that moment, the bespectacled maid, Simone, steps forward from the background. Instead of defending her fellow servant, Simone bows her head and confirms the accusation, stating that she is afraid His Imperial Majesty is correct. This betrayal shatters Eda's last line of defense. Eda cries out that it must be a mistake, panic seizing her completely. Ricardo releases Eda, sending her collapsing to the floor in a heap of fabric and tears. He turns his back on her, his hand moving to the hilt of the sword at his waist. Eda cowers on the ground, clutching her chest, her face contorted with fear as she realizes the gravity of her failure. Marguerite covers her mouth with her hands, whispering, "No way," as the reality of the assassination attempt sets in. Ricardo draws his blade, the steel glinting in the light. His eyes are cold, devoid of mercy. He declares that anyone who plots the Empress's murder cannot be allowed to live. As Ricardo raises the sword to deliver swift execution, Marguerite lunges forward. She throws her body between the executioner and the maid, her arms spread wide in a protective stance. She screams for him to wait, her voice echoing in the hall. Eda looks up through her tears, stunned by the intervention. Marguerite's face is set with determination, her eyes fierce despite the danger. Ricardo pauses, his sword held aloft, his expression one of confusion and frustration. He questions the meaning of her actions, addressing her formally as Empress. Marguerite argues that it was only an attempt, implying that since no harm was done, execution is unwarranted. Ricardo counters incredulously, pointing out that the woman tried to kill her. Marguerite remains steadfast, declaring that Eda is her lady-in-waiting and that she will not let him kill her. She adds softly that she understands the situation, hinting at a deeper knowledge of events than previously assumed. Ricardo lowers his sword slightly, observing Marguerite's intensity. He murmurs her name, seemingly taken aback by the sheer force of her will. He characterizes her expression as Marguerite's terror, a look of intimidating resolve. The tension breaks as the truth is finally unveiled. Marguerite reveals that she and Simone have actually been investigating this matter the entire time. Simone stands by, validating the statement. They were not ignorant victims, they were counteroperatives waiting for this moment. Marguerite turns her gaze to the weeping maid on the floor. She drops the facade completely, stating that she knows the maid's true identity. Eda gasps, her hands flying to her mouth in shock, unable to comprehend how her cover was blown. Marguerite announces the name clearly, Bianca Herring. She identifies her not as a common servant, but as a baron's daughter from the kingdom of Shanavan. The revelation hangs in the air, transforming the scene from a simple foiled assassination into a complex political unraveling. Eda, now revealed as Bianca, stares back in utter defeat, realizing that she was never the hunter, but the prey all along. The grandiose, high-ceilinged expanse of the palace, where sunlight filters through tall windows, illuminating a revelation that reshapes the understanding of the hierarchy within these walls. Standing upon the polished steps of the grand staircase, the protagonist unravels the tangled lineage of the maid standing before her, a woman known as Eda. This is no common servant born of the peasantry. The investigation has unearthed a noble bloodline buried under layers of deception. Eda was once a daughter of a baron within the kingdom of Shanavan, a revelation that carries with it a startling biological connection. She is the cousin of the protagonist herself. The narrative lens fractures, plunging into the sepia-toned depths of memory to reconstruct the tragedy that severed Eda from her noble roots. The scene shifts to a palace tea party from their childhood, a sprawling garden event teeming with young nobility. Amidst the innocent chatter and clinking of porcelain, a young Marguerite, characterized even then by a sharp, predatory gaze, singled out her target. The visual framing emphasizes the innocence of the victims. The young protagonist and Eda stood together, their dresses mirroring one another in style and elegance, a visual symmetry that should have been charming. However, this unintentional mimicry ignited the ire of Princess Marguerite, who viewed the shared aesthetic not as a compliment, but as an affront to her unique status. Marguerite's reaction was visceral and immediate. With a disdainful sneer, she confronted the young baron's daughter, accusing her of having the nerve to copy her betters. The air in the garden snapped with violence as Marguerite's hand connected with Eda's face, the impact sending the girl to the ground in a sprawl of terrified apology. The physical blow, however, was merely the opening salvo of a more perverse psychological campaign. Marguerite, looming over her weeping victim, offered a twisted form of forgiveness. She stripped Eda of her human identity, rechristening her with the demeaning moniker, Little Kitten, a pet name that served as a collar around her neck. From that day forward, the flashback reveals a montage of systematic dehumanization that marked the beginning of Eda's personal hell. The logic of the abuser was absolute and cruel. If one is a kitten, one does not dine at a table. Eda was forced to consume her meals from the floor, crouching in the dust like an animal. The torture escalated into the grotesque, with the child being compelled to eat mice to suit her new persona. Marguerite's sadism extended to physical peril, testing the fable that cats always land on their feet by shoving the girl from high places, turning gravity into a weapon of terror. The narrative recounts the desperation of Eda's parents, the Baron and his wife, who watched their daughter wither under this relentless assault. Realizing that their child would eventually be killed if she remained within Marguerite's reach, they orchestrated a drastic escape. They smuggled her out of the kingdom of Shanavan and into the Empire, fabricating a story of her death to mislead their tormentor. In the Empire, the girl formerly known as a baron's daughter shed her past, taking the name Eda and finding sanctuary in the service of the Balche Count's family. Through sheer diligence and capability, she rose from a hidden refugee to a recognized talent, eventually being summoned to serve as a maid in the imperial palace. Returning to the present, the gravity of the situation crystallizes. The sanctuary Eda built has been breached. The devil, Marguerite, never ceased her hunt, and her reach has finally extended across the borders into the Empire. Eda presents a letter that shattered her peace, a missive from Baroness Herring's daughter, addressed to her true name, explicitly threatening the safety of her parents who remain back in Shanavan. The leverage is absolute. With her parents held hostage, Eda was stripped of her agency and forced to become Marguerite's puppet once more, weaponized against the very people she served. Ricardo, the Emperor, listens to this confession with a stoic, terrifying calm. He absorbs the details of the blackmail, the hostage parents, and the years of trauma. He acknowledges the tragedy of her circumstances, understanding that she is a victim of coercion. However, his role as emperor supersedes his capacity for individual pity. In his calculus, a subversive element that attempts to kill the empress cannot be allowed to draw breath, regardless of the sob story behind the dagger. The metallic hiss of steel fills the silence as Ricardo draws his sword, the blade catching the light as he prepares to execute the threat standing in his hall. The visual tension spikes as the princess throws herself between the executioner and the condemned. She stands firm before the drawn blade, shielding the trembling maid with her own body. She accepts the weight of the failure, declaring that if the maid is to die for the assassination attempt, then the mistress who failed to stop her holds equal responsibility. She challenges Ricardo, her voice steady despite the lethal proximity of the sword, demanding that he cut her down first if he insists on taking Eda's life. Ricardo looks down at his wife, his expression a mix of irritation and disbelief. He dismisses her intervention as soft-hearted foolishness, reminding her that the world is saturated with tragic tales far worse than Eda's. To him, the path of least resistance, and greatest security, is to simply sever the problem at the neck right here and now. He accuses the princess of pitying the woman, a weakness he despises. But the princess reframes the narrative. She argues not from a place of mere pity, but from a recognition of value and duty. She insists that the Eda she knows, the skilled, diligent palace maid, is the real thing, a person of genuine worth that exists independent of Marguerite's control. To allow Eda's life to end while she is still a puppet, defined solely by her abuser's whims, is a cruelty the princess refuses to endorse. She asserts her authority as Eda's mistress, declaring that her duty is to protect those who serve her. She looks Ricardo in the eye, her resolve hardening into a diamond-like clarity. She will protect Eda, even from him. The confrontation hangs on a razor's edge until Ricardo sighs, the tension draining from his posture. He acknowledges her determination, calling her too soft, but seemingly resigned to her decision. With a sharp motion, he sheathes his sword, the sound signaling a reprieve. He declares the mood killed by her stubbornness and tells her to do as she likes, effectively granting Eda a stay of execution and walking away from the emotional quagmire. As the Emperor's imposing figure retreats, the atmosphere on the staircase shifts from martial terror to emotional collapse. Simone, the head maid, approaches with professional rigidity, asking if she should restrain Eda now that the truth is out. But the princess rejects the need for chains. Eda, overwhelmed by the mercy shown to her after she committed such treacherous acts, breaks down completely. She weeps, questioning why she is being protected instead of punished, asking if she is to suffer in some other way. The princess kneels and embraces the sobbing maid, validating her fear. She whispers that she understands the terror Marguerite instills, having felt it herself. But rather than succumb to that fear, she proposes a counteroffensive. She tells Etta she has a plan. She cannot abandon someone who has suffered the same trauma she has. Instead, she vows to protect her, for sure. The plan involves subterfuge. Etta is to trust her mistress and prepare for a role that requires deception. Etta, tears streaming down her face, looks up in disbelief, questioning if such a thing will really work, but the princess's confidence acts as an anchor. The scene transitions to a more private quarter of the palace, where Ricardo sits in his study, stewing in his irritation. His aide, a sharp-witted man with a casual demeanor, observes the emperor's foul mood with amusement. He notes that Ricardo looks even worse than expected and correctly deduces the cause. The empress stopped him from killing the assassin. The aide teases him, pointing out the absurdity of the emperor sparing a killer because of circumstances, noting that usually Ricardo would cut such a person down without a second thought. The aide presses further, dissecting Ricardo's psyche with dangerous precision. He suggests that Ricardo's irritability isn't about the missed kill or the strategic risk, but rather stems from a personal concern for the empress herself. He implies that Ricardo is angry because she defied him, or perhaps because the situation put her in danger. Ricardo snaps back, shouting that protecting an assassin is naive, trying to frame his anger as purely pragmatic. But the aide laughs off the outburst, interpreting the emperor's defensive anger as a confirmation of his developing feelings. Getting mad is basically admitting yes. The banter is interrupted by a rhythmic knocking at the door. Sensing the arrival of the turmoil he just predicted, the aide hurriedly excuses himself, fleeing the room to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the royal couple. He slips out just as the princess enters, leaving Ricardo alone to face his wife. The princess enters the study, the heavy door closing behind her with a soft thud. She stands before Ricardo, her posture respectful but determined, asking for permission to explain her earlier cryptic statements. She reveals the true mastermind behind the assassination attempts, her cousin, Marguerite. She clarifies that her defense of Etta was not born of mere sympathy, but of strategy. She explains that because Marguerite is the one pulling the strings, the attacks will not stop. The cousin will simply find another weapon. Ricardo listens, his chin resting on his hand, absorbing the tactical implications. He realizes that the princess intends to use Etta as a double agent. By having Etta pretend to continue her mission for Marguerite, they can feed false information back to Shanavan while simultaneously probing the enemy for intelligence. He admits it is not a bad plan, though he still chides her for being soft. The princess steps closer, her voice gaining strength. She reiterates her desire to protect not just Etta, but Simone, and most importantly, Ricardo himself. She declares that she meant every word she said on the staircase. She acknowledges her physical limitations. She knows she cannot wield a sword or fight on the front lines with slender arms. However, battles are not fought with swords alone. She vows to remove the threats facing him using the influence and position she holds as his wife. This declaration strikes a chord within Ricardo. He looks at her, processing the audacity of this woman, who he could crush with one hand, vowing to protect him. A smirk plays on his lips as he stands and closes the distance between them, his towering frame overshadowing her. He corners her against the bookshelf, the dynamic shifting instantly from political to intimate. He questions her use of the title, wife, reminding her with a low, teasing voice that despite their marriage, they have never engaged in the acts that define a married couple. He looms over her, his hand tilting her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze. He points out that he hasn't even been granted a kiss yet, challenging her claim to the title of wife. The princess flushes, stamina failing her as the conversation turns physical. Ricardo's expression softens from teasing to something more genuine as he leans in. He admits internally that he only intended to tease her a little, but the proximity and her earnestness draw him in. The narrative concludes with a moment of silent intimacy. The emperor closes his eyes and presses his lips to hers, a gesture that seals their strategic alliance with romantic reality. The panel captures the tenderness of the embrace, a stark contrast to the violence and trauma that dominated the earlier hours. The volume ends on this note of union, signifying that the sacrificial princess is no longer a victim, but an active participant in the defense of her new life and her husband. The political intrigue of the palace to a ceremonial side story, chronicling the events of the debutante day, held in the wake of the young ladies' tea party. The scene opens on the threshold of high society, introducing Lady Mireille Selrat, who stands poised to make her formal entrance. Beside her stands her escort and mother, the Marchioness of Selrat, guiding her daughter toward the social spotlight. The heavy double doors part, and the announcer declares that the assembly has been waiting for Lady Mireille. She steps forward, executing a graceful curtsy that signifies her transition. From this day forward, she is recognized as a full member of high society. The panel transitions to the ballroom floor, where Mireille sweeps into a dance, her face flushed with the genuine thrill of the occasion. High above the festivities, removed from the swirl of silk and music, Emperor Ricardo and the Empress observed the scene from a secluded balcony. Ricardo, draped in his heavy fur-lined cloak with arms crossed, views the spectacle with skepticism, questioning if such an event is truly as entertaining as it appears. The Empress, watching the dancers with a soft expression, confirms that it is indeed fun. The Empress explains the source of this joy, noting that it stems from the immense effort these young women invested to reach this moment. She envisions their dreams of dresses and dance steps, acknowledging that they worked hard for this specific day of validation. Ricardo glances aside, commenting on her perpetual habit of prioritizing the feelings and perspectives of others over her own. His gaze drifts to the maid, Edda, standing silently in the background. He muses aloud that, if circumstances permit, he wishes for Edda to one day possess the chance to experience such a celebration for herself. Turning the inquiry back upon his wife, Ricardo asks if she does not harbor a desire to experience a debutante ball for herself. The question strikes a dissonant chord. The Empress's expression goes blank, her eyes widening in a moment of processed shock. She admits that in her past, the situation she lived in precluded such luxuries entirely. Ricardo acknowledges this reality, noting that he has heard the Empress never had her own coming-of-age ceremony. The narrative briefly plunges into the Empress's internal memory, touching upon the darkness of her history. She recalls days filled with such relentless abuse and neglect that she could barely discern whether she was among the living or the dead. To dream of a ball was an impossibility when survival was the only metric of success. She smiles with a melancholic contentment, asserting that simply possessing her health and safety in the present constitutes enough happiness to satisfy her. The scene transitions to a later time in the privacy of the Empress's chambers. Simone, the bespectacled head maid, presents a new directive alongside a lavish garment. She instructs the Empress to change into the dress, announcing that His Majesty intends to dine with her this evening. The Empress accepts the command, though a trace of confusion lingers in her expression as she looks at the gown. She emerges from her chambers, adorned in a gown that far exceeds the simplicity of dinner attire. Ricardo awaits her at the base of the grand staircase, his posture regal as he remarks that the look suits her well. As she descends, he reveals the true nature of the evening. This is not a mere dinner, but the Empress's personal debutante ball, held right here and now. Panic and confusion flare in the Empress's eyes. She stammers, protesting the absurdity of the situation. She argues that she is a married woman and no longer young enough for a rite intended for teenagers. She looks down at herself, questioning her qualification to wear such a dress given her age and status. Ricardo dismisses her protests with a look of feigned surprise, asking if she truly didn't know the rules. He steps closer, closing the distance between them. He explains that a debutante ceremony is not strictly bound to the age of 14 and can indeed be postponed to a later date. He leans in, his face inches from hers, and teases that despite her marriage, she remains a pure maiden, in every sense that matters to the tradition. Flustered and blushing, she tries to process this logic, stammering her agreement but still overwhelmed. He sweeps her into his arms, commanding her to enjoy this once-in-a-lifetime moment to its absolute fullest. In the vast, illuminated hall, emptied of all other spectators, the Emperor and Empress dance. Ricardo assures her that no one else is watching. This performance is for them alone. The Empress beams, finally accepting the gift, her affirmation echoing softly as they swirl across the floor. The scene ignites in a wash of blinding light and sensory overload, the world narrowing down to the singular, electric point of contact between two figures locked in an embrace. A heavy, rhythmic thumping resonates through the space, not from any external drum, but from the frantic beating of a heart pushed to its absolute limit. Strands of dark hair mingle with light tresses as the Emperor, Ricardo, presses his advantage, his presence overwhelming the senses of the woman in his arms. She trembles, her mind struggling to process the sheer intensity of the moment, the realization that they are kissing crashing into her consciousness with the force of a physical blow. The air around them shimmers with the ethereal glow of a romantic climax, the background fading into nothingness as the sound of her pulse drowns out all rational thought. Slowly, the distance between them grows, though the magnetic pull remains palpable. Ricardo pulls back, his dark eyes obscured by the angle, leaving his expression unreadable, while she remains breathless, her face flushed a deep, burning crimson. Her eyes are wide, glassy with the aftershocks of the intimacy, a bead of sweat tracing the curve of her cheek. She gasps for air, her chest heaving, the few of her exhale marking the end of the contact but not the end of the tension. She looks up at him, her vision slightly blurred, the soft focus of the world reflecting her dazed state. She wonders silently if the ordeal, or the bliss, is finally over, her hand instinctively reaching up to touch her neck where the heat of his skin seems to linger. A small, satisfied smile touches Ricardo's lips, a subtle curve that suggests he is entirely pleased with the effect he has had on her. Meanwhile, In the harsh, structured reality of the corridor outside, the atmosphere is decidedly less romantic. A stern maid, her hair pulled back in a severe bun and spectacles perched sharply on her nose, stands before the heavy double doors. She raps her knuckles against the wood, the knock-knock echoing with precise, impatient rhythm. She waits, her brow furrowing slightly as silence answers her. She checks her mental schedule, noting with a tick of annoyance that the emperor should be in his office at this hour, attending to the affairs of state rather than sequestering himself away. The inconsistency bothers her, a disruption to the orderly flow of the palace that she so dutifully maintains. Deciding that duty outweighs privacy, she announces her presence with a firm, "Excuse me," her hand gripping the ornate handle. The mechanism turns easily, the door is unlocked, a breach of security, or perhaps an invitation, that she notes with a sharp intake of breath as she pushes the heavy wood inward. The maid steps across the threshold, her eyes adjusting to the room's interior, but her professional composure fractures the moment she beholds the scene before her. The words die in her throat, replaced by a stunned silence. Ricardo stands tall and imposing, his dark uniform stark against the room's light, but he is not working. Instead, he holds the young woman, Russia, tightly against his chest, her form nearly swallowed by his broad frame. The maid, attempting to salvage her dignity and deliver her message, stammers that her business concerns Edda, but her gaze is glued to the scandalous proximity of the monarch and his companion. Russia, realizing they have been walked in on, lets out a muffled sound of distress, burying her face into the emperor's chest to hide her burning shame. Ricardo reacts with a calm, almost nonchalant, "Whoa," shifting his weight to accommodate the flustered woman in his arms. Russia creates a small clatter as she tries to shrink away, her body rigid with embarrassment. The maid stands frozen in the background, a statue of propriety witnessing a breach of protocol. But Ricardo does not release his prize. Instead, he looks down at Russia, who is practically trembling, and his expression shifts into a predatory, teasing grin. He observes her panic, noting how she seems to be at her limit already, despite the fact that, in his view, the real show is only just beginning. His eyes narrow with amusement, enjoying the way she unravels under his attention. With a fluid, effortless motion, he sweeps her off her feet, lifting her high into a princess carry. Russia's eyes widen in sheer terror, her hands flying up to grasp his shoulders for stability. She stammers, questioning the meaning of the real show, her voice pitching up with anxiety. Ricardo ignores her protests, his stride confident and purposeful as he turns toward the exit. She tries to reason with him, reminding him that there are eyes everywhere, that people are watching this flagrant display of affection, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. She calls out his name, Ricardo, a desperate attempt to bring him back to his senses, but he merely tightens his hold, securing her against him as he prepares to parade her through the palace. They emerge into the hallway, and the reaction is instantaneous. The stern maid flinches, stepping back to avoid the imposing figure of the emperor. Further down the corridor, other servants freeze in their tracks. A maid with a feather duster gapes, her jaw going slack, while another stares with wide, disbelief-filled eyes. The cold-blooded emperor, the man known for his icy demeanor and ruthless efficiency, is carrying a woman in his arms like a scene from a fairy tale. The cognitive dissonance sends shockwaves through the staff. Whispers erupt in their minds if not their mouths, questioning if their eyes deceive them. Ricardo pays them no mind, his gaze fixed forward, his cape swaying with the rhythm of his long strides, while Russia hides her face, wishing the floor would open up and swallow her whole. He carries her into a private chamber, the heavy doors closing behind them to shut out the prying eyes of the court. He lowers her onto the soft mattress of a large, canopy bed. Russia lands with a soft bounce, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs that rivals the earlier moment. She looks up at him, breathless and terrified, her mind racing with possibilities of what might happen next. She wonders who could possibly know what is happening, the uncertainty amplifying her fear. Ricardo looms over her, his silhouette dominating her field of vision. He places a hand on the mattress beside her head, trapping her, and leans in close. The air between them thickens, charged with a dangerous, electric tension. He gazes at her with lidded eyes, his voice dropping to a low, husky timbre as he teases her, asking if perhaps she expects things to proceed just like this. Russia pushes herself back against the pillows, shaking her head violently. She stammers a denial, her face burning. She shouts that she absolutely does not expect or want that, her innocence radiating off her in waves. Ricardo pauses, his expression shifting from predatory to amused. He tilts his head, asking if her denial implies that she actually wanted him to do something. The question catches her off guard, flustering her further. She demands to know what he means by that, her defensive walls crumbling under his teasing assault. Ricardo chuckles, a genuine, rich sound, telling her that she truly never fails to amuse him. He finds her reactions delightful, a refreshing contrast to the intrigue and artifice of the court. The atmosphere softens instantly. The predatory edge vanishes from his demeanor, replaced by a tenderness that is arguably more dangerous to her heart. He leans down, not to ravish her, but to press a soft, lingering kiss against her cheek or perhaps her forehead. The gesture is intimate, possessive, yet respectful. He pulls back, his eyes warm, and admits that he would indeed like to continue this interlude, but duty calls. He states that he must return to work, the responsibilities of the empire pulling him away from the sanctuary of the bedroom. He straightens up, adjusting his uniform, and turns to leave. The door clicks shut behind him, the sound final and echoing in the sudden silence of the room. Russia is left alone on the huge bed, her legs curled beneath her. She brings her hands to her face, covering her mouth as a wave of emotions washes over her. It was over before she could even process the reality of it. Her mind drifts back, casting a line through time to a past life, to the era before time rewound. She recalls sharing a bed with Lord Ricardo in that previous timeline, but the memory is distinct from this reality. In this moment, the intensity was overwhelming. She realizes with a jolt that she didn't know a kiss could be that powerful, that it could shatter her composure so completely. She lets out a small, high-pitched squeak of embarrassment, kicking her legs slightly as the memory of his lips replays on a loop. Her solitude is short-lived. The door handle turns with a sharp clack, and the stern, bespectacled maid from earlier steps into the room. Russia jumps, her body convulsing in a startled reaction, a loud, "Hiya!" escaping her lips as she scrambles to compose herself. She sits up straight, trying to look dignified despite her disheveled state. The maid bows formally, addressing her as, "Your Majesty the Empress," a title that still seems to hang heavy in the air. Russia stammers, asking what is the matter, trying to shift gears from the romantic lead back to the capable ruler. The maid adjusts her glasses, her gaze shifting to the door where Ricardo exited. She observes that since His Majesty left so quickly, it appears that matters did not progress any further for the time being. The comment is dry, factual, but Russia flushes, understanding the implication. The maid then pivots the conversation back to the original topic that was interrupted. It's about Edda. Russia blinks, the name cutting through the romantic fog clouding her brain. She realizes with a jolt of guilt that she had completely forgotten about Edda. The maid confirms that Edda is waiting in another room. Russia feels a pang of shame. She had been so wrapped up in Ricardo's presence, so consumed by his touch and his teasing, that the urgent matter of her companion had completely slipped her mind. She brings her hands to her cheeks, horrified at her own distraction. The maid, observing her distress, asks if they should put that plan into action. The question hangs in the air, heavy with conspiracy and purpose. Russia's demeanor shifts. The blushing maiden fades, replaced by a look of steely resolve. She nods firmly, giving the command to proceed. The maid bows, accepting the order. Russia clenches her hands into fists, squeezing tightly as she steels herself for what is to come. She asks the maid if she has thought about what they discussed. The maid, whose stern facade begins to crack, looks down. Russia presses on, revealing that she has an idea. Russia looks at the maid with a gentle but firm expression. She acknowledges that the maid is likely still scared, terrified even, of the risks they are taking. But Russia makes a solemn vow. She promises, with every fiber of her being, that she will protect the maid and her family. She swears to use everything she has, her power, her position, her wit, to ensure their safety. The maid stares at her, tears welling up in her eyes behind the lenses of her glasses. The assurance from her empress breaks the dam of her professional restraint. Tears stream down her cheeks as she sobs a grateful yes, bowing her head in submission and relief. The bond between them solidifies, forged in mutual risk and trust. The narrative shifts abruptly, leaping across vast distances to the kingdom of Shanavan. The visual language changes from the soft sparkles of the palace bedroom to the stark, sun-drenched exterior of a different royal estate. Here, rumors travel faster than the wind. A blonde woman, Princess Marguerite, sits in a lavishly decorated room, fanning herself with an ornate black folding fan. She is dressed in a gown of dark lace and roses, her hair styled in elaborate twin tails adorned with flowers. She listens with a smirk as a servant reports the latest gossip spreading among the commoners. Russia has fallen down the stairs and sustained a serious injury. Marguerite's eyes gleam with malice. She confirms the rumor with her spy's report, noting that the injury seems certain. She snaps her fan shut, a sharp sound that punctuates her satisfaction. She muses aloud that she will have to praise the little kitten, her spy, for doing her job so properly. She dismisses the servant with a wave of her hand, her arrogance radiating from every pore. Alone now, Marguerite rises from her seat, her movements languid and predatory. She complains to the empty room about the bespectacled woman, the maid, who has been a thorn in her side, preventing things from going her way since her arrival. But now, with the news of Russia's injury, she sees an opening. She decides that since the opportunity has presented itself, she will pay a visit to the kitten's mommy and daddy. She refers to Russia's parents with mocking sweetness. She craves entertainment, something to lift her spirits, and the prospect of tormenting Russia's family seems to be just the thing she desires. She navigates the corridors of the Shanovin Palace, the heavy fabric of her dress swishing against the floor. She approaches a set of large doors, but pauses as the sound of raised voices reaches her ears. It is her father, the king, and the minister. Marguerite hesitates, her hand hovering over the door handle. She wonders what could be happening to cause such a commotion. Inside the room, the atmosphere is tense, thick with regret and desperation. The king, a heavy-set man with a beard, sits slumped at his desk, his face buried in his hand. The minister stands before him, arguing passionately. They are discussing the harvest, which has been disastrously poor. The minister attributes this failure directly to the absence of Princess Russia. He argues that the land is suffering because she is gone, married off to the empire. The king laments that it couldn't be helped, that he had no choice. But the minister pushes back, reminding the king that he had warned him against sending her away. Marguerite listens from the other side of the door, her expression shifting from curiosity to shock. She hears the minister describe the effects of Russia's absence as pronounced, far more than anyone had imagined. The king is distraught. The minister slams his hands onto the desk, shouting that they must retrieve Princess Russia, even if it means paying reparations. He insists it is not too late. The king, however, is paralyzed by fear. He recalls the terrifying presence of the emperor, the condition for sparing his life being the surrender of a princess to be his consort. He trembles at the memory of the cold-blooded ruler demanding her return. Then, the minister proposes a solution, a way out of their predicament that sends a chill down Marguerite's spine. He points out that Marguerite is also a Shanovin princess. He suggests, with brutal pragmatism, that they offer Marguerite to the emperor in exchange for Russia. He proposes a swap. Marguerite goes to the empire, and Russia returns to save their country's harvest. Marguerite stands frozen in the hallway, the blood draining from her face. Her eyes go wide, the pupils shrinking to pinpricks. She processes the words slowly, horror dawning on her. They are discussing trading her like livestock. They want to hand her over to the man she fears, the cold-blooded emperor, just to get Russia back. She leans against the doorframe, her legs trembling. The realization hits her with devastating force. She is considered the spare, the expendable one. Russia is the one the kingdom needs. Russia is the one her father needs. Marguerite is merely currency to be spent to retrieve the valuable asset. She trembles, her hand gripping the fabric of her dress until her knuckles turn white. The humiliation burns hotter than the fear. She whispers to herself, asking how it is possible that they need Russia more than her. The blow to her ego is catastrophic. She grits her teeth, her shock morphing into a seething, cold rage. She pushes herself away from the door, the sound of her heels clicking sharply against the floor as she retreats. I won't forgive this, she vows, her face twisting into a mask of pure hatred. She vows to dig up every last secret, every hidden thing that is going on. If they think she will go quietly to her doom while Russia returns to glory, they are sorely mistaken. She walks away, the darkness of her silhouette promising retribution, leaving the king and minister unaware that their desperation has just birthed a dangerous enemy within their own walls. The atmosphere in the lavishly decorated chamber was thick with malevolent tension, shattered only by the violent impact of a hand striking a surface. A woman of high status, her face twisted into a mask of pure fury, stood amidst the opulent furnishings, her breathing ragged and heavy. She radiated a terrifying aura of entitlement and rage, her posture rigid as she directed her wrath toward a trembling man standing before her. The man, dressed in the robes of a minister or high official, bowed his head deeply, his body language screaming submission and fear as he offered a stammered apology for his perceived failures. Marguerite, the source of this explosive anger, did not accept the apology with grace. Instead, she lashed out, her voice dripping with venom as she accused the man of incompetence. She stood framed by high windows and elegant drapery, yet her demeanor was anything but noble. She screamed that he was useless, her words cutting through the air like a whip. Her frustration stemmed from a specific lack of information, a gap in her knowledge that she found intolerable. She reminded him that he was reputedly the most experienced individual available, yet he stood before her claiming ignorance, a contradiction that fueled her fiery temper. The man, sweating and terrified, tried to explain himself, but Marguerite plowed over his excuses. She shifted the blame for a poor harvest directly onto the absence of Princess Russia, using the political situation as a weapon to vent her personal grievances. However, her true fixation was not on agriculture, but on a secret conversation she had failed to decipher. She expressed her immense irritation that she could not figure out the meaning of her father's words from a few days prior, her ambition chafing against the limits of her understanding. When the minister attempted to ask for clarification, she recounted how her father had feigned ignorance when pressed, playing dumb to deny her the power she sought. The subordinate, desperate to appease her, stammered that he truly knew nothing, his stutter betraying his absolute terror. Marguerite, however, was consumed by envy and a sense of injustice. She questioned why the responsibility and knowledge were not hers, lamenting her position while projecting her hatred onto that woman, presumably her rival, the Empress. She slammed her hands down, the physical manifestation of her psychological unraveling, and demanded to know what was going on, her entitlement screaming that she deserved to be the center of power. Pushed to the brink by her threats of violence, specifically the threat to have his head removed right there in the drawing room, the terrified official finally cracked. He revealed the nature of the information she sought. He explained that the matter was classified as top secret, a truth guarded so closely that it was known only to a select few within the highest echelons of the temple and even the royal family itself. Marguerite's eyes widened as the exclusivity of the secret became clear, her mind immediately racing to find a weak point she could exploit. She demanded a name, a person who held this forbidden knowledge. The official, trembling, offered a lead. He mentioned a woman who had served not merely as a wet nurse, but as a guardian who had remained steadfastly by Princess Russia's side. Marguerite's memory sparked at the description. She recalled the woman, referring to her disparagingly as an old crone, and her sister's wet nurse. The official clarified the woman's role, noting she was more of a protective figure than a simple servant. A cruel, calculating smile spread across Marguerite's face as the pieces fell into place. If this old woman possessed the secret, Marguerite reasoned, then the path to victory was simple. She declared that she would spare the official's life as a reward for this information, her mood shifting from explosive rage to icy, predatory focus. She ordered him to leave, her mind already moving to the next phase of her scheme. As the man fled, grateful to escape with his life, Marguerite began to plot. She reasoned that if the old woman knew the secret, she could easily force it out of her. She fantasized about the interrogation, deciding that if the woman refused to talk, she would simply threaten to kill her sister, a leverage she believed would be absolute. Marguerite recalled that they had shut the woman away in a remote convent, a convenient location for her to retrieve her target. She resolved to write a letter immediately to summon the woman to the royal palace, confident that her web was tightening. However, the narrative abruptly shifted as the official, perhaps recalling a crucial detail or checking his records, delivered a devastating blow to her plan. He informed her that the wet nurse had died a week ago. The news hung in the air, stifling Marguerite's triumph. They had even brought the deceased woman's belongings back, confirming the finality of the situation. Marguerite, stunned and desperate, accused the man of lying, threatening him again if he was hiding anything. But the man insisted on the truth. Marguerite collapsed back into her chair, her hand covering her face in a gesture of sheer frustration and disbelief. The lead she had finally uncovered, the key to the power she craved, had slipped through her fingers into the grave. Her expression darkened, shifting from shock to a sinister resolve. She whispered to herself that she would not let this slip away, her obsession deepening rather than dissipating in the face of failure. The scene transitioned away from the toxic machinations of Marguerite to a space of light and deceptive tranquility. In a bright, elegantly appointed bedchamber, a young woman with fair hair sat up in bed. This was Her Majesty, the Empress Russia, the target of Marguerite's malice. A maid, Etta, stood by the bedside, presenting a stack of beautifully wrapped gifts that had arrived from the young ladies of the court, well wishes for the Empress's recovery. Russia looked at the gifts with a gentle expression, but her internal thoughts revealed a layer of complexity and guilt. She addressed Marguerite in her mind, asserting that if her cousin thought she would give up, she was gravely mistaken. However, the reality of her situation was a fabrication. Russia looked down at her legs, hidden beneath the sheets, and acknowledged that she was currently pretending to be injured. This deception was a necessary countermeasure, a strategic order she was following to protect herself. Despite the necessity, she felt a pang of guilt for deceiving the well-wishers who had sent the gifts. Russia reflected on the sequence of events that led to this charade. Her cousin Marguerite, in a bid to eliminate her, had ordered the maid Etta to push the Empress down the stairs. Marguerite had manipulated Etta, utilizing her past as a young lady of Shanovan to control her. However, Russia had uncovered the plot. Instead of becoming a victim, she had intercepted the scheme. Once she learned of the assassination attempt, she had confronted Etta and joined hands with her, turning the would-be assassin into a double agent. Russia had instructed Etta to spy on Marguerite, feeding the villainous false information while protecting the Empress. The plan required Russia to feign injury, to make it appear as though Marguerite's plot had succeeded. Thus, she stayed in her room, playing the part of the invalid. She looked at Etta with kindness, asking the maid to help her choose which gift to open, reinforcing the bond between them. Etta, wearing glasses and a maid's uniform, looked at her mistress with a mixture of awe and nervousness. She confirmed that she had followed the orders perfectly. She had staged the incident to look like an accident and had pushed the Empress in a controlled manner. The official story was that the Empress had a broken leg and would be confined to her room for a while, a narrative that the court, and Marguerite, had swallowed whole. Russia nodded, pleased with the report. The arrival of the gifts was proof that the rumors of her injury had spread effectively, confirming that the plan was working. She asked Edda if she had successfully passed the message to the network, ensuring the flow of information remained under their control. Edda confirmed this, handing over a letter. She reported that they must have fooled the opposition completely, as Marguerite had even sent a letter of praise for the successful attack. Edda handed the letter to Russia, her hands trembling slightly. Russia noticed the maid's anxiety and accepted the letter calmly, telling her it was fine. Edda, however, was overcome with fear and habit. She apologized profusely, her demeanor shrinking as she reverted to the submissive behavior instilled in her by Marguerite's terror. Russia looked at her with deep empathy. She understood that the fears and habits etched into Edda's body by years of abuse would not vanish overnight. Firmly but gently, Russia corrected her. She reminded Edda that her liege was Her Majesty the Empress, not Marguerite. She instructed the maid not to attach the honorific lady to Marguerite's name, subtly empowering Edda to break the mental chains of her tormentor. Edda gasped, the realization of her new loyalty washing over her. Russia continued, her voice soft but filled with conviction. She prayed that someday Edda would break free of Marguerite's curse entirely. When Edda looked at her, teary-eyed and overwhelmed, Russia smiled radiantly and promised to help her achieve that freedom. Edda, touched to her core, flushed and agreed, finding new strength in her mistress's kindness. Russia's mind then drifted to darker, more analytical thoughts. She contemplated the previous timeline, or perhaps a potential future she had avoided. She recalled a moment where she was killed, strangled by a hooded assassin in her bed. In that terrifying memory, she realized that not only the assassin but Marguerite herself could have slipped into the room. Russia reasoned that such an intrusion shouldn't be possible without an insider from the palace opening the way. Her gaze shifted to Edda, and she wondered if, in that other reality, it had been Edda who opened the door to her murderers. The thought was chilling. It confirmed that Marguerite had an extensive network of agents within the empire, a web of spies and traitors that Russia had only begun to untangle. She realized she could not let her guard down for a moment. She wondered if there were others besides Edda, other sleepers waiting for a command to strike. The reason Marguerite tried to replace her remained unknown, a puzzle piece she had yet to find. Russia's internal monologue took a sudden, flustered turn. She thought about the consequences of her survival and her relationship with the Emperor. She realized that continuing down this path would lead to the birth of her son, Keith. The thought of the intimate act required to conceive him made her face erupt in a blush, steam practically rising from her head as she buried her face in her hands. She chided herself for thinking of such things at a time of crisis. She composed herself, returning to her strategic planning. She decided she needed to seek the truth without rushing, to peel back the layers of the conspiracy methodically. She finally had a key that led to Marguerite, Edda, and she intended to use it. She knew Marguerite would keep targeting her, perhaps even trying to usurp her place physically. She instructed Edda that when she heard from the network, she was to tell Russia everything immediately. Edda, now resolute, agreed to do so without fail. The quiet plotting was interrupted by a rhythmic knocking at the heavy double doors of the bedroom. A voice announced the approach of His Imperial Majesty. Edda panicked, not expecting the Emperor himself. Russia, caught off guard, told Edda to stay as she was. The doors opened, revealing a tall, dark-haired man in military-style imperial regalia. This was Lord Ricardo, the Emperor. Ricardo entered the room with a calm, commanding presence. He remarked that it seemed the plan was going well, referring to the deception regarding Russia's injury. Edda bowed deeply, while Russia greeted him from the bed. Ricardo mentioned that Heinrich had just reported that rumors of the Empress's injury were spreading effectively throughout the capital. His expression was serious, his eyes sharp as he discussed the political maneuvering. Russia asked him if there was something else he wished to say, sensing a purpose beyond a simple status report. Ricardo looked at her, his gaze intense. He stated that he intended to watch his cousin's, Marguerite's, next move for a while, adopting a wait-and-see approach now that the trap was set. Russia accepted this, but she sensed a lingering hesitation in him. She pressed him, asking what was truly on his mind. Ricardo looked away, a rare moment of awkwardness for the stoic ruler. He muttered that it was nothing in particular. Russia was confused, her mind racing to understand his presence. Then, with a sudden, startling honesty, Ricardo admitted the truth. He had come simply because he wanted to see her. Russia was thunderstruck. Her eyes went wide, and her cheeks flushed pink. She stammered, asking why he would want that. Ricardo, regaining his composure and perhaps enjoying her reaction slightly, turned a warm gaze upon her and asked her why she thought he came. Russia, flustered and inexperienced in matters of the heart, began to throw out tactical possibilities. She asked if he came to see if she had found new information. Ricardo denied it. She asked if he came to check if her acting was holding up. He denied that as well. Russia's mind spun. She had operated under the assumption that they would never build a proper marital relationship. She believed that surely, with Lord Ricardo, there was no intention of love between them. She had accepted a political union void of romance. But now, his presence and his words contradicted that icy assumption. She admitted aloud that she had no idea why he was there. Ricardo moved closer, sitting on the edge of the bed. He reached out, his hand gently touching her face, his fingers brushing against her cheek and hair. Russia froze, her heart pounding. She realized that while she used to think marriage was just for show, something strange was happening. When he was in front of her, despite the danger and the politics, she felt at ease. A sense of safety washed over her, confusing her logical mind but soothing her spirit. The intimacy of the moment deepened, the air charged with unspoken emotions. Russia began to realize that perhaps this ease, this connection, meant something more. Just as the realization was about to crystallize, the moment was shattered. A loud, frantic knocking hammered against the door. The door burst open, and a young man with light hair, likely Heinrich or another aide, rushed in, completely oblivious to the romantic atmosphere he was ruining. He shouted an apology for the intrusion while they were occupied. Ricardo looked annoyed, his hand pulling away from Russia's face. The aide announced urgently that person they had discussed had arrived. Russia, pulled abruptly from her romantic reverie back into the world of intrigue, looked at the aide with confusion. She repeated the phrase questioningly, "That person?" The chapter ended on this cliffhanger, leaving the identity of the new arrival a mystery, while the echo of the almost romance lingered in the air. Sunlight filters through high windows, illuminating the sharp, aristocratic features of Emperor Ricardo. He stands with a posture of casual authority, his military-style jacket pristine, addressing the young woman before him with a rare softness in his gaze. He announces that a specific individual, someone of great significance, has arrived earlier than anticipated. Lucia, the silver-haired empress, looks up at him, her eyes widening in a mixture of surprise and burgeoning hope. The speed of this arrival catches her off guard, but Ricardo, ever the man of action, immediately inquires if she wishes for the guest to be brought in without delay. Her response is instantaneous, a breathless affirmation that leaves no room for hesitation. Moments later, the atmosphere in the room shifts to one of palpable anticipation. A maid stands by the grand double doors, her hand resting on the handle, while Lucia waits, her hands clasped together, her heart likely hammering against her ribs. The rhythmic sound of knuckles rapping against wood echoes through the silence, once, twice, thrice. The command to enter is given, and the maid turns the latch with a sharp clack, swinging the heavy door inward. Lucia peers forward, her breath hitched, trying to discern the identity of the visitor standing in the threshold. An older woman steps into the room. She is clad in a simple, travel-worn coat that covers a modest dress, her hair pulled back in a severe, practical bun. Her face, etched with the lines of age and hardship, crumples the moment her eyes land on the young empress. Her hands fly to her mouth to stifle a sob, her body trembling with the weight of overwhelming emotion. Recognition floods Lucia's features. The formalities of the palace dissolve in an instant. She cries out a single, affectionate title, "Nanny," and abandons all decorum, sprinting across the polished floor. The older woman opens her arms just as Lucia crashes into her, the two locking in a desperate, tearful embrace. The reunion is raw and unfiltered. Tears stream down the older woman's face as she clutches Lucia tightly, as if terrified the girl might vanish if she lets go. She repeats the title, "Princess," through her weeping, her relief manifesting in broken sentences. Lucia buries her face in the woman's shoulder, her own composure shattered by the flood of relief. The nanny confesses that not a single day had passed since their separation where she did not think of the princess, her voice cracking with the admission that she had resigned herself to the belief that they would never meet again. The depth of their bond is laid bare in the center of the room, a testament to a connection that survived separation and despair. Ricardo observes this scene from a respectful distance, his expression unreadable but his posture relaxed. He adjusts his jacket, seemingly deciding that his presence is an intrusion on this private moment. He turns, intending to slip away and return to his duties, muttering that he will leave them to catch up. However, before he can take a step, a small hand grasps his sleeve. He pauses, looking down to see Lucia holding him back, her eyes shining with gratitude. She apologizes for the interruption, but he dismisses her concern with a wave of his hand, instructing her to take her time and enjoy the reunion. It is a quiet gesture of permission, reinforcing his support for her happiness. The group settles onto the plush sofas of the drawing room, the tension of the arrival replaced by the warmth of conversation. Lucia sits close to her nanny, her hand resting gently on the older woman's knee. She asks the question that has haunted her: where has her nanny been living all this time? The mood dips as the nanny recounts her ordeal. She reveals that by the order of Princess Marguerite, she was exiled and confined within a remote, desolate convent. The panels depict a bleak, windswept building perched on the edge of a jagged cliff, overlooking a gray, churning sea. In that isolated place, the nanny felt her spirit withering away, the solitude and hopelessness draining her vitality day by day. The narrative of her rescue shifts the tone. The nanny explains that half a month prior, a man arrived at that godforsaken convent. The flashback reveals a bespectacled figure, Ricardo's trusted aide, Heinrich, standing amidst the bleakness, bringing news that shattered the nanny's despair. He informed her that his lord wished to meet her and, more shockingly, that Princess Lucia was now that man's wife. The nanny's shock is palpable as she recalls learning that the Lord Ricardo she had heard of had actively searched for her. The realization that the emperor of the Ormung Empire extended his reach to find a servant of a vassal state simply because she was important to his wife leaves her in awe. Back in the present, the nanny looks around the room, her eyes taking in the luxury and the attentive maids. She remarks on how cherished Lucia clearly is in this foreign land. The maids in the background smile warmly, and the atmosphere is one of comfort and safety. Seeing the princess treated with such dignity and care brings a fresh wave of tears to the nanny's eyes, her happiness for Lucia overriding the trauma of her own past. Lucia confirms this, her expression softening as she speaks of Ricardo's kindness, unaware of the complex political reputation her husband holds outside these walls. She implores her nanny to stay by her side from now on, unwilling to be parted again. The nanny smiles, her demeanor shifting from that of a rescued victim to one of formal purpose. She reveals that she has already been granted a room in the royal palace, not merely as a guest, but as a shrine official. This title confuses Lucia, prompting an explanation that delves deep into the history and mythology of their homeland. The nanny straightens her posture, folding her hands in her lap, and begins to recite the ancient origins of the kingdom of Shanavan. The narration transports the listener back to a primordial time. The land where Shanavan now stands was once a harsh, barren wasteland, devoid of life and mercy. A lone man arrived in this desolation. Through sheer will and effort, he planted greenery in the dust, eventually coaxing a single beautiful flower to bloom against all odds. This act of creation did not go unnoticed. High above, a goddess was drawn to the solitary beauty of that flower. She descended from the heavens, captivated by the life that had sprung from the barren earth. In time, the mortal youth and the divine being fell in love, their union marking the genesis of the kingdom. They became Shanavan's first king and queen, their legacy woven into the very soil of the nation. This union birthed a lineage that carried a divine spark. The nanny explains that thereafter, girls born of the goddess's bloodline would occasionally bear a trace of her power. This mysterious power is known as the goddess's blessing, a tangible force that connects the royal women to the vitality of the land itself. It is the secret behind Shanavan's miraculous prosperity, the source of the lush harvests and the thriving ecosystem that defies the region's natural harshness. The nanny turns her gaze to Lucia, her expression filled with reverence. She explains that the magnitude of this blessing is revealed at the very moment of birth. She was present when Lucia entered the world, and she describes it as a dreamlike, wondrous event. The panels visualize this memory. A baby Lucia bathed in light, while outside, the cloudy skies cleared instantly. Flowers across the entire kingdom burst into bloom simultaneously, and animals gathered from the wild, drawn to the castle as if to celebrate the arrival of a higher being. The nanny's voice drops to a whisper as she asserts that Lucia possesses a radiant power unlike any she has ever seen, neither before her time nor since. She confesses that she had been terrified for Lucia's safety because in recent times, she felt that overwhelming power fading from the land. Even separated by vast distances, the nanny, as a shrine official, could sense the vitality of the earth. She felt the void left by Lucia's departure. This confirms a terrifying truth: the Empress's absence directly affects the physical state of Shanavan. Lucia listens, her face paling. The nanny confirms the grim reality. Reports from Bernold indicate that Shanavan has suffered rare, devastating poor harvests in recent years. Without the physical presence of the miracle, the land is reverting to its natural, barren state. The kingdom is starving. Ricardo, listening intently from his seat, interjects with a logical query. He asks if there are not other bearers of the miracle, other princesses who could sustain the land. The nanny shakes her head sadly. She explains that Lucia was simply too exceptional. Even if all the other princesses combined their power, they would not reach half of Lucia's potential. The astounding prosperity Shanavan enjoyed for years was entirely sustained by Lucia alone. The revelation shatters Lucia. She stares at her hands, horror dawning in her eyes. She had no idea that her escape, her marriage, and her survival came at the cost of her people's starvation. The guilt crashes over her. She feels responsible for abandoning innocent people to famine. Tears well up again, but this time they are tears of despair. She trembles, caught between her terror of her stepmother, Marguerite, and her duty to the common folk who are suffering in her absence. Ricardo observes her distress and intervenes immediately. His voice cuts through the panic, firm and commanding. He reminds her that Shanavan is now a vassal state of the Ormung Empire. The problem, he asserts, is simple. He declares that Ormung will not hold back support. If the realm prospers because the Empress is present here in Ormung, then they will simply take the surplus generated by her blessing and redirect it to Shanavan as aid. He reframes the mystical crisis as a logistical supply chain issue, solving it with the pragmatic efficiency of a ruler. He turns to Heinrich, who has been standing by, and issues rapid-fire orders. He demands that the shrine official, the nanny, compile a report on the key points of the bloodline and the tracking of the miracle. He orders immediate notification to be sent out, mobilizing the Empire's resources to counter the famine. Heinrich bows, accepting the commands with disciplined efficiency. The nanny watches this exchange, a small smile playing on her lips. She observes the dynamic between the terrifying emperor and her beloved princess. She thinks to herself that the rumors calling Ricardo the cold-hearted emperor are utter lies. She sees clearly that he retrieved her from that convent not for political gain, but solely to make Lucia happy. He cares for a distant, starving vassal state because it matters to his wife. Lucia, buoyed by Ricardo's solution and his decisiveness, beams at him. She clasps her hands together and cheerfully declares that she just thought Lord Ricardo is as kind as ever. The compliment lands like a physical blow on the emperor. Ricardo flinches, his composure cracking. He looks away, a dark flush covering his face, clearly embarrassed by the direct praise. In the background, Heinrich reacts with comedic horror. He stammers, sweating profusely, repeating the word, kind, with disbelief. The idea of the ruthless emperor being described as kind breaks his brain. Ricardo, catching Heinrich's reaction, narrows his eyes. A dark aura radiates from him as he turns on his aide, asking menacingly if he should be kind to Heinrich as well. Heinrich panics, waving his hands frantically, screaming, "No thank you," as Ricardo begins to jokingly, or perhaps half-seriously, strangle him in the background. The scene dissolves into a mix of warmth and comedy. Ricardo grumbles that he needs no such consideration, trying to maintain his tough exterior while Heinrich suffers the consequences of witnessing his master's softness. Lucia smiles, oblivious to the violence, simply happy. The chapter closes with Lucia thanking Ricardo again for bringing her nanny to her. Ricardo, releasing his grip on his aide, turns away with a huff, claiming he only did it because he wanted to understand the mechanism of the miracle. But the truth is evident to everyone in the room. The cold emperor has melted for the sake of his bride. Detailed analysis of key scenes and visuals. The lore of the flower and the goddess. The visualization of the nanny's story is crucial. The panels depicting the ancient past are rendered in a different, more ethereal style. The barren wasteland is shown with jagged, scratchy lines, emphasizing the hostility of the environment. This single beautiful flower stands in stark contrast, drawn with delicate, soft curves and emanating a glowing aura. The descent of the goddess is depicted as a silhouette of light falling from the heavens, her form merging with the mortal realm. The mysterious power is visualized not as sparkles, but as a flow of energy, like wind or water, connecting the women of the bloodline to the earth. This visual language establishes that magic in this world is tied to nature and vitality, not just abstract spells. The nanny's transformation. When the nanny first enters, she is drawn with heavy shading under her eyes and a hunched posture, representing the weight of her confinement. As the chapter progresses and she is reunited with Lucia, the lines on her face seem to soften. By the time she assumes the role of shrine official, to explain the lore, her posture straightens, and her eyes regain a sharp, knowledgeable glint. She transitions from a victim to a wise elder, reclaiming her dignity through her connection to Lucia and her sacred duty. Ricardo's subtle emotions. Throughout the chapter, Ricardo's affection is conveyed almost entirely through small, kinetic actions. He does not say, "I missed you," or "I love you." Instead, he searches for a lost servant in a remote convent. He prepares a room in the palace. When Lucia cries, he looks away to give her privacy but stays within reach. When she grabs his sleeve, he halts instantly. His kindness is active, not verbal. The final gag with Heinrich serves to highlight this. He is so uncomfortable with being verbally acknowledged as kind that he resorts to cartoonish violence to restore the status quo of his fearsome reputation. The weight of the miracle, the flashback to Lucia's birth, is depicted with overwhelming brightness. The panels are flooded with white light, washing out the details of the room to focus on the sensation of divine power. The reaction of the animals, birds, deer, and smaller creatures gathering at the window is drawn with a sense of peaceful congregation, reinforcing the idea that Lucia is a beloved child of nature. This contrasts sharply with the descriptions of the current famine, where the land is withering. The visual dichotomy between the blooming past and the starving present anchors the stakes of the story. Lucia is not just a political figure, she is a biological necessity for her homeland's survival. The political pivot, the moment Ricardo solves the famine issue, is a masterclass in characterization. He does not offer magic, he offers logistics. The panel shows him raising a hand, fingers slightly curled, a gesture of control. He treats the goddess's blessing as an asset to be managed. If the asset, Lucia, is moved to Ormung, the output, prosperity/food, is generated in Ormung. Therefore, the solution is trade and aid. It is a secular, imperial solution to a mystical problem, showcasing why he is a successful emperor. He adapts reality to fit his needs. The reunion's physicality, the hug between Lucia and the nanny, is the emotional anchor. Lucia is drawn burying her face deep into the nanny's chest, her fingers gripping the fabric of the coat tightly. The nanny wraps her arms around Lucia's head and back, a protective gesture she likely used when Lucia was a child. The art focuses on the contact points, the hands, the embrace, the tears hitting the fabric. This tactile focus grounds the high fantasy elements in human emotion. Heinrich's role. Heinrich acts as the audience surrogate for the absurdity of Ricardo's, Sundra, nature. He is professional when delivering reports or rescuing the nanny, looking sharp and competent. But in the presence of Ricardo's romantic embarrassment, Heinrich dissolves into a comic relief character. His terror is exaggerated, eyes popping, sweat flying, to contrast with the shoujo sparkles surrounding Lucia's innocent compliments. This duality maintains the manga's balance between serious political drama and light-hearted romance. The narrative concludes with the camera pulling back, showing the group in the large room. The nanny is seated, composed. Lucia is radiant, her guilt assuaged. Ricardo is flustered, hiding his face. And Heinrich is recovering from his punishment. It is a tableau of a new, strange family unit forming, bound together by the extraordinary power of the silver-haired empress and the awkward, terrifying kindness of the emperor. Heavy boots thunder against the polished floors of the imperial palace, the sharp, rhythmic impact echoing through the grand corridors as a messenger sprints with desperate urgency. The heavy wooden doors to the emperor's study fly open, the sudden intrusion shattering the quiet atmosphere where Emperor Ricardo sits behind his massive, paper-laden desk. Ricardo, his dark hair framing a face of stoic authority, barely looks up from his documents as he acknowledges the interruption, demanding the nature of the disturbance. The breathless messenger, a young man with a look of panic etched onto his features, reports an immediate crisis. Princess Marguerite has arrived at the palace, crossing the border without authorization, lacking the necessary entry permits required for a foreign royal, and is already demanding an immediate audience. Ricardo's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he processes the audacity of the intrusion. He questions the competence of his border security, specifically demanding an explanation regarding Bernault, the official tasked with watching the border. The messenger hesitates, stammering that the situation involves a failure of intelligence and maneuvering. The narrative shifts backward in time to explain the lapse, revealing a chaotic scene from a week prior outside the guest chambers. Servants stand nervously in the hallway as shouts erupt from behind the closed doors, the staff whispering about yet another tantrum from Her Highness Marguerite, who has reportedly shut herself in her room in a fit of rage. Heinrich, the emperor's bespectacled and sharp-witted aide, observes the scene with growing suspicion, noting the strangeness of the situation. Day after day, the shouting continues, yet no one has physically seen the princess, only hearing her voice berating the staff from behind the heavy wood. Heinrich, his patience wearing thin and his instincts flaring, approaches the door, realizing that while he hears the voice, he has not glimpsed her silhouette even once. He pushes past the hesitating maids and throws the door open, demanding an explanation. Inside, he finds not the princess, but a terrified maid standing alone, mimicking Marguerite's voice to maintain the ruse. Heinrich realizes with a jolt that Bernault was completely outmaneuvered. The voice was an impostor's, serving as a decoy while the real Princess Marguerite slipped across the border and traveled deep into the empire undetected. Returning to the present, Ricardo absorbs the report that Marguerite arrived long before the news reached the capital. He sits in his study, his fingers steepled, analyzing the anomaly of a princess slipping out of her country and traveling such a distance in such a short time without support. Heinrich, having recovered from the deception, suggests she must have a backer operating behind the scenes, perhaps a noble trader within their own borders. Ricardo's demeanor turns cold and decisive. He orders an immediate investigation to identify who is funding and aiding her, while simultaneously commanding that the uninvited royal be sent back, declaring that an uninvited royal is no guest of the empire. However, the situation complicates as the narrative pivots to Russia, the Empress, who stands nearby, her face pale with dread. She clutches her chest, sensing the terror her cousin Marguerite instills in her, fully aware that the princess has come specifically to target her. Russia intervenes, pleading with Ricardo to wait. She reveals that her cousin back in her homeland is a threat the Empress is wary of, and that shutting her out now might be dangerous. Ricardo looks at his wife, his expression softening slightly as he listens to her request to receive Marguerite as a formal guest despite the intrusion. Russia bows her head, apologizing for the sudden imposition, but insists it is necessary. Ricardo, ever the strategist, counters her fear with a calculated perspective, suggesting that this visit, while annoying, presents an opportunity. Russia looks up, confused, as Ricardo admits he never wants to see Marguerite again if possible, but he questions who feared the visit in the first place. Russia explains the deeper stakes. A few days ago, her maid Edda received a clandestine letter from Marguerite stating she was already in the Empire and demanding help to approach Russia. Russia interprets this bold move as a sign that Marguerite's surveillance network in their home kingdom of Shanavan has loosened, providing a brief window of opportunity. Russia outlines her counter-strategy. Edda's parents are currently under constant watch within Shanavan, making their escape impossible under normal circumstances. However, with Marguerite physically present in the Empire, the direct oversight on the parents might delay any retaliatory orders reaching them. Russia plans to keep Marguerite occupied at the palace, buying precious time for her allies to help Edda's parents defect to the Empire before the princess realizes what is happening. Ricardo listens, his hand resting on his chin as he grasps the full scope of the plan, acknowledging the logic behind stalling the princess. He gives his consent, ordering Russia to proceed with the deception, to which she agrees with a determined, albeit nervous, nod. The scene shifts to the state guest suite, a room of lavish decor where Russia sits, her leg heavily casted from a previous injury, waiting for the encounter. She had prepared herself to face her cousin alone, steeling her nerves, but is startled when Ricardo enters the room and takes a seat on the adjacent sofa, crossing his legs with regal indifference. Russia hadn't expected him to attend, assuming he would avoid the woman he detests, but his presence offers a silent, formidable fortification against the coming storm. The doors open, and Princess Marguerite makes her grand entrance, flanked by maids, her blonde twin tails bouncing as she steps in with an air of arrogant delight. She immediately notices Ricardo, her eyes widening in surprise, interpreting his presence as a sign that he is conducting reconnaissance on the enemy. Ricardo, not bothering to mask his disdain, coldly remarks that he doesn't recall inviting her, his gaze piercing. Marguerite, unfazed and masking her irritation with a fan, feigns politeness, commenting on the reception despite the short notice. Her eyes drift to Russia, and her tone drips with faux concern as she notes the injury to Russia's leg, asking how she is feeling. Russia, sitting on the sofa with her crutches resting nearby, maintains her composure, replying that while it still hurts, she is fine. Marguerite, her face hidden behind her lace fan, probes further, sneering slightly as she asks if Russia truly thought she came all this way just to offer regards. Marguerite drops the pleasantries, stating she felt an urgent need to tell Sister Russia something in person. Ricardo watches the exchange silently, his presence looming over the conversation as he demands Marguerite state her business. Marguerite lowers her fan, a cruel smile playing on her lips, and delivers a calculated lie. She claims that Russia's nanny passed away recently. The words hang in the air, designed to shatter Russia's composure. Russia's mind races. She knows this is false because she saw her nanny recently, and the woman had faked her death precisely to escape the kingdom. Russia realizes instantly that this is a trap. Marguerite is testing her, trying to gauge the truth of the nanny's status based on Russia's emotional reaction. If Russia reacts with confusion or denial, she exposes the secret that the nanny is alive, endangering the woman's life. Panic grips Russia. She realizes she must act the part of the grieving charge. She covers her face with her hands, trembling, forcing herself to display the shock and sorrow Marguerite expects. Internally she screams, terrified that her acting skills won't be enough to fool her cousin's sharp, malicious eyes. Her heart thumps loudly in her chest as she weeps, feigning devastation. Marguerite watches with predatory satisfaction, offering hollow words of comfort, promising to console her poor sister. Before Marguerite can close the distance and further torment her, Ricardo intervenes. He rises from his seat, his voice cutting through the tension as he declares that Marguerite's comfort won't be necessary. He steps between the two women, shielding Russia with his body. He looks down at Russia, who is still trembling, and commands her to stop crying. He reaches down, his expression shifting from cold authority to a performative, protective warmth. He tells Russia to put her arms around his neck. Russia, confused and flustered, stammers, but Ricardo doesn't wait. He sweeps her up into his arms, carrying her effortlessly in a bridal hold. He turns to the stunned Marguerite, explaining with cool dismissal that Russia is already injured and the shock of the news was simply too much for his wife to bear. He states that he will not allow her to be strained further. With Russia securely in his arms, he announces they are excusing themselves for the day, leaving Marguerite standing in the middle of the room, her fan frozen in midair. As he walks toward the door, Ricardo glances at Heinrich, who is standing by the entrance. He orders his aide to entertain the princess in their stead. Heinrich's face falls, and he mentally screams, complaining about being casually dumped with such a high-difficulty task, but outwardly he bows and accepts the order. The heavy doors close behind Ricardo and Russia, leaving the chaos behind. In the quiet safety of the palace hallway, sunlight streams through the tall windows, illuminating the couple. Russia, still held aloft in Ricardo's arms, looks up at him, her cheeks flushed. She realizes this is the third time he has carried her like this. She reaches out hesitantly, her fingers grazing his cheek, asking if there is something on her face because he seems to be looking at her intently. Ricardo looks down, his expression softer than before. He reveals that earlier, in the heat of the moment, she called him by his name for the first time. Russia blinks, surprised. She stammers a denial, flustered, but Ricardo interrupts her, a genuine, rare smile breaking his usual stoic mask. He tells her simply that he was happy she used his name. The admission hangs in the air, shifting the dynamic between them from purely political allies to something more intimate. A maid passing by in the corridor spots the emperor carrying the empress and blushing, and she scurries away, seemingly amused by the romantic scene. Russia, realizing the public display, hides her face in his shoulder, whispering a shy affirmation as he continues to carry her down the hall. Back in the guest room, the atmosphere is far less romantic. Heinrich, sweating nervously, smiles politely at the fuming Princess Marguerite. He excuses himself, claiming he needs to prepare her room immediately, effectively fleeing the scene to escape her terrifying presence. He mutters to himself that the plan was just to stall her, so preparing a room counts as a valid stalling tactic. He executes a hasty retreat, leaving Marguerite alone with her tea. Marguerite sits in the opulent silence of the Ormung Imperial Palace, sipping her tea with a contemplative expression. She admits to herself that the palace is far more refined than she expected. Her thoughts drift from the decor to the people she just encountered. She acknowledges that Russia does seem truly injured, confirming the intelligence report from Edda. However, her focus shifts away from her cousin. Her mind lingers on that man, Emperor Ricardo. She recalls his face, noting that contrary to the rumors, he was strikingly beautiful. She reflects on his behavior. He was not friendly, certainly, but that lack of flattery gave him an air of nobility that she finds intriguing. A blush touches her cheeks as she touches her lips, her initial plan of simply prying information out of Russia dissolving. A dangerous, possessive light enters her eyes. She realizes she has found something much more interesting than mere information. The target of her ambition has shifted. She came for secrets, but now she desires the emperor himself. The porcelain teacup clatters softly against its saucer, the sharp sound punctuating the tense silence of the garden parlor. Princess Marguerite, her nails painted a deep, blood red, lifts the cup with practiced elegance, her eyes narrowing as she directs a question toward her cousin, Empress Russia. She inquires if Russia's leg still hurts, her voice dripping with a saccharine sweetness that barely masks the underlying malice. Russia, seated across from her, maintains a guarded expression, admitting that the injury still aches a little, playing the part of the recovering victim. Marguerite offers hollow sympathy, urging Russia not to hesitate to ask for anything, reinforcing the facade of a caring relative. Marguerite leans forward, a smile curving her lips that does not reach her eyes, and reminds Russia that they are family after all. Russia thanks her, but internally she questions the woman's motives, unable to reconcile the smiling face before her with the cousin who once tormented her. Russia reflects on her decision to accept this invitation, acknowledging that she could not ignore a summons from a state guest, yet the sheer audacity of Marguerite's smile chills her. Simone, the head maid standing stoically behind Russia, senses the escalating tension and intervenes. She announces that she must excuse herself, citing that Her Majesty has another engagement scheduled shortly, a calculated lie to extricate Russia from the suffocating interaction. As Simone retreats, the atmosphere in the gazebo shifts instantly. Marguerite's smile sharpens into a smirk of predatory amusement. She drops the pretense of concern, asking bluntly if it is true that Russia managed to injure herself just to gain sympathy. Russia attempts to deflect, but Marguerite cuts her off, praising the scheme as something well done. Marguerite leans back, crossing her arms, and condescendingly calls Russia a clever little kitten, suggesting that such manipulative tactics belong in the shadows where they thrive. Russia remains silent, refusing to rise to the bait, while Marguerite pivots the conversation to a new subject. His Imperial Majesty, Ricardo. Marguerite admits that her perception of the emperor has shifted. She confesses that she previously viewed him as a devil of a man, a cruel and inhumane ruler who saw women only as tools for breeding heirs. However, she recounts witnessing him the other day, carrying Russia with a gentleness that contradicted the rumors. She notes with a twisted fascination how he seemed to admire Russia's glossy hair, how he refused to strain her further, and how he claimed the shock was too much for his wife. The maid standing nearby confirms this observation, adding that lately, the emperor and empress have been taking meals together more often and that Ricardo visits frequently between duties to check on her. The narrative perspective shifts briefly to reveal Marguerite's internal machinations. In a private moment with her own maid, Edda, Marguerite reveals her true ambition. She regrets acting too soon in the past but now sees an opportunity. The cold-blooded emperor has revealed himself to be a man capable of affection, and Marguerite decides she wants him for herself. She declares with chilling confidence that she will make Lord Ricardo her husband. When Edda stammers that Ricardo already has Lady Russia, Marguerite laughs off the concern, asserting that men change their hearts all the time. She insinuates that kings always have mistresses or concubines, and questions if Edda implies she lacks the charm to turn Ricardo's head. Returning to the garden tea party, Marguerite launches a direct psychological attack. She stares intently at Russia and asks if the empress is pregnant. Russia denies it, flustered, but Marguerite presses on, her voice dropping to a whisper. She states that even if there were an heir, it would be meaningless if the consort herself were not alive. With a terrifyingly casual demeanor, she reminds her little kitten that people can die at any time, urging her to be thorough in her safety. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a verbal dagger wrapped in a warning. Later, in the safety of her chambers, Russia exhales, the tension draining from her body. She thanks Simone for stepping in, acknowledging that she needed an escape from Marguerite's suffocating presence. Simone, ever the professional, remarks that most insects and animals do not bother her, implying she can handle pests like the princess. However, the moment is interrupted by a rustling sound. A small squirrel appears on the balcony. Simone, usually composed, freezes in terror. In a flash of kinetic motion, she strikes out with her bare hand to ward off the creature, terrified. A flashback reveals that at age 7, Simone was bitten by a squirrel, an event that etched a deep-seated fear into her memory. She admits that squirrels are the one thing she cannot handle, a rare vulnerability in her armor. Russia, seeing this human side of her protector, realizes that fear is not easily overcome overnight. Simone recomposes herself and reassures Russia that she and the staff exist to be Russia's shield and sword. She urges the Empress to use them without hesitation, reminding Russia that she is no longer alone. Russia grips her dress, her resolve hardening as she accepts this support. A few days pass, and Simone reports to Ricardo regarding the guest. The report is surprisingly benign. Marguerite has been polite to the staff and has caused no particular trouble. However, Ricardo notes that she visits Russia every single day, her courtesy so excessive it feels unsettling. He questions the intelligence reports, wondering if she really is connected to noble factions or if something else is at play. He suspects her target remains Russia, but her methods are quieter than expected. The scene transitions to another garden gathering, this time with a larger audience. Marguerite has invited several noblewomen to join them, expanding her circle of influence. She smiles radiantly, claiming she slipped out of Shanavan in secret because she was worried about her sister. Russia, however, has come prepared. Having consulted with Marchioness Selrat as Simone advised, she navigates the conversation with political savvy. Marguerite attempts to dominate the social space, acting the part of the benevolent foreign princess, but Russia holds her ground, keeping the conversation civil on the surface while gathering information. Marguerite, sensing Russia's resilience, decides to escalate. She loudly asks Russia about a rumor she heard regarding the private affairs of the imperial couple. Feigning innocence, she asks if Russia is with child, and when Russia denies it again, Marguerite unleashes her insult. She expresses mock confusion, wondering aloud how there is no child after all this time since the marriage. She leans in, her voice carrying to the other nobles, and suggests that perhaps Russia and the emperor have never shared a bed, implying their union is a chaste marriage. The insult is a direct attack on Russia's legitimacy as a wife and empress. Suddenly, footsteps approach from behind. Emperor Ricardo steps into the gazebo, his face a mask of cold fury. He has overheard the conversation. He glares at Marguerite, questioning what exactly Shanavan teaches its princesses to allow them to pry into a couple's private affairs so brazenly. Marguerite freezes, realizing she has overstepped. Ricardo ignores her shock and turns to Russia, placing a possessive hand on her shoulder. Ricardo declares, loud enough for all the nobles to hear, that the idea of a chaste marriage is insulting. He leans down, bringing his face close to Russia's, and states that he is tempted to drag her to the bedchamber right this moment to prove the rumor wrong. Russia blushes furiously, and the surrounding nobles gasp and whisper among themselves, swooning over how completely besotted the emperor is with his wife. Marguerite watches, her plan to humiliate Russia backfiring spectacularly as the public perception shifts to view the imperial couple as intensely passionate. Ricardo, having asserted his dominance and defended his wife's honor, turns his gaze back to Marguerite. He announces that he intends to invite the princess to a soirée, an evening party, as a gesture of goodwill. The invitation is a challenge, a battlefield he has chosen. He asks Russia if she dislikes the idea. Russia, locking eyes with her rival, agrees to attend. Marguerite stares back, her expression hardening. She realizes this soirée will not be a simple party, but the stage for their next confrontation, and she silently vows that she will not shrink back. The quiet, studious atmosphere of a private chamber, where preparations for an upcoming soirée are underway. A stack of documents rests on the desk, the topmost paper clearly labeled as the guest list for the event. A hand, elegant and poised, holds the paper, reviewing the names with diligent care. A voice interrupts the silence, drawing attention to a menu that requires approval. The protagonist, Russia, acknowledges the work with a polite expression of gratitude, her focus shifting momentarily from the administrative burden before her. The stillness of the room is broken by the rhythmic, sharp sound of knuckles rapping against the wooden door, con, signaling an arrival. The door opens to reveal Marguerite, who steps into the room with an air of casual familiarity. She addresses Russia as sister, her tone dripping with a practiced sweetness that belies the intrusion. Russia, seated at her desk and surrounded by the responsibilities of her station, looks up as Marguerite suggests that such formality is unnecessary between them. Russia, however, maintains her professional boundary, firmly stating that she cannot have a guest assisting with the labor of the estate. The sound of footsteps echoes, katsu, as Marguerite advances into the room, ignoring the subtle dismissal. She insists on staying, promising not to obstruct the work, claiming that boredom has driven her to seek company. Russia, resigning herself to the unwanted company, grants permission but stipulates that she cannot engage in idle chatter while she works. Marguerite agrees, settling into the room as the work continues. Time passes, marked by the silent observation of the intruder. Marguerite finds amusement in simply watching Russia work, her gaze lingering with an intensity that suggests scrutiny rather than affection. The narrative perspective shifts to the corridors of the estate, where Marguerite's shadow seems to stretch over Russia's daily life. Maids whisper among themselves as they witness Marguerite trailing behind Russia in the garden, constantly calling out to her with that same cloying title of sister. In the library, Marguerite lurks behind shelves, her eyes fixed on Russia, continuing her surveillance. The maids note that Marguerite follows the Empress everywhere, a behavior that borders on obsessive. Russia, walking through the hallway, reflects on this behavior with suspicion. She questions the intentions behind Marguerite's constant presence. Ahead of her, she spots Marguerite engaged in conversation with End, a maid Russia specifically assigned to attend to her cousin. The two women stand close, their dialogue appearing animated and friendly. A bespectacled head maid observes the scene alongside Russia, confirming that the conversation seems lively. Marguerite smiles brightly at Anne, exuding a charm that seems to disarm the servant. This display of kindness causes the observers to question their own perceptions. They wonder if they have misjudged Marguerite, speculating that perhaps she truly is a pleasant and kind individual. The disparity between her lurking behavior and this public display of warmth creates a dissonance in the minds of the staff. Marguerite continues her performance, praising Anne and the household, attributing the quality of the staff to Russia's influence as Her Majesty's cousin. And, flustered by the high praise from a noble, blushes and humbly deflects the compliment. However, the atmosphere shifts abruptly. A sudden, heavy thud resonates from the hallway, interrupting the moment. Russia stands frozen, a look of shock widening her eyes as she recognizes something unsettling in Marguerite's laugh, a sound that mirrors her own with uncanny precision. The realization strikes a dissonant chord within her. Recovering her composure, Russia addresses the room, noting that the preparations are nearly complete. The anticipation for the night of the soirée hangs in the air. Just as the tension begins to dissipate, Marguerite calls out to Russia again, her voice cutting through the quiet. Marguerite requests a moment of Russia's time, stopping her in her tracks. Marguerite presents herself with a flourish, revealing a change in her appearance. She has altered her hairstyle, adopting a look that mirrors Russia's own intricate updo. Marguerite frames this as a whimsical desire to change things up, asking innocently if Russia thinks it looks similar to her own style. Russia stares, the resemblance undeniable and unsettling. Marguerite presses the comparison, noting that while they resembled each other before, they now look like twins. The implication hangs heavily in the air. If they look so much alike, perhaps they could switch places without anyone noticing. Marguerite's words, though delivered with a smile, carry a sinister undertone of usurpation. She expresses flattery at the resemblance but suggests she still has much to learn to truly match Russia. Internally, Russia recognizes the threat. Marguerite is not merely copying her style, she is actively mimicking her existence with the intent to replace her. A dark, visualized premonition fills Russia's mind, a scene where Marguerite stands over her fallen body, declaring victory on the night of the soirée. The narrative transitions to the grand ballroom on the night of the soirée. Chandeliers cast a glittering light over the assembled nobility. Lord Ricardo sits upon his throne, his posture regal and commanding, hand resting thoughtfully against his chin. Russia approaches him, dressed in her formal gown, her expression carrying a trace of apology. Ricardo, perceiving her hesitation, encourages her to mingle with the guests, assuring her that she need not worry about attending to him exclusively. Russia begins to apologize, likely for the impending confusion she knows will occur. Suddenly, a hush falls over the crowd, followed by the rustling of fabric, as a new figure enters the hall. Marguerite steps into the light, and the visual impact is immediate. She wears a dress identical to Russia's, her hair styled in the exact same manner. The guests whisper, their confusion palpable as they struggle to distinguish the two women. Marguerite revels in the attention, her height and aura mimicking Russia's so closely that even the astute observers are momentarily deceived. She smirks, enjoying the chaos her mimicry has generated. Russia stands frozen, the pieces of the plot falling into place. She recalls a few days prior when her maid had asked about her dress and hairstyle for the event. At the time, Russia had brushed the inquiry off, but now she realizes the information was fed directly to Marguerite. The betrayal, whether intentional or manipulated, stings. Marguerite has executed her plan to copy Russia down to the finest detail. The question of why she would go to such lengths lingers in Russia's mind, though the answer seems increasingly malicious. Russia faces Marguerite, her resolve hardening. She refuses to run or hide from this blatant provocation. Marguerite, feigning innocence, approaches with a look of mock distress, apologizing profusely for the coincidence. She offers to go change immediately, playing the role of the embarrassed victim. Russia sees through the performance, recognizing that the entire scenario was designed to humiliate her or force a reaction. The crowd watches intently. If Russia shows anger, they will gossip that the Empress lacks grace. If she falters, she looks weak. Marguerite has trapped her in a social bind where any negative reaction will damage her reputation. Choosing the path of dignity, Russia smiles, a practiced, regal expression that hides her inner turmoil. She publicly forgives Marguerite, dismissing the incident as a trivial mishap that need not ruin the evening. She encourages everyone to enjoy the feast and the hospitality provided by Lord Ricardo. The crowd is moved by her benevolence, whispering praises of her kindness and composure. Marguerite, outwardly relieved but inwardly calculating, praises Russia's expected magnanimity. Russia directs the attention back to the host, reminding everyone that the event is a gesture of goodwill from Lord Ricardo. Ricardo watches the exchange from his throne, his expression unreadable but his eyes sharp. From a distance, the visual similarity between the two women is indeed striking. Marguerite bows her head, accepting the forgiveness, while Russia stands firm, maintaining her station. However, observers note subtle differences. While the physical resemblance is uncanny, the aura is distinct. Marguerite appears more glamorous, perhaps trying too hard to shine, whereas Russia possesses a refined grace that does not require effort to stand out. Marguerite moves through the room, her confidence bolstered by the successful execution of the first phase of her plan. She believes that by looking like Russia, she can usurp her role, specifically targeting the affection of the emperor. Her internal monologue reveals her true, dark ambition: to take Russia's place completely, to bear Ricardo's child, and to eliminate Russia from the picture entirely. Marguerite approaches the throne where Ricardo sits. She seizes upon a rumor or a fact regarding Russia's condition, an injury that prevents her from dancing. Marguerite curtsies low, offering herself as a substitute. She asks if she might have the honor of dancing with His Majesty in her sister's stead. She rationalizes this bold move by claiming she has no right to stop Ricardo from enjoying the festivities and that it is natural for a host to entertain his guests. Russia watches, her heart sinking. She knows she cannot object without appearing petty, yet the thought of them dancing together causes her pain. She grips her dress, the fabric bunching under her tense fingers. Ricardo looks down at Marguerite. His expression shifts, a small, cold smile playing on his lips. He acknowledges the offer as gracious. Marguerite's heart leaps, expecting acceptance. But Ricardo's next words shatter the moment. He refuses her. The refusal hangs in the air, sharp and absolute. Marguerite is stunned, her mouth slightly agape. Ricardo explains casually that he has no desire to dance with anyone but Russia. He states this simply, as if it is a fundamental law of his existence. Marguerite, scrambling to recover, tries to find a reason for the rejection that doesn't bruise her ego. She asks if he is upset because she looks too much like his wife, suggesting that the resemblance is the source of his hesitation. She apologizes again, claiming she lacked consideration. Ricardo corrects her immediately. It isn't the resemblance that bothers him. He explains that he never cared for dancing in the first place. However, recently, dancing with a certain someone made the activity enjoyable for him. Because that specific connection is what makes the dance worthwhile, he has grown even less inclined to dance with anyone else. Marguerite realizes that her assumption, that he liked dancing in general, was fundamentally flawed. She had observed him having fun and mistook the source of his joy for the activity rather than the partner. Marguerite, desperate to salvage the interaction, pivots back to the physical similarity. She reiterates her claim that she ended up looking too similar to Russia. Ricardo cuts her off, his gaze hardening. He tells her plainly that she and Russia are not alike in the slights. He leans forward, his eyes narrowing with a predatory sharpness. He observes that she seems desperate to become Russia. Then, Ricardo delivers the coup de grace. He compares her efforts to a monkey trying to mimic a human. The insult is devastating in its precision. He elaborates, stating that unfortunately, the more she tries to imitate Russia, the clearer the differences between them become. The monkey mimicry analogy strips away all of Marguerite's pretensions of elegance, reducing her scheming to a crude, subhuman performance. The shockwave of the insult ripples through the immediate vicinity. A blond man in a military-style uniform, likely an aide or official, looks horrified, mentally screaming at the outrageousness of the emperor's statement. He worries about the diplomatic fallout, noting that everyone can hear the insult. He reflects that while Ricardo has always been prone to speaking without a filter, he had mellowed out since Russia arrived. This sudden return to ruthless honesty signals that Ricardo's protective instincts have been triggered. The aide fears that this statement alone could have sparked a war, had the Shanavan king been invited. Marguerite stands frozen, the color draining from her face, her expression twisting into a mask of humiliated rage. The visual of her face is darkened, her eyes wide with shock and fury. Nearby, the head maid, Simone, struggles to contain her laughter, her hand covering her mouth as her shoulders shake. The absurdity of the monkey comparison has broken her professional composure. The aide looks at Simone, baffled by what exactly set her off, but the damage to Marguerite's dignity is total. Ricardo continues, unrelenting. He advises Marguerite that if she wants to get close to Russia, she first needs to fix her shameless attitude. He mocks her strategy of imitating Russia to play dumb and garner sympathy. The aide mentally begs for mercy on her behalf, fearing the emperor goes too far. Marguerite, trembling, feels the weight of her public execution. She wonders who will step up to save her from this abyss of embarrassment. Suddenly, a new voice intervenes. A man with slicked-back hair and a confident, almost arrogant demeanor steps forward. He chides the emperor for being too harsh on a simple girl, who merely admires her majesty. He suggests that even for Ricardo, this behavior is excessive. This newcomer is identified as Egmont Kirchner, the foreign minister. Egmont's arrival shifts the energy of the room. He laughs off the tension, his demeanor breezy and unbothered. He acknowledges Ricardo's singular devotion to the empress, framing it as ardent. He then directs his attention to Marguerite, offering her an escape route by guiding her away. He comments on the wonderful evening, encouraging everyone to return to enjoying themselves. Narrative boxes reveal that Egmont is known for his silver tongue and his ability to form ties with other nations, a necessity of his job. However, darker rumors swirl around him. He is suspected of being an anti-emperor faction member operating behind the scenes. His easy intervention suggests he is a player of equal or dangerous standing. As the party resumes, Marguerite, having been rescued but still reeling from the rejection, finds herself isolated again. But she is not done. In a final, desperate bid to salvage her plan, or perhaps driven by the humiliation to prove Ricardo wrong, she approaches him again later. The panel shows a chibi-style Ricardo looking bewildered. Marguerite, blushing and trembling, asks for a favor. She stammers, then boldly asks if he would come to her room that night. Ricardo's reaction is one of flat confusion, asking simply, "What is it?" In the grand, echoing corridors of the palace, the evening's festivities were abruptly curtailed as Ricardo, the emperor, made a decisive exit from the soirée, flanked by his entourage. His sharp, commanding presence cut through the opulent hallway, his long dark coat swaying with his stride, while his aide Heinrich and the head maid, Simone, bowed respectfully in his wake. Luscia, the empress, walked slightly behind him, her expression a mix of trepidation and resolve as she issued a request that would alter the trajectory of their evening. With a trembling hesitation, she asked if he would accompany her to her room, a query that hung heavy in the air, causing Ricardo to pause and glance back with an unreadable expression. He acquiesced with a simple affirmation, instructing the staff to handle the remainder of the soirée as they saw fit, leaving Heinrich to panic over the sudden disappearance of the event's hosts. The aide's protestations about managing the guests without the emperor were silenced by the slamming of the heavy doors, sealing the royal couple away from the public eye. The transition to the private chambers brought an immediate shift in atmosphere, the silence of the bedroom amplifying the tension between husband and wife. Ricardo sat upon the edge of the expansive bed, his posture relaxed yet imposing, staring intently at Luscia, who stood before him bathed in the soft, shimmering light of the room. She fidgeted, her hands clasping the fabric of her gown, as she stammered through an explanation for dragging him to her quarters at such a late hour. Ricardo, however, interpreted the invitation through the lens of their marital status, his gaze darkening with intent as he rose and closed the distance between them. He loomed over her, forcing her back onto the plush bedding, his body trapping her as he questioned her feigned ignorance regarding what occurs between a husband and wife in a bedchamber at night. Luscia's eyes widened in sheer panic, her breath hitching as she realized the massive misunderstanding her innocent request had spawned. She attempted to retreat, her hands coming up to push against his chest, but Ricardo pressed his advantage, his face inches from hers. He reminded her, with a voice devoid of jest, that she had explicitly invited him, and there was only one logical answer to such a summons. As the realization of his implication dawned on her, Luscia's face erupted in a flush of crimson, her mind racing to process the shift from a political discussion to an intimate encounter. She stammered a denial, insisting this was not what she meant, but Ricardo, seemingly driven by the mood, ignored her flustered protests. The air in the room grew thick with intimacy as Ricardo lowered his head, his lips grazing the sensitive skin of her neck, silencing her panicked cries. Luscia squeezed her eyes shut, her body tense and trembling beneath him, overwhelmed by the sudden physical contact and the overwhelming embarrassment that flooded her senses. Yet, amidst the sensory overload, a confused thought surfaced in her mind. She wondered why she felt such intense embarrassment now, contrasting this moment with previous encounters where she had felt nothing at all. She opened her eyes slightly, gazing up at him with a teary, flushed expression, trying to decipher the change in her own heart. Ricardo, noticing her state, paused, his expression shifting from predatory to observant, his breath hot against her skin. He pulled back slightly, his dark hair falling over his eyes, and exhaled a heavy sigh, the tension in his shoulders relaxing. With a tone of wry amusement laced with frustration, he remarked on the cruelty of his wife, who would invite a man to her bed only to leave him unsatisfied. Luscia lay there, still recovering from the assault on her senses, looking up at him with wide, bewildered eyes. Ricardo sat up, adjusting his collar, and admitted that he had known from the start that she wasn't in the right frame of mind for intimacy. He confessed that his actions were a small punishment, a lesson intended to teach her the dangers of being so defenseless. He scolded her gently but firmly, warning her against casually inviting men to her room, emphasizing that such invitations should be reserved exclusively for her husband. Luscia, slowly sitting up and clutching her dress, processed his words, her heart still pounding in her chest. She defended herself, asserting that she does not invite men casually, a statement that only highlighted her naivety regarding the implications of her earlier request. Ricardo, looking away with a hand over his face, seemed to be fighting back a mixture of exasperation and affection, muttering that she should let this be a lesson. He then settled into a high-backed armchair near the window, regaining his composure and signaling the end of the punishment. Crossing his legs and looking at her with a renewed professional demeanor, he asked her what she had actually wanted to tell him. Luscia, composing herself, revealed the true purpose of the meeting. It concerned Marguerite, the woman who had previously vied for the position of empress. She explained that she had extracted information from a smug little fox, likely referring to an informant or a minor noble, confirming that the marriage originally intended for Ricardo was meant for Marguerite, driven by desires for money or status. Luscia conveyed Marguerite's delusion that she could still replace Luscia and take her place by Ricardo's side. Ricardo listened intently, his expression darkening as he dismissed Marguerite's ambition as an extreme delusion, asserting with absolute confidence that no other consort could compare to the one he currently had. The conversation turned darker as Luscia expressed her fear regarding Marguerite's infiltration. She pointed out the impossibility of a foreign princess slipping past border security and entering the country without assistance, deducing that Marguerite must be colluding with high-ranking nobles within their own borders. Luscia's voice trembled as she outlined the implications. If powerful insiders were aiding a traitor, the danger was far closer than they had anticipated. Ricardo, resting his chin on his hand, acknowledged the logic, his eyes narrowing with a ruthless glint. He proposed a brutal solution, identifying the collaborating nobles and purging them all to ensure Luscia's safety, effectively presenting Marguerite's head as a trophy of their victory. Luscia gasped at the violence of his suggestion, her hands flying to her mouth in horror. Seeing her distress, Ricardo immediately softened his tone, claiming he was merely joking and that she need not burden her mind with such dark thoughts. However, The shadow in his eyes suggested that the thought of eliminating threats to her was not entirely foreign to him. He stood up, signaling the end of the discussion, and asked if that was all she needed to say. Lusha, relieved yet still shaken, confirmed it was, and Ricardo suggested they return to the soiree before Heinrich collapsed from anxiety. As they prepared to leave, the door burst open, revealing a frantic Heinrich and a composed Simone. Heinrich began to lecture them on the impropriety of their disappearance, warning that rumors about what the Emperor and Empress were doing in secret would explode overnight if they returned looking disheveled. Simone, immediately noticing Lusha's state, stepped forward to fix her appearance, while Ricardo looked on with a smug, satisfied expression, clearly enjoying the chaos he had caused. Heinrich, noticing Ricardo's demeanor, sighed in resignation, realizing that his master remained incorrigible. Once Lusha was made presentable, Ricardo ordered Heinrich to accompany him back to the hall first, leaving Lusha to finish her preparations. As the two men walked down the corridor, Heinrich couldn't resist probing his master about the events in the bedroom. He pointed out that for a woman to invite a man to her room usually carries a specific meaning, but in Lusha's case, she likely had no idea of the implication. Ricardo agreed, describing her natural airheadness as terrifying, and boasted about his remarkable restraint in not taking advantage of the situation. He claimed he deserved praise for enduring such a tempting scenario without crossing the line. Heinrich, sensing an opening, decided to prod deeper into Ricardo's psyche. He observed that the Emperor was unusually talkative and hesitant, noting a distinct change in his behavior. Heinrich recalled that in the past, Ricardo viewed intimacy solely as a duty. He would not have hesitated to sleep with a partner regardless of whether they cried or resisted, indifferent to their feelings. He reminded Ricardo of a past instance involving a female assassin whom Ricardo had taken in as a duty despite her hatred, highlighting how cold and pragmatic the Emperor used to be. Heinrich questioned why, specifically with Lady Lusha, Ricardo was holding back and troubling himself with her emotional state. Ricardo halted in the hallway, his boots clicking against the stone floor as he processed the aide's words. A look of genuine confusion crossed his face, followed by a dark, contemplative shadow. He admitted that his former self would indeed have fulfilled his duty without hesitation, even if Lusha had been skin and bones or resisted him. Yet, when pressed for a reason why he now acted differently, Ricardo found himself unable to articulate an answer, simply stating that he couldn't quite say why. Heinrich watched him with a mix of shock and amusement, realizing that the Emperor of the nation was completely unaware of his own falling in love. Meanwhile, back in the room, Lusha sat quietly, touching her own face as she reflected on her feelings. She thought about Ricardo's eyes, how initially she found them frightening, yet also intriguing, as if he were protecting something deep within. She realized that his gaze was neither fawning nor calculating, but honest in its own intensity. A sudden epiphany struck her, causing her heart to race. She questioned what she was thinking, realizing she might be developing feelings for the man she had married. The scene shifted back to the corridor where Ricardo and Heinrich continued their banter. Heinrich, in an attempt to be helpful, cheerfully offered to answer any questions Ricardo might have about his newfound feelings, declaring himself always on the Emperor's side. However, his casual use of Lusha's name triggered a flash of possessive anger in Ricardo. The Emperor turned on his aide with a terrifying glare, ordering him to refer to her strictly as Her Majesty the Empress. He threatened that if Heinrich used her given name without permission again, he would stain his blade with the aide's blood. Heinrich recoiled in terror, sweating profusely, but couldn't help pointing out the hypocrisy, noting that Ricardo called her by name himself. Ricardo clicked his tongue in annoyance, dismissing the aide's logic with a menacing scoff. Later, on the balcony under the night sky, Lusha sought a moment of respite from the party. The peace was short-lived as a man approached her from behind, grabbing her arm with a firm, unwelcome grip. It was the blonde noble, the smug little fox, alluded to earlier, who commented on how dangerous the princess was. He pulled her close, his demeanor dripping with condescension and threat, taunting her about her situation. Lusha, far from being intimidated, stared him down with cold, defiant eyes. She demanded he bring her a deadly poison right that instant, a challenge that caught the noble off guard. The noble, however, regained his composure and smirked, rejecting her plan. He reminded her of their arrangement, noting that the Emperor had just glared at him moments ago, implying that any direct action against Lusha now would be tantamount to a confession. He explained that if the Empress were to meet with an incident tonight, suspicion would immediately fall on them. Adjusting his jacket with a confident flourish, he proposed an alternative strategy, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he looked down at the defiant Empress, setting the stage for a more complex and dangerous game of political maneuvering. The grand ballroom, a cavernous expanse of opulence and light, buzzed with the residual energy of the evening's soiree, though the atmosphere had shifted from formal rigidity to a chaotic intimacy. Amidst the sea of swirling gowns and stiff uniforms, Lusha stood as a focal point of radiant elegance, having been meticulously prepared for the event by her trusted maids, Simone and Etta. However, the decorum of the imperial couple's presence was abruptly punctuated by a breach of protocol that was as affectionate as it was disorderly. Lady Mira, her face flushed with a heavy, rosy intoxication, launched herself at the Empress, wrapping her arms around Luscia in a formidable embrace that defied the boundaries of social station. Myria's voice, slurred and dripping with uninhibited joy, rang out through the hall as she proclaimed her overwhelming happiness to see the beautiful Empress once again. Luscia, caught off guard by the sudden assault of affection, staggered slightly under the weight of the other noblewoman but maintained her composure, offering a gentle reassurance that the intrusion was fine, even as the palace guards stiffened, ready to intervene. The guards, sensing the impropriety, attempted to separate the two, apologizing profusely to Her Majesty for the lapse in security, but Miri clung on with the tenacity of a barnacle, her grip unyielding. Observing the spectacle from a few steps away, Ricardo watched with a bemused, almost resigned expression, noting that Lady Miri had turned exceptionally clingy, a stark contrast to the usual courtly stiffness. The physical struggle to detach the intoxicated noblewoman continued, with Miri sliding down Luscia's dress in a slow, gelatinous descent, her incoherent mumbling filling the awkward silence. Luscia, ever the picture of grace, apologized to the Emperor for the disruption, her voice laced with embarrassment. Ricardo, perceiving the absurdity of the situation rather than any genuine threat, simply acknowledged the difficulty of the moment. He commanded Miri to stand, his voice carrying the natural authority of the throne, though his eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. The cause of this diplomatic incident was quickly identified by the keen eyes of the court. Lady Matilda, another noblewoman present, had gifted Miri a drink during the tea party, a beverage that Miri had disastrously mistaken for simple apple juice. In reality, it was a potent fruit wine, and the result was the swaying, glassy-eyed woman now struggling to maintain her verticality before the rulers of the empire. The realization rippled through the bystanders. She had consumed the alcohol by mistake, leading to this endearing yet mortifying display. Ricardo, prioritizing order and the dignity of his guests, issued immediate commands to resolve the situation. He ordered that Lady Miri be taken to a quiet room where she could rest and recover her senses. He directed his sharp gaze towards Simone and Etta, instructing them to assist, while warning the stumbling Miri to watch her step as she was guided away. Amidst the flurry of activity, Heinrich, the Emperor's aide, volunteered to search for Myria's parents to inform them of their daughter's state, a suggestion Ricardo approved with a curt nod. Luscia, however, felt a pang of concern for the vulnerable woman. Turning to her husband, she expressed her unease at the thought of leaving Miri alone in such a state. With a gentle firmness, she requested permission to stay with Lady Miri until the Marquis and Marchioness of Selrat arrived to collect her. Ricardo, recognizing the compassion in his wife's request, granted his permission but attached a strict stipulation: she was not to be left unguarded. He commanded that Simone remain by her side at all times, ensuring the Empress's safety was never compromised, even in an act of charity. Later that night, the palace settled into a silence that was broken only by the rhythmic footsteps of Heinrich approaching the Emperor's private quarters. Ricardo, in the midst of unbuttoning his shirt and shedding the heavy layers of his formal attire, paused as his aide entered with a hesitant expression. Heinrich announced that there was a visitor requesting an audience, a revelation that furrowed Ricardo's brow. It was highly irregular for anyone to summon the Emperor at such a late hour, and Ricardo questioned the business that could necessitate such urgency. The door creaked open to reveal the unexpected visitor, Princess Marguerite. She stood in the doorway, a vision of contrition, having shed the stylistic affectations she had adopted to mimic Luscia. Her hair was returned to its original style, the twin drills gone, and she wore a dress that spoke of her own identity rather than a borrowed one. Ricardo, leaning against a table with his arms crossed, observed this transformation with a skeptical eye, asking if she had changed her hair back simply to look more apologetic. Marguerite stepped into the room, her demeanor humble, her head bowed low. She claimed that she had come simply to apologize for the events of the day. Tears welled in her eyes as she spun a narrative of misunderstanding, asserting that her mimicry of Luscia's appearance had been a misguided attempt to bring herself closer to her beloved sister. She spoke of her realization of how presumptuous her actions had been, crediting the Emperor's forbearance for her awakening. She offered a heartfelt apology for her many discourtesies and for troubling the Emperor's heart, her voice trembling with practiced emotion. Clasping her hands together in a plea for redemption, Marguerite begged for a chance to regain Ricardo's trust, promising to conduct herself with restraint from this moment forward. She declared that nothing would delight her more than his forgiveness and vowed not to disappoint him again. Ricardo, his face an unreadable mask of cold authority, listened to her performance without moving. After a heavy silence, he granted her request with a dismissive, "very well," instructing her to refrain from odd behavior henceforth. Marguerite beamed through her tears, thanking him for his magnanimity before retreating from the room. The moment the door clicked shut, the atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Ricardo's expression hardened, the skepticism he had held in check now rising to the surface. He remarked to Heinrich that the woman was tougher than he had expected. He had initially dismissed her as merely prideful, but her ability to return that very night, displaying a humble and contrite facade after being publicly humiliated, spoke of a more dangerous cunning. He compared her demeanor to that of a sly old minister, a political creature capable of swallowing pride for strategic gain. Recognizing the threat lurking beneath her apology, Ricardo issued a new command to his aide. He ordered the assignment of an additional maid to watch Princess Marguerite closely. Furthermore, he expanded the surveillance net, instructing Heinrich to place a new team on Foreign Minister Egmont Kirchner as well. Ricardo understood that Marguerite's boldness was not generated in a vacuum. She had backing, and he intended to uncover the extent of the conspiracy. Heinrich acknowledged the orders with a bow, affirming that the Emperor's will would be done. Outside the Emperor's chambers, the mask of the weeping, apologetic princess dissolved instantly. Marguerite's face twisted into a scowl of cold determination as she walked away, her thuf of disdain echoing in the empty corridor. She made her way directly to the quarters of Foreign Minister Egmont Kirchner, who welcomed her with a knowing smile. Reclining on a sofa, Marguerite settled into Egmont's lap, the intimacy between them revealing the depth of their collusion. Egmont questioned if the plan would work, to which Marguerite replied with absolute confidence. She confirmed that she had played her part exactly as instructed, adopting the guise of the repentant sinner to lower the Emperor's guard. Egmont advised patience, warning that haste was their enemy. He acknowledged that progress might feel slow, but reminded the princess that this measured approach was necessary for their ultimate success. As they conspired, the visual metaphor of a hunt materialized in the shadows of the narrative. A sleek, spotted predator stalked through tall grass, its movements silent and calculated. Egmont's voice narrated the philosophy of the ambush. A true predator does not leap from the brush the moment it sees its prey. Instead, it closes the distance slowly, quietly, waiting for the perfect moment when the prey cannot flee. Only when escape is impossible does the predator strike, sinking its teeth into the tender throat of its victim. Egmont caressed Marguerite's neck as he spoke, the gesture mirroring the lethal intent of his words. Marguerite, her eyes gleaming with malice, agreed to trust in his strategy, accepting the role of the patient hunter. A few days later, the sun shone brightly on a garden terrace where Luscia and the noble ladies gathered for tea, a stark contrast to the dark machinations of the night. Lady Mir, now fully sober and mortified by her previous actions, bowed deeply before the Empress, apologizing profusely for being such a handful. She confessed that the memory of her drunken behavior made her want to crawl into a hole and disappear. Luscia, ever gracious, told her to think nothing of it, though the other ladies giggled as they recalled the sight of Mire trying to strip off her dress in the heat of her intoxication. One noblewoman noted that Myria's antics were almost endearing, revealing a different side of her usually composed character. The conversation at the tea table inevitably shifted toward the conspicuous absence of Princess Marguerite. The ladies noted that Marguerite, who used to cling to His Majesty and follow him everywhere, had suddenly gone quiet. It felt to them as though she was intentionally keeping her distance, behaving like a completely different person since the day of the incident. Just then, Luscia spotted Marguerite walking in the distance and, driven by her inclusive nature, called out to invite her to join them. Marguerite paused, turning to face the group with a polite but distant expression. She declined the invitation, stating that she wouldn't dare intrude on their gathering, her tone lacking its former haughtiness. As she walked away, the ladies whispered about how downcast she seemed, interpreting her withdrawal as a sign of defeat or depression. However, the rumors swirling around the court painted a different picture. It was whispered that Chanavan, Marguerite's homeland, had no plans to take her back, leaving her stranded and potentially desperate. One noblewoman speculated that if she couldn't return home, she must be after something else to secure her future. The gossip was interrupted by the arrival of Simone, whose face bore an expression of grave urgency. She stepped close to Luscia, whispering that there was urgent news the Empress needed to hear immediately. The gravity of Simone's tone cut through the light-hearted atmosphere of the tea party, and Luscia's expression shifted from concern to alarm. Moments later, Luscia was rushing through the palace corridors, her dress gathered in her hands as she sprinted toward Ricardo's office, heedless of protocol. She burst through the heavy double doors, gasping for breath, to find Ricardo standing amidst a flurry of activity. He was dressed not in his courtly robes, but in a heavy travel cloak and riding gear, looking every inch the commander preparing for war. Heinrich and other officers stood nearby, maps and documents spread out before them. Ricardo turned to see his wife standing in the doorway, surprised by her sudden intrusion. Luscia, still catching her breath, apologized for barging in, noting that this was the first time she had sought him out in such a manner since her arrival at the palace. She moved closer, her eyes scanning his travel attire, and asked if the rumors were true, that he was departing on a military campaign. Her voice trembled as she asked if he would be gone for long. Ricardo confirmed the news with a solemn nod. He explained that there was an uprising in Istvol, a territory near the neighboring region of Selrat. He gestured to a large map on the wall, pointing out the precarious geography. Istvol was once an old kingdom, and if the uprising was left unchecked, the rebels would likely link up with forces in Selrat, creating a massive destabilizing force. To prevent this coalition, Ricardo had to intervene personally and immediately. Lusha stared at the map, the names Sanakarat, Istvol, and Ormang blurring as the reality of his departure sank in. Ricardo reassured her that if all went according to plan, he would be back in under a month. But for Lusha, a month felt like an eternity. She stammered, asking if he was leaving already, to which Ricardo replied that he had meetings with the principals today and would depart shortly after. The tension in the room softened into a melancholic intimacy as the weight of the separation hung between them. Ricardo looked down at his wife, whose eyes were shimmering with unshed tears, and asked softly if she would miss him while he was gone. Lusha, unable to hide her emotions, blushed deeply and stammered before finally meeting his gaze with fierce determination. She admitted that without him, she would indeed miss him. Her fears spilled over as she voiced the thoughts that terrified her most. If it was an uprising, there would be fighting. She was worried about his safety. Ricardo smiled gently, placing a hand on her head to comfort her. He told her to rest easy, reminding her that her husband was strong. Lusha, grasping for something to hold on to, suddenly demanded a charm. She gripped his cloak, her knuckles white, acknowledging that she knew he was strong, but she needed to give him a charm imbued with her prayers for his safety. She pleaded with him to take it, saying that if she couldn't stop worrying, she wanted him to carry something of hers. Ricardo, touched by her devotion, brought her closer, promising that he would keep it on him as if it were Lusha herself, and that he would never let it go. The maids in the background watched the tender exchange with bated breath, noting how close the couple had become. Lusha promised to prepare the charm immediately, her face set with a new purpose, to watch over Ricardo even from afar. She whispered a prayer for his safety, asking him to come back to her. Ricardo pulled her into a final embrace, his eyes closing as he pressed his forehead against hers. He gave her his solemn word that he would return, sealing the promise in the quiet space between them before the drums of war could pull them apart. The atmosphere within the opulent chamber was heavy with a quiet, contemplative tension as Russia sat amidst the luxury of the palace, her thoughts drifting to the looming separation. A memory, fragile and intimate, surfaced in her mind, echoing a plea for a charm filled with prayers, a token to be kept close, as if it were her very presence accompanying the traveler. Snapping back to the present, the stillness was broken by the attentive voice of the head maid, Simone, who stood with the rigid posture of a veteran servant, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. She inquired if something was troubling her mistress, noting the subtle shift in Russia's demeanor. Russia, attempting to mask her inner turmoil with a deflection, claimed it was nothing, though her hesitation betrayed the weight on her heart. Standing in the well-lit drawing room, Simone, accompanied by another maid, presented a variety of options for a parting gift, a tradition for those heading into danger. Russia had been agonizing over what to present to Ricardo before he departed for his military campaign, a decision that felt far heavier than the selection of a mere trinket. The maids offered suggestions with professional courtesy, laying out the possibilities that included an intricate embroidered handkerchief, a coin minted for warding off misfortune, or a blessed amulet steeped in religious protection. Russia gazed at the options, her mind swirling with indecision, admitting that the sheer variety of charms made the choice nearly impossible. She sought Simone's opinion, asking which of these tokens would most please the emperor, Ricardo. Simone, observing her mistress's struggle, offered a pragmatic perspective. She noted that in all her years of service, she had never witnessed His Majesty ask a woman for anything, implying that the specific nature of the object mattered far less than the giver. She assured Russia that Ricardo would be pleased with absolutely anything, provided it came from her hands. However, Simone's analytical gaze pierced through the surface of the conversation. She sensed that Russia's hesitation was not merely about the aesthetic or functional value of a gift. She pressed gently but firmly, suggesting that the Empress's worries extended beyond the selection of a charm. Russia lowered her guard, admitting that Simone's intuition was correct. A faint, self-deprecating smile touched her lips as she acknowledged how well the maid understood her. Simone pointed out that Russia was usually surprisingly decisive, recalling how quickly she had selected a gift for Lady Selrat or chosen white gloves for a marquis's daughter. This hesitation was uncharacteristic, signaling a deeper fear. Russia confessed that a dark thought had crossed her mind, the terrifying possibility of losing everything once again. Logically, she understood that Ricardo was the absolute ruler of the empire, a man of immense strength who was feared by the masses precisely because his power was beyond their comprehension. Yet, logic could not silence the whisper of anxiety that stemmed from her own ignorance. She realized her fear was rooted in not knowing enough about the situation he was walking into. Determined to conquer this fear with knowledge, Russia straightened her posture and requested a lesson from Simone regarding the uprising Ricardo was setting out to suppress. Simone obliged, transitioning instantly from confidant to tutor. She stood before a map, explaining the geography of the conflict. She pointed to Istval, a territory known for its mild climate, gentle seasons, and peaceful populace. She reminded Russia that this land was once the independent kingdom of Istval before the Unification War. History recorded that the kingdom, weary from internal civil wars, had petitioned to join the empire, trading its sovereignty for the peace and protection Ormung could offer. It was a vassalage born of desperation and a desire for stability. Russia absorbed this information, questioning why the emperor himself needed to lead the suppression if the region was generally peaceful. She recalled reading that in other nations, sovereigns typically delegated such tasks to their ministers or generals. Simone adjusted her glasses, revealing the darker undercurrent of the situation. Remnants of the former royal nobility of Istval still harbored resentment over the annexation, and reports suggested they were the architects of the current uprising. While the reports were not yet fully confirmed, His Majesty preferred to handle such precarious matters personally rather than relying on intermediaries. A chilling realization washed over Russia as she connected the dots. The emperor's decision to go himself was not just a display of strength, but a defensive measure against betrayal. She murmured her conclusion aloud. He was going personally so he would not be stabbed in the back by an ally. The room fell silent. Simone paused, her expression momentarily freezing as she processed her mistress's sharp, cynical insight. Russia, noticing the reaction, quickly dismissed her comment, though the thought lingered heavily in the air. Russia continued her train of thought, observing that she rarely saw Ricardo alone with anyone other than his aide, Heinrich. It became painfully clear to her that despite his immense power, there were very few people Ricardo could truly trust. She understood now that being the greatest man in the nation also meant being the man with the most enemies. The title of Emperor carried a burden of isolation and constant vigilance. Simone, regaining her composure, added that Istval itself wasn't particularly dangerous compared to other territories and that this expedition likely served a dual purpose as an inspection tour to flush out agitators. Russia thanked Simone for the clarity. The knowledge had settled her nerves. The hesitation that had clouded her expression vanished, replaced by a resolved calm. She announced that she had decided on the gift. The day of departure arrived, the air crisp and filled with the tension of a military campaign launch. Ricardo sat atop a magnificent dark horse, clad in gleaming armor, his expression stoic as he prepared to lead his forces. Russia approached him, dressed in a heavy travel cloak trimmed with fur to ward off the chill, holding her chosen gift. She presented him with a pocket watch on a chain, its metallic surface catching the light. She offered it not merely as a timekeeper, but as a charm for his campaign, imploring him to keep it with him always, as if it were her very self. She instructed him never to take it off, imbuing the object with the weight of her presence and protection. Ricardo accepted the pendant, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Russia urged him to return victorious, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. Ricardo acknowledged the gift, stating he received her heart surely. Then, in a moment of unexpected boldness, Russia asked for one more thing: his blessing. Before the gathered soldiers and courtiers could anticipate his move, Ricardo leaned down from his mount and pulled her into an embrace, kissing her deeply. The scene sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Soldiers gasped, and maids blushed furiously at the public display of affection from their usually cold emperor. Whispers rippled through the ranks, questioning if he had always been this bold. Ricardo, breaking the kiss but keeping her close, looked out at the crowd with a defiant expression that asked, "What of it?" As the column prepared to move out, Heinrich, Ricardo's trusted aide, turned to Simone with a serious instruction. He told her he was counting on her to look after the palace in their absence. His expression darkened as he elaborated on the dangers left behind. With His Majesty away, the political vacuum could invite treachery. He specifically named Princess Marguerite, noting that while she might be keeping quiet for the moment, she remained a lingering threat within the court. Heinrich's gaze then shifted to a maid standing nearby, Edda, whose expression seemed vacuous and innocent. He questioned Simone on whether they could truly trust her, fearing that Russia's kindness might make her susceptible to deception. The scene shifted to the maid, Edda, who watched the knights depart. A naive soldier standing next to her remarked on her worried expression, assuming she was concerned for the troops. Suddenly, Edda's demeanor shattered. She adjusted her glasses with a smirk that was anything but innocent, her eyes narrowing with cold intelligence. She scoffed at the soldier, calling him a fool and telling him to think for himself, revealing a personality far sharper and more cynical than the facade she presented to the court. The soldier recoiled in shock, stammering at the sudden transformation and the venom in her voice. She dismissed him with a haughty glance, her true allegiance and nature remaining a dangerous enigma. The narrative followed the army as it marched out of the capital and into the countryside. The visual of the disciplined ranks moving under the banner of the empire signaled the beginning of the campaign. 2 weeks passed, and the scene transitioned to the Istvol territory, specifically the city of Greville. Reports flooded in from various districts, all confirming the same surprising outcome. The areas had been subdued with minimal resistance. Ricardo sat atop his horse in the streets of Greville, listening to the status reports. His commanders informed him that the initial suppression was complete and that knights were currently in pursuit of the few rioters who had fled. The victory, however, rang hollow. The soldiers murmured amongst themselves, confused by the lack of combat. They had been told to expect an uprising of former royal nobles, yet those very nobles had pulled back the moment the imperial army appeared. The remaining resistance consisted of nothing more than mercenary rabble who turned tail and ran immediately. While some soldiers expressed relief that the conflict wasn't serious, Ricardo's expression remained grim. He noted that his heart hadn't raced in a while, a testament to the lack of challenge, but his instincts screamed that something was wrong. The suppression had ended suspiciously easily, as if the enemy had never intended to fight in the first place. Despite his misgivings, Ricardo ordered his men to ensure the wounded received proper treatment, prioritizing order and stability. He then turned his attention to the immediate diplomatic necessity, the local governance. The scene shifted to the manor of Greville's lord, where the local noble was hosting the emperor. The lord, a man with a distinct mustache and an overly ingratiating manner, poured wine and fawned over Ricardo. He praised the emperor's strength, claiming it was exactly as expected, and offered his full support in these troubled times. Ricardo, uninterested in the sycophantic display and weary from the march, abruptly announced he was turning in for the night. The lord's expression shifted the moment Ricardo's back was turned. A sinister, predatory sweat broke out on his face as he watched the emperor leave. He muttered to himself that the night was just getting started, implying that the true battle was about to take place within the walls of the manor. He seemed surprised that the plan was proceeding so quickly, or perhaps that the effects were taking hold sooner than anticipated. Inside the guest chamber, Ricardo closed the door, isolating himself. Almost immediately, a wave of unnatural heat washed over him. He gripped his forehead, staggering slightly as his vision swam. He analyzed his symptoms with the cold detachment of a warrior. There was no pain, no nausea, ruling out many conventional poisons. Instead, a consuming rhythmic heat pulsed through his veins. He leaned heavily against the furniture, his breathing becoming ragged. He suspected the wine had been tampered with, despite his known tolerance for poisons. His body felt weird, foreign to his own command, responding to a stimulus that bypassed his physical defenses. Collapsing onto the edge of the bed, Ricardo fought to maintain consciousness, the sweat dripping from his brow. Through the haze of the drug, his mind grasped for a grounding anchor, and the name that surfaced was Russia. Suddenly, the door to his chamber creaked open. A silhouette appeared in the doorway, stepping into the dim light. A soft, feminine voice cut through the silence, claiming she had been worried about him and had followed him all the way from the capital. Ricardo peered through his blurred vision, struggling to identify the figure. The woman stepped closer, her features coming into focus. It appeared to be Russia. She looked at him with an expression of concern mixed with a strange intensity, noting that he must be exhausted. Ricardo, vulnerable and compromised, could only gasp her name. The woman moved closer to the bed where he lay defenseless, her posture shifting from concern to something more suggestive. She whispered an offer to comfort him, closing the distance between them in the dark, isolated room, leaving the reality of her identity and intentions suspended in a terrifying ambiguity. Rain lashes relentlessly against the dark, imposing stone exterior of a grand mansion, the heavy downpour obscuring the windows and setting a tone of isolation and turmoil. Inside a lavishly decorated bedroom, illuminated only by the dim light of the storm outside, Emperor Ricardo lies on a bed, his body racked with intense physical distress. He covers his face with one hand, his fingers digging into his skin as he fights to maintain his composure against an overwhelming physiological force. A groan escapes his lips, a testament to the severity of his condition, as he whispers a strained promise to himself that he will do his best to endure. The scene captures a moment of vulnerability for a man known for his strength, hinting at a treacherous plot unfolding behind the scenes. The narrative shifts to reveal the architect of this suffering. In a flashback, Marguerite, a woman of striking beauty and terrifying ambition, stands in a well-lit drawing room, her expression one of cold calculation. She engages in a clandestine meeting with a male conspirator, her posture radiating confidence as she outlines her ultimate goal, to ascend the throne as empress. Her plan is ruthless and biological. She declares that if she can bear the emperor's child, victory will be hers. She presents this scheme not as a mere wish, but as a calculated maneuver, her eyes narrowing with the precision of a predator stalking prey. The conspirator listens, intrigued by her audacity, acknowledging that her proposal sounds worth listening to. Marguerite expounds on her strategy, identifying the Emperor's singular weakness. She explains that while Emperor Ricardo is famed for his coldness and terrifying demeanor, he possesses a fatal flaw that he himself fails to realize. That flaw is the current Empress, Russia. Marguerite asserts that in front of Russia, the terrifying monarch is reduced to merely a man. The conspirator, grasping the implication, suggests eliminating Russia quickly, but Marguerite halts him. She seeks a path to the throne that avoids bloodshed and a violent purge, knowing that a direct attack on Russia would result in all of them being purged by the vengeful emperor. She is playing a longer, more subtle game. The scene transitions to the tactical details of her plot. Marguerite holds up a small crystal vial containing a clear liquid, presenting it as the key to her ascension. She lays out a map showing the territories of Istvol and Ormung, indicating a complex geopolitical maneuver. The first step involves staging a fake uprising in Istvol, utilizing allies embedded in the region to draw the emperor away from the palace. The primary objective of this unrest is to physically separate the emperor from the empress. Once he is isolated and vulnerable, they intend to dose him with the liquid in the vial. Marguerite describes the substance with a sinister reverence. She calls it a potent aphrodisiac mixed with hallucinogenic properties, known ominously as the goddess's gift. She explains its terrifying mechanism. Once the emperor drinks it, his perception will be warped, and the person before him, Marguerite, will appear to him as his beloved Empress Russia. Her voice, her appearance, everything about her will be masked by the drug's influence. She confirms the plan is to spend one night with the emperor in this altered state. Her strategy covers all outcomes. If fortune grants her a child from this illicit union, she will use the heir to cast Russia aside and claim the title of empress for herself. Even if no child is conceived, she delights in the psychological damage she will inflict. With a cruel, sadistic smile, she imagines Russia's devastation upon learning of the emperor's betrayal, visualizing the empress weeping in despair. The conspirator agrees, and Marguerite whispers the name Ricardo, with a possessive, triumphant hunger, believing her victory is inevitable. Returning to the stormy present, the reality of the plan unfolds differently than Marguerite anticipated. In the dim bedroom, Ricardo looms over her, but instead of the haze of desire she expected, a dark, menacing chuckle escapes him. Marguerite lies on the bed, initially playing the part of the submissive lover, but Ricardo's grip on her is punishingly tight. She gasps, struggling to breathe, and internally questions if the drug has caused him to lose control violently rather than passionately. She tries to maintain her act, but fear begins to crack her composure. Ricardo's face is partially obscured by shadows, but his mouth twists into a grim line. He looks down at her with a clarity that shatters her confidence, remarking that she is truly a woman who never learns. Marguerite's eyes widen in genuine terror as she realizes the drug implies effects should not be wearing off this quickly. She stammers, trying to offer a plausible excuse for his aggression, suggesting he is simply agitated from the uprising. She attempts to soothe him, offering to hold him, but her voice trembles. Ricardo rejects her offer with chilling bluntness. He leans over her, his presence suffocating, and whispers that perhaps he is agitated. However, the look in his eyes is not one of confusion or hallucination. It is the sharp, predatory gaze of a man who sees exactly who is in front of him. Marguerite's internal monologue screams, "Impossible!" as she grapples with the terrifying possibility that he has seen through her disguise and the drug's effects entirely. She begs him to calm himself, but the power dynamic has shifted completely. With a sudden, violent movement, Ricardo pins her down completely, his hand gripping her throat with lethal intent. His expression is terrifying, his eyes wide and devoid of mercy. He declares that rather than holding her, he feels more like spilling blood. The sheer malice radiating from him confirms that the goddess's gift has failed to subdue his mind. Marguerite stares up at him, her face contorted with fear as she realizes she is trapped in a room with a man who wants to kill her. Ricardo leans close to her ear, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. He admits that he views her as a rotten woman, yet acknowledges that she is, technically, family. He reveals the depth of his disdain, confessing that he had thought it over again and had considered erasing her in secret. The only reason she is still breathing is his devotion to Russia. He refuses to show Russia blood. He mocks Marguerite's stupidity, marveling that she ran directly into his hands herself. He continues his psychological assault, musing that if she simply vanished, perhaps Russia's torment would finally end. Marguerite lies frozen, sweat beading on her forehead, as Ricardo outlines her potential fate with callous indifference. He tells her that if she dies here, no one will notice. She will be disposed of as an anonymous corpse, disappearing from history without a trace. Marguerite realizes with horror that he is genuinely contemplating killing her right there. She tries to invoke the threat of war, warning him that killing her would ignite a conflict with Shanovan. Ricardo dismisses her threat with supreme arrogance. He leans back, looking down at her with cold eyes, and states that he does not fear war. He asserts that Shanavan exists only because he allows it to live, implying that he could crush her homeland as easily as he could crush her. The threat of war is meaningless to him. Marguerite is paralyzed, her mind racing for a way out as the physical pressure on her throat persists. The tension reaches a breaking point. Marguerite struggles, realizing she cannot match his physical strength. Her vision blurs as she gasps for air, thinking she must do something to survive. Suddenly, Ricardo loosens his grip. It is a momentary lapse, but it is enough. Marguerite seizes the opportunity, scrambling away from him in a frantic, ungraceful retreat, pleading for him to stop as she flees the room. Left alone in the darkened room, Ricardo sits on the bed, his breathing heavy. He analyzes the lingering effects of the substance in his system. He deduces that it wasn't just an aphrodisiac, it contained an opiate, far too strong for a mere seduction drug. He wipes sweat from his brow, acknowledging that Marguerite has escaped, but he seems unconcerned, having dealt with the immediate threat. He reaches for a silver locket hanging around his neck, opening it to reveal a small, folded paper packet hidden inside. He recalls Russia's foresight, remembering that there is an antidote inside this locket, a countermeasure she provided for emergencies. He thinks of it as a charm that saved him from a dangerous situation. Although it is not a universal cure, it should neutralize some of the poison. Ricardo pours the powder onto his tongue. Immediately, a burning heat surges through his body, a painful reaction as the antidote combats the opiates in his system. He clutches his chest, enduring the intense sensation, sweat dripping from his face as he leans forward, gasping. In his mind, he calls out to Russia, questioning if her preparation was merely needless worrying, yet feeling immense gratitude that she had the foresight to protect him. He realizes that her charm was needed far sooner than he ever expected. The scene shifts dramatically to the serene but tense atmosphere of the Ormung Imperial Castle. In a grand library filled with towering bookshelves, Empress Russia sits at a table, lost in thought. While her maids attend to their duties in the background, Russia stares blankly into space, her mind miles away with her husband. She mentally wishes for the real Russia to be there, perhaps alluding to a feeling of inadequacy or simply missing the presence of Ricardo. A maid gently calls out to her, breaking her reverie. Russia jolts in surprise, a small sound escaping her lips as she realizes she has been zoning out. She blushes furiously, covering her cheeks with her hands, embarrassed by her lack of focus. She apologizes to her staff, admitting that she hasn't been able to focus at all since Ricardo left for the uprising. The head maid, observing her distress, kindly suggests pausing for a break and ordering tea. Russia agrees, trying to regain her composure, reminding herself that she was entrusted with the palace and is unfit to be empress if she cannot pull herself together. Just then, the head maid notices movement at the door. She informs Russia that the courier seems to have returned just now. Russia's demeanor instantly shifts from embarrassment to alert anxiety. She stands up abruptly, knocking her chair back, desperate to learn of His Majesty's condition. The maid offers to summon the courier, but the news is delivered immediately to assuage the Empress's fears. The report is overwhelmingly positive. The uprising in Istval was safely suppressed by His Majesty. Furthermore, he has already departed and is on the road home, expected to return shortly before the ministers can even intercept him. Russia brings her hands to her face, tears welling in her eyes as she utters a profound, "Thank goodness." The relief washes over her. Ricardo is coming back. The good news continues. The head maid reports that Edda's parents have successfully defected. They are currently being sheltered in a safe part of the imperial domain. Edda, the young maid standing nearby, is overwhelmed with emotion. She bursts into tears, crying out, "Yes," as the weight of worry for her family lifts. Russia approaches the weeping maid and embraces her gently. In a touching moment of solidarity, Russia holds Edda, who sobs into her shoulder. Edda expresses her relief, thanking Her Majesty profusely. Russia, assuming the role of protector, reassures the girl. She promises that she will see to it that Edda and her parents are protected, solidifying the bond between the Empress and her loyal staff. The head maid smiles warmly, telling them to leave the rest of the logistics to the senior staff. With the immediate emotional crisis resolved, Russia shifts into strategic mode. She stands tall in her elegant gown, outlining the agenda. First, they will celebrate Ricardo's return. Simultaneously, they must flush out the enemy links within the empire and expose the networks that supported the uprising. She acknowledges there is a mountain of work to do. As part of this cleanup, she orders that Marguerite be sent back to Shanavan. She reasons that once Marguerite leaves, Baya, likely another servant or ally in hiding, won't need to hide anymore. However, this command triggers a realization among the staff. Russia asks if anyone has seen Marguerite recently. The maids exchange confused glances. One notes that she doesn't think they have seen her these past few days. The head maid recalls a report from a few days ago regarding Marguerite's watcher. The routine check-in hasn't arrived, which is a cause for concern. She remembers a message from the escorting watcher stating that Marguerite had been invited to Count Gaylor's domain and was going out. Russia's expression darkens as she processes this information. She realizes that while Ricardo was away, Marguerite made a move. The destination, Count Gaylor's domain, is critical. Russia looks at a map in her mind, noting that Count Gaylor's lands lie to the north, positioned directly between Istvol and the capital. This geographic placement reveals the true nature of the threat. Count Gaylor is an accomplice, and Marguerite has positioned herself to intercept Ricardo on his return journey. Russia understands that Marguerite has not given up on her schemes. She recalls Marguerite's fury regarding His Majesty recently and realizes this invitation is a cover for an ambush or another attempt to seduce the Emperor. The realization that the enemy is still active and maneuvering dangerously close to Ricardo casts a shadow over the previous celebration. Suddenly, a voice interrupts her strategic contemplation. Foreign Minister Kirchner approaches, asking if she has a moment. He finds her in the hallway, greeting her formally. Russia acknowledges him, but the tension is palpable. Kirchner requests a moment in private, his face serious. He states that he has urgent business to discuss with Her Majesty. He drops the subject of his visit immediately, confirming Russia's fears. It concerns Princess Marguerite. The chapter ends on this cliffhanger, with the political and personal stakes rising as the full extent of Marguerite's movements begins to come to light. The opulent drawing room of the Imperial Palace, where the air grows heavy with unspoken tension. Foreign Minister Kirchner, a man of sharp features and calculated elegance, sits across from Empress Russia, his posture relaxed yet imposing. Russia, seated with her hands neatly folded in her lap, maintains a regal composure, though her expression betrays a flicker of apprehension. Standing dutifully behind her is Gemoni, the head maid, whose stoic gaze remains fixed on the minister. Kirchner begins the conversation by asking what it is Her Majesty wished to discuss, but he immediately pivots, reminding her that he had requested she clear the room before their conversation could proceed. His eyes slide toward Gemoni, implying that the servant's presence is an obstacle to the sensitive nature of the information he holds. Russia, however, stands her ground, asserting that there is nothing she intends to discuss with him that her trusted retainer cannot hear. She declares firmly that Gemoni is a retainer she trusts explicitly. Kirchner accepts this defiance with a slight, mocking bow of his head, acknowledging that he has seemingly earned Her Majesty's full suspicion. A sly, predatory smile curls the corner of his mouth as he leans forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He suggests that the one who may regret not clearing the room is not himself, but the Empress. He claims that a moment ago, he happened to hear something disturbing. He delivers the blow with calculated precision. Princess Marguerite was seen leaving Emperor Ricardo's chambers. Russia's eyes widen in shock, her breath hitching as the implication lands. Kirchner clarifies the setting, specifying that this occurred in Istvol, where His Majesty had gone to suppress the unrest late at night. The narrative tension spikes as Kirchner repeats the accusation. Marguerite came out of Ricardo's chambers. Gemoni, unable to remain silent, questions the meaning of this statement with visible alarm. Russia stammers, her composure cracking under the weight of the insinuation. Kirchner continues his assault, detailing that according to the report, the princess's breath was ragged and her garments were in a state of significant disarray. He poses a rhetorical question, his eyes heavy with false innocence, asking if such a state would not suggest an amorous encounter. Russia, overwhelmed, brings a hand to her mouth, her mind racing with the horrific image of Ricardo and Marguerite together. Gemoni interjects forcefully, her loyalty to the emperor overriding protocol. She declares that while she understands the minister's wish to speak, such a thing is impossible. Kirchner dismisses her defense with a wave of his hand, lecturing the women on the nature of men. He claims that after battle, a man's blood runs hot. He condescendingly suggests that the Empress may not fully comprehend this biological urge, but asserts that Emperor Ricardo is, after all, still a man. Gemoni counters that she has never heard of the Emperor quieting his mind by taking a woman to his bed in the past. Kirchner ignores this historical precedent, stating that regardless of the past, multiple witnesses reported seeing the princess leaving His Majesty's chambers just now. He feigns ignorance regarding why she was there, but the seed of doubt is planted. The atmosphere is shattered by a sudden knock at the door. A servant enters, pardon the intrusion, to deliver a report. Russia demands to know what it is. The report provides a geographical confirmation of Kirchner's story. It states that Princess Marguerite secretly entered Istvol at midnight. A map visualizes the trajectory. Marguerite spent several days in Count Gaylor's domain, located between Ormung and the city of Greyvel, before moving to Istvol. A message had arrived from her watcher confirming these movements. The report concludes that while her entry was tracked, the princess's movements after that moment remain unknown. The watcher had attempted to send a courier pigeon immediately upon sighting her, but the bird was captured. This logistical failure explains the delay in information, but to Russia, the timeline aligns terrifyingly well with Kirchner's narrative. Kirchner asks if something has happened, feigning ignorance of the report's content. Russia, visibly shaken, internalizes the information. Marguerite really did go to Ricardo. She begins to question if what the foreign minister said is actually true. Kirchner observes her distress with a satisfied smirk, wiping a hand across his face as if to hide his amusement. He exclaims how pitiful the situation is. He twists the knife further, reminding Russia that she should still be deep in her honeymoon. Adopting the guise of a supportive ally, he offers his assistance, telling her she is welcome to consult him anytime if there is anything he can do. He advises her not to judge His Majesty too harshly, repeating his mantra that men are always like that. Russia, pale and trembling, can only manage a weak appreciation for his concern. Kirchner stands to leave, his work done. As he turns away, his internal monologue reveals the depth of his deception. He tells himself that the seed has been sown. He justifies his manipulation by noting that he has not told a single lie. He confirms to himself that Marguerite did leave the emperor's chambers at midnight, and her breath was ragged, that much is fact. However, he acknowledges that the context he provided, that a man's blood runs hot after battle, was merely an inference he added to color the facts. He admits he added the slightest inference, to manipulate the empress. He muses that to the pure, guileless empress, this inference will act as the finest of poisons. He predicts she must be feeling downcast. Satisfied with the chaos he has instigated, he decides his next move is to receive the princess. The scene shifts a few days later to a grand estate, identified as Egmont's residence. A carriage arrives at the gated entrance. Egmont, who is revealed to be Foreign Minister Kirchner in his private capacity, greets his guest with a sarcastic, well. He asks how she found Count Gaylor's domain and welcomes Princess Marguerite. Marguerite storms out of the carriage, looking furious and disheveled. She snaps at him to spare her the pleasantries, declaring it is far too late for such an act. Egmont comments on how troublesome it is that she came straight from the Count's lands to his estate. Inside the residence, Egmont stands with his arms crossed, his demeanor cool and detached. He remarks that he has already heard the gist of what transpired. He notes that their connection will become obvious to anyone at this rate. He then inquires about the maid who accompanied her, asking for her impression. Marguerite, looking away with a dark expression, reveals that the maid has already been dealt with. A visual of the maid collapsing in a garden suggests a grim fate, likely silence to protect their secrets. Marguerite then explodes with the truth of her encounter with Ricardo. She slams her hand down, shouting, "Impossible!" Egmont asks in what sense she means. Marguerite reveals the terrifying reality that contradicts Kirchner's lie to the empress. Ricardo didn't sleep with her, he seriously tried to kill her. She trembles as she recalls the encounter, admitting she might have been dead if she hadn't fled for her life. This confirms that her ragged breath and disarray were results of a life-or-death struggle, not passion. Egmont looks at her with cold disappointment. He summarizes her situation brutally. Having lost to Empress Russia, she intends to slink away in disgrace. He asks if that is not so. Marguerite stares at him, her pride stung by his words. The narrative transitions into a flashback, taking the reader back a few months earlier. The scene depicts a younger, perhaps more naive Marguerite sitting in Egmont's parlor, holding a fan with black roses. Egmont recalls that she appeared at his house unannounced. She had come to him declaring, "I will make the emperor mine." Marguerite is shown confidently demanding his assistance. She bluntly states that she knows he secretly opposes the emperor. The flashback continues, showing the moment Egmont first received her. He sits on a sofa, looking bored as his servant announces the unexpected caller. Marguerite bursts in, full of bravado. Egmont recalls meeting her at a ball and finding her beautiful, but terribly arrogant and even childish. He questioned her delusion, asking if she truly believed she could surpass the current empress, given that the emperor is known to dote on her. Marguerite's response in the past was telling. She lowered her fan and declared, "I won't surpass her." Instead, with a dark intensity, she stated, "I want take everything." She wanted to consume the emperor's life entirely. Back in the present, Egmont reflects on that moment. He admits that her declaration carried such conviction that he thought it was worth a wager. He found her tale absurd, yet intriguing enough to support. However, seeing her now, shaken and defeated, he expresses his disdain. He asks if she flees over something so small. He claims that knowing the emperor's reputation for cruelty, he assumed her bravado came from a place of greater resilience. He notes that technically she has not yet reached the point of being claimed by the emperor. As of now, neither of them has truly won or lost, but the momentum is gone. Egmont, resigning himself to the failure of this specific plot, pours himself a drink. He advises Marguerite to return quietly to Shanavan. He nearly forgot, but he promises to speak with the others who aided them, tying up loose ends. He internally chastises himself for being naive and thinking this scheme would work. He vows to himself that from this day on, he shall never again take such a risk. As he raises the glass to his lips, preparing to wash his hands of the affair, Marguerite interrupts him. She stands up, her back to him, her posture rigid with renewed obsession. She whispers, "Wait." She repeats her darkened mantra, "I want it all." She demands to take everything. Egmont pauses, the glass hovering near his mouth, looking at her with a mix of surprise and wariness. Marguerite turns slightly, her eyes wide and unhinged. She asks a chilling question that redefines her retreat. "I was running away? Who said?" The chapter ends on this note of psychotic determination, revealing that Marguerite's flight was not an admission of defeat, but merely a tactical withdrawal in a war she refuses to end. A visceral and disturbing image of violence, where a pair of pale, slender hands mercilessly crushes a small bird, blood dripping from the grasp to stain the skin below. The scene is punctuated by the sharp cry of a name, Marguerite, suggesting an immediate reprimand or a moment of horror witnessed by another. This acts as a prologue to a twisted memory, diving into the psyche of the woman named Marguerite. The internal monologue reveals a lifelong confusion, stating that since childhood, she never truly understood the societal concept of pity or what people meant when they called something a poor thing. The narrative shifts backward in time to capture Marguerite at the tender age of 5, standing in a sunlit room wearing an immaculate dress with bows in her hair. She holds the crushed, bleeding remains of a bird in her small hands, her expression one of innocent vacuity. A woman, identified as Marguerite's mother, Eleonora, recoils in sheer horror, her hands raised to her face as she screams, demanding to know what her daughter has done to the creature. Eleonora stares at the bloody spectacle, trembling, and utters how pitiful the sight is, overwhelmed by the cruelty displayed by her own flesh and blood. Marguerite, however, remains detached, simply observing the carcass and stating matter-of-factly that it is only a dead bird. She looks up at her mother, who has begun to weep openly, and asks with genuine confusion why she is crying. Eleonora, tears streaming down her face, explains that she cries because it is sad. She kneels to level herself with her daughter, holding Marguerite's clean hand while the other remains stained, and tries to impart a lesson on empathy. Eleonora explains that the death of the little bird and Marguerite's complete lack of feeling toward it both cause her terrible sadness. She implores her daughter not to be cruel to living things but to be more gentle, begging her to show even a little kindness. Marguerite repeats the word, gentle, with a blank expression, struggling to process the concept. The mother continues her desperate instruction, framing kindness as a transactional or karmic law, suggesting that kindness circulates and will one day return to benefit the giver. Marguerite's internal narration reveals that while she did not truly comprehend her mother's moral definition of gentleness, she understood the utility of pleasing her mother. Therefore, she resolved to be more gentle with living things, though her interpretation of the word was fundamentally warped. This resolution manifests in a chilling smile that does not reach her dead eyes. The narrative jumps forward slightly in the timeline of the flashback. Marguerite applies this learned gentleness to a new arrival in their household, a woman rumored to be her father's mistress. Marguerite greets the woman with a curtsy, outwardly performing the role of the dutiful daughter. However, the scene transitions to a darkened corridor where Marguerite spies through a crack in the door. She overhears the mistress warning someone, likely Marguerite or a servant, that if their actions, specifically the poisoning of the Lady Eleonora, were discovered, neither of them would be spared. The mistress asserts dominance, claiming the house now belongs to her. In a shocking twist of irony, Marguerite reveals that the mother she had treated with her specific brand of gentleness was eventually killed by that very mistress. The visual implies that Marguerite's gentleness may have involved a mercy killing or a failure to intervene, but the ultimate cause of Eleonora's death is attributed to the rival woman. Time advances again to find Marguerite at age 7, sitting at a tea table in a garden, smiling beatifically. The mistress, now seemingly the lady of the house, sits across from her, enjoying tea. However, the dynamic shifts violently as the mistress begins to choke, clutching her throat in agony. Marguerite watches with a serene, terrifying smile as the woman suffers. The narrative voice, likely the mistress's dying lesson or Marguerite's internalized conclusion, declares that there is no mercy in this world. The lesson imparted is brutal. If one does not take, one will be taken from. As the mistress collapses, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, Marguerite solidifies her resolve. She decides she will become the one who takes. The flashback concludes with Marguerite's current ambition focusing on a new target. She vows to take everything from a woman named Russia. The imagery shifts to the present day, showing the towering spires of a castle, establishing the setting where this conflict will unfold. Marguerite's internal voice lingers, promising to take everything. The scene transitions to the castle courtyard, where a formal reception is taking place. Russia, the Empress, stands waiting with her hands clasped nervously against her chest, wearing a hooded cloak over her dress. She watches as a man in full plate armor and a dark cape approaches. This is Emperor Ricardo, returning from a military campaign. He stands before her, removing his helmet or looking down with a stoic, unreadable expression, and announces simply that he has returned. Russia greets him breathlessly as, "Your Majesty Ricardo," her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and anxiety. Ricardo extends a gauntlet hand toward her, a gesture that is formal yet connects them physically. Russia stares at the metal fingers, perhaps searching for warmth in the cold steel. The narration hints at an underlying tension, mentioning rumors of an amorous encounter that may have occurred during his absence. Russia welcomes him home, stammering slightly, trying to maintain her composure as the Empress. She thanks him for his hard work on the campaign that took him all the way to Istval. Ricardo accepts her greeting but remains distant. He acknowledges her words with a curt, "Very well." He informs her that he has arranged a homecoming banquet for the following night and instructs her to get as much rest as possible until then. Russia, perhaps expecting a more intimate reunion, hurriedly agrees, noting that he must be weary from the long journey. Ricardo confirms he looks forward to the banquet, then immediately turns his attention away from his wife. He calls out for Heinrich, his aide. A bespectacled knight in armor, Heinrich, appears startled and confused by the sudden summons. Ricardo commands Heinrich to summon a man named Jim one later, to which Heinrich hastily agrees with a salute. Ricardo then strides away, leaving Russia standing alone in the courtyard. Heinrich lingers for a moment, looking back at the Emperor's retreating back and then at the Empress, seemingly puzzled by the abrupt departure, noting that the rearguard should all be back by tonight. He wonders why His Majesty isn't staying. Russia is left isolated, the visual emphasizing the physical and emotional distance between her and her husband. She walks down the grand hallways of the palace, flanked by concerned maids. The maids notice her distress, observing that she seems troubled. Russia attempts to put on a brave face, smiling gently and assuring them she is all right. She chastises herself internally for letting something like that bother her. However, her mind is besieged by the words of the foreign minister, which strike her with fresh pain. Flashbacks of a conversation with the foreign minister intrude upon her thoughts. The minister had insinuated that the empire once had secondary consorts, and that it is common for kings to keep mistresses. He had suggested that even if rumors of infidelity were true, it was merely men being men, and could be dismissed as a misunderstanding or a triviality of the past. These words, meant to placate or prepare her, only serve to deepen her insecurity. She recalls the minister suggesting that Ricardo had taken women in the past. Russia tries to dismiss the worry, apologizing to her maids for causing them concern and promising to be composed by tomorrow. Yet, as she enters her private chambers, the facade crumbles. She admits to herself that she cannot compose herself at all. She stands by the window as night falls, the darkness outside mirroring her internal turmoil. She wishes she could simply ask Ricardo one question: is it true? But the fear of the answer paralyzes her. If he were to say yes, she doesn't know what she would do. Suddenly, the door to her chamber opens. Russia turns, startled. Ricardo stands in the doorway, still in his shirt and trousers, having shed his armor. Russia gasps his name, surprised by his unannounced arrival at this late hour. Ricardo announces he is coming in, and Russia, flustered, instinctively reverts to the role of a hostess, offering to bring tea. Ricardo declines the offer, stating plainly that he would like to talk. He walks into the room and sits heavily on the edge of the bed, the mattress sinking under his weight. Russia remains standing, nervously clutching her hands together. The silence stretches, filled with unasked questions. Ricardo sits with his hands clasped, looking down, his posture suggesting exhaustion or perhaps hesitation. He breaks the silence by stating he will be brief. Ricardo addresses the elephant in the room directly. He says he has heard enough to know that the foreign minister seems to have filled Russia's ears with many things. Russia looks at him, eyes wide, realizing he knows about her anxieties. Ricardo clarifies the situation with Princess Marguerite. He admits that she came to his rooms, but he asserts firmly that he sent her away. He declares unequivocally that there is nothing between him and Princess Marguerite. Russia, trying to be the understanding empress, begins to rationalize for him, saying that as the emperor of the nation, she doesn't mean to blame him. She stumbles over her words, trying to say it's all right. Ricardo interrupts her gentle rationalization. He acknowledges that regarding the past, before their marriage, the rumors might be mostly true. This admission hangs in the air for a moment. However, Ricardo continues, his voice dropping to a more intimate register. He states that since their marriage he has known no other woman. He looks up at her, his gaze intense and focused solely on his wife. He confesses that she is the only one he has touched, like this, the only one who makes him want to kiss her. He leans in, closing the distance between them. He cups her face in his hand, his thumb brushing her cheek. He whispers that it is her alone, Russia. Russia is overwhelmed, tears welling in her eyes as the validation washes over her. Ricardo leans closer, their foreheads touching, and he kisses her deeply. The intimacy is palpable, a sharp contrast to the coldness of the courtyard. Ricardo pulls back slightly, looking conflicted. He admits that he never thought he would feel this way. He confesses that if he stays any longer, he fears he will force himself upon her, implying a loss of control over his own desire. He adds a surprisingly vulnerable admission. He would love to see her jealous, but he feels he should go back to his own room to maintain propriety or perhaps to spare her. As he attempts to stand and leave, Russia reaches out. Her small hand grabs the fabric of his shirt sleeve, stopping him. Ricardo freezes and looks back at her. Russia, blushing furiously and with tears in her eyes, looks up at him. She stammers but manages to articulate her feelings. She tells him that she doesn't mind. She clarifies that if it is him, Ricardo, then she wants him to stay. Ricardo looks at her, surprised by her boldness and her consent. The chapter concludes with the two of them in the intimate quiet of the room, the misunderstandings cleared and their relationship reaffirmed. The hazy, heat-saturated atmosphere of a dimly lit chamber, where two figures are entangled in an intimate embrace on the bed. Ricardo looms over the reclining figure of Luscia, his body pressing close as his hand slides with possessive familiarity against the fabric near her shoulder. His face descends, hovering mere inches from hers, the air thick with the unspoken promise of a kiss, while specks of light dance around them like suspended dust motes caught in a romantic tension. The heavy, dark fabric of his sleeve contrasts sharply with the delicate, pale curves of her neck and the flowing waves of her hair spread across the pillows. A sharp sound cuts through the silence, shattering the moment instantly. Ricardo snaps his head up, his eyes widening in alert surprise, the romantic haze instantly replaced by the sharp instinct of a man accustomed to danger. He pulls back, his expression shifting from seduction to guarded vigilance, while Luscia, still flushed and disoriented, looks up at him in confusion, her mouth slightly agape. The sound of a door latch clicking implies an intrusion, prompting Ricardo to stand immediately. He commands her with urgent seriousness to be ready to evacuate, his instincts misinterpreting the disturbance as a threat rather than a domestic interruption. Luscia, caught off guard, stammers a compliant affirmation, clutching her chest as he strides toward the source of the noise. The perspective shifts violently to the corridor outside, where chaos reigns among the castle staff. A maid screams in panic, addressing Lady Marguerite, her voice trembling with the strain of managing an unruly charge. The dialogue reveals that the lady has consumed far too much alcohol, leading to a breakdown of decorum that has the servants in a frenzy. One maid wails in despair, questioning why fate has burdened her with this specific struggle, while another laments the situation with exaggerated theatricality. The scene clarifies as the maids struggle to support the intoxicated noblewoman, who is slumped between them. One maid, sweating nervously, attempts to coordinate the rescue mission, promising to support her weight while suggesting they retreat to her room for water. They apologize profusely to an unseen observer, explaining that Lady Marguerite has simply had a bit too much wine, their faces masks of professional embarrassment. A shattered vase lies on the floor, flowers and water spilling across the carpet, serving as evidence of the drunk woman's clumsy passage through the hall. Ricardo stands at the end of the hall, witnessing the spectacle with a stoic, unreadable expression as the maids bow in frantic apology for the disturbance. Luscia, completely inebriated and barely conscious, mumbles incoherent sounds as the maids practically drag her away from Ricardo's view. She slurs her words, her head lolling to the side, while the maid urges her forward, trying to guide her toward her chambers with desperate politeness. Ricardo watches them go, his gaze darkening with a mix of concern and contemplation. The maids manage to deposit her onto the bed, asking if she is all right, to which Luscia responds with a drawn-out, senseless slur, a dopey smile plastered across her face. Ricardo enters the room, closing the door behind him with a soft click, effectively dismissing the chaos outside to handle the situation personally. He looks at his wife, who is now sitting on the bed, looking disheveled and vulnerable. He rubs his temple, exhaling a sigh that suggests a mixture of exhaustion and amusement at the absurdity of the situation. He approaches the bed, observing the drunken princess who caused such a scene, noting internally that he hadn't realized she was so susceptible to alcohol. The narrative reveals a flashback or internal context. A few days prior to Ricardo's return, they had been informed that Marguerite had returned to the royal castle, but the idea of her getting drunk and causing a ruckus seems completely out of character for the image she usually projects. The timeline synchronizes back to the intimate setting of the bedroom, where the atmosphere softens significantly. Ricardo leans in, his face close to hers once more, his eyes scanning her flushed features with an intensity that pierces through her drunken haze. Luscia, her cheeks burning with intoxication and embarrassment, stammers, trying to justify the mood or the situation, her heart racing. She admits they were in that kind of mood, her voice trailing off as his hand gently squeezes her cheek, the physical contact sending a jolt through her. Ricardo gazes at her, his expression unreadable but seemingly affectionate, prompting her to whisper his name tentatively. He chuckles softly, a low sound that vibrates in the quiet room, and denies whatever unspoken question hung in the air, perhaps dismissing her fear or his own previous hesitation. Luscia freezes, her body going rigid under his scrutiny, reacting to the shift in his demeanor like a statue. He notes her reaction with a teasing smile, observing how she stiffened, finding amusement in her innocence. Recognizing her state, Ricardo decides to de-escalate the physical progression of the night. He pulls back, announcing that they should call it a night, his voice carrying a tone of finality that is both respectful and slightly regretful. Luscia apologizes instinctively, feeling she has ruined the moment, but he cuts her off gently. He clarifies that he would rather not be interrupted again, implying that when they do eventually connect, he wants it to be perfect and undisturbed. He reminds her that as husband and wife, they possess all the time in the world, and there is no need to rush into intimacy when she is in such a compromised state. He leans in again, his face inches from hers, and whispers the deeper reason for his restraint. He confesses that he simply does not want to hurt her, not even a little, prioritizing her comfort over his own immediate desire. This admission hangs in the air, transforming the scene from a potential conquest into a moment of profound care. He vows that he will not frighten her or allow her to feel any pain, his hand moving to gently caress her hand, contrasting his self-described rough hands with her soft skin. He promises that his touch will not mar her, treating her with the delicacy one would afford a precious object. Ricardo continues his seductive vow, his voice dropping to a murmur as he describes how he will touch her only with his lips, promising a gentleness that exceeds the handling of a pearl. The imagery he invokes is slow and methodical. He speaks of tracing her inch by inch, covering every part of her until there is nowhere left unkissed. He frames this future intimacy as a slow, deliberate act, one where he will take his time until she whispers, "Enough," giving her total control over the pace. Luscia listens, breathless and overwhelmed, her eyes wide with a mixture of arousal and disbelief. Ricardo concludes his promise by stating that he will wait until her heart says yes, granting him the leave to love her completely. This phrase, "permission to love you completely," resonates with heavy significance, marking a transition from duty to genuine emotional desire. He holds her gaze, the sparkles of the romantic atmosphere surrounding them, and swears that when that time comes, he will tell her explicitly. He solidifies this with a solemn promise, his expression tender yet serious. He then bids her good night, addressing her as Luscia, a subtle but powerful acknowledgement of her true identity or perhaps a pet name that bridges their distance. He leaves her sitting on the bed, stunned and trembling, as he exits the room. Left alone in the vast, canopy-draped bed, Luscia sits in silence, her body vibrating with the aftershocks of his words. The sheer intensity of the interaction has drained her strength, leaving her knees weak and her mind reeling. She processes his words, realizing that his speech alone was enough to make her legs give out, a testament to the power he holds over her emotions. She curls into the bedding, the phrase, "sweet dreams," echoing in the empty room as she tries to compose herself. The narrative jumps to the next morning, where the reality of the previous night crashes down on Luscia. She screams into her pillow, her face burning as the memory of him saying love replays in her mind. The realization that he asked for permission to love her completely sends her into a panic. She recalls blurting out, when the time comes, a vague response that she now fears he has taken as a definitive contract. His promise to tell her when that time arrives looms over her, filling her with a mix of anticipation and dread regarding what exactly that entails. She sits in bed, clutching the duvet, wondering if she will even be able to handle such intensity when the moment finally arrives. Her internal monologue is frantic, questioning her own capacity to receive the affection he described. She zones out, staring into space, completely absorbed in her anxiety, until a voice interrupts her. The maids have entered the room, observing her flushed face and distant expression with concern. One maid asks if she is feeling unwell, noticing how red she looks and suggesting she might have a fever. Luscia snaps out of her daze, denying any illness, but her flustered state only fuels the maid's suspicions. She stammers, trying to assure them she is fine, but her physical reaction betrays her inner turmoil. Suddenly, the maids connect the dots, incorrectly. A maid gasps, her eyes widening as she looks at Luscia's blushing face and the disheveled bed. She joyfully screams, "Congratulations," assuming that the fever and the awkwardness are the result of Luscia and Ricardo finally consummating their marriage the night before. Luscia frantically waves her hands, shouting, "No, no," and insisting that nothing like that happened, desperate to correct the misunderstanding. The maids look at each other, confused by her denial given the obvious signs. Luscia tries to explain, stammering that Ricardo merely came to her room and spoke to her, but the memory of his overwhelming things causes her to blush even harder, steam practically rising from her head. She admits that she couldn't sleep because of what he said, which the maids immediately interpret as romantic talk so potent it kept her awake. One curious maid leans in, asking exactly what he said to cause such a reaction. Luscia covers her burning face with her hands, admitting that the words were something she can't even say out loud, which only intensifies the maid's interest. They press her, demanding a word-for-word account, chanting, "Inch, inch," in reference to whatever details she might spill. Luscia refuses, overwhelmed by the memory and the embarrassment, begging them to stop asking as she cannot possibly repeat the seductive promises of her husband to an audience. The scene ends with a knock at the door and a sniffle, as a new figure, likely a servant or messenger addressing Lady Luscia, arrives to interrupt the interrogation. The heavy silence of the corridor shatters under the rhythmic, insistent impact of knuckles against wood, the sound reverberating through the ornate doorframe. A maid, her face a mask of flustered urgency, leans into the entryway, offering a hasty apology for the intrusion before her professional demeanor cracks under the weight of her news. She stammers, her words hanging in the air, prompting a prompt for clarification from the room's occupant. The maid, identified as Etta, can no longer contain the bursting pressure of the information she holds, her composure dissolving as she wails a plea for attention, addressing her mistress as Lady Luscia. Luscia turns, her expression shifting from mild curiosity to attentiveness, asking Etta what exactly is required of her. Etta, breathless and wide-eyed, manages only to repeat her mistress's name, the gravity of the situation etched into her features. The scene shifts abruptly to reveal the source of the commotion. Standing in the center of the room, draped in an elaborate gown with dark, lace-trimmed accents, stands Marguerite, her posture radiating a deceptive elegance. With a serenity that belies the tension in the room, she announces her decision to depart, stating clearly that she intends to return to the kingdom of Shanavan. Luscia stands opposite her, her face a portrait of guarded neutrality, processing this sudden declaration. Marguerite continues, her smile fixed and polite, reasoning that her sister's injury has now healed. She adds, with a practiced humility, that it would be rude to overstay her welcome in the empire. Luscia acknowledges the statement with a simple affirmative, though her mind races. Russia's internal monologue immediately dissects the situation, stripping away the veneer of sisterly concern. She perceives the offer to return to Shanavan not as a retreat, but as an ominous maneuver. While on the surface it appears to be a resolution she should be grateful for, the suddenness of it triggers her suspicion. She questions the true motive, asking internally what Marguerite is actually plotting. Marguerite, maintaining her facade, specifies her timeline, declaring her intention to depart in exactly 1 week. Luscia accepts this information with a nod, murmuring that she understands. However, beneath her calm exterior, she calculates the improbability of Marguerite backing down so easily, resolving to play along for the moment while keeping her guard raised. She offers a polite apology for having hardly hosted her sister during the stay, maintaining the diplomatic charade. Marguerite then inquires about Russia's own plans, asking when she intends to leave for Shanavan, addressing her affectionately as sister. Marguerite pivots the conversation, her expression brightening with feigned excitement. She reveals that Lord Egmont plans to host a send-off banquet on her final day in the Empire. With a tilting of her head and a smile that does not reach her calculating eyes, she extends an invitation, asking if Russia will not come as well. Russia recoils internally, recognizing the trap immediately. She realizes that if Marguerite is truly returning to Shanavan, this banquet represents her final opportunity to strike. A flicker of doubt passes through Russia's mind as she wonders if her sister would seriously try to target her in such a public setting, but her instincts scream that the banquet is definitely a trap. The memory of past trauma violently intrudes upon Russia's thoughts. The panel darkens as she recalls a visceral sensation, the searing heat of a blade piercing her body. The memory is so potent it feels as though it happened only yesterday. She clutches her abdomen, her hand trembling against the fabric of her dress, as she relives the sensation of her life's flame being extinguished. The trauma is physical and overwhelming, leaving her shaken. A maid, noticing the sudden shift in Russia's demeanor, looks on with concern, observing the fear that has washed over her mistress. Seeking sanctuary, the narrative moves to the heavy wooden doors of the imperial office. A guard announces their arrival to the emperor, stating that Her Majesty the Empress has a matter to discuss. A deep, resonant voice from within grants permission to enter. Ricardo sits at his desk, bathed in the soft light of the room, his expression one of weary patience as he asks who is visiting. Upon seeing his wife, his features soften instantly. He exhales a soft sigh, not of annoyance, but of concern, asking what troubles her. Russia stands before him, and the mere sight of Ricardo's face initiates a profound psychological shift. The paralyzing fear that gripped her moments ago in the presence of her sister begins to melt away. She questions herself, wondering when she began to rely on him so heavily, finding it strange that his presence alone is enough to save her from her own terror. She stammers his name, looking at him with wide, trusting eyes. The scene transitions to a strategic council within the office. Ricardo, Russia, and a trusted advisor with spectacles and a sharp, intellectual bearing gather to dissect the situation. The advisor confirms Russia's suspicions, stating that 9 times out of 10, the invitation is indeed a trap. He notes that attending would be akin to walking directly into a predator's den. However, he points out a crucial detail. The enemy will know that they are aware of the trap. The advisor lays out the intelligence. Marguerite has begun to move, and the banquet was originally scheduled to be held at the estate of Foreign Minister Kirchen. Ricardo leans back in his chair, his hand resting thoughtfully against his chin, his dark eyes sharp with calculation. He agrees with the assessment, noting that with an insider assisting her, Marguerite is not the type of person to quietly return home without making a move. He deduces that whether Her Majesty attends or not, the enemy plans to spring their trap regardless. Ricardo's resolve hardens as he formulates a counter-strategy. If they intend to strike either way, he decides, then they will force the enemy to dance on a stage of their own choosing. 1 week later, the plan is set in motion. The setting is one of opulence and grandeur. Crystal glasses filled with champagne clink softly on silver trays carried by uniformed servers. The air is filled with the low, buzzing murmur of the aristocracy. The location is no longer the foreign minister's estate, but the imperial palace ballroom itself. Ricardo stands before the assembled guests, commanding the room with his regal presence. He thanks the attendees for gathering on such short notice. He explains the change in venue with diplomatic finesse, stating that seeing off Princess Marguerite, the cousin to his Empress Russia, is an occasion most fitting for the palace. He acknowledges that while the venue was originally elsewhere, the grandeur of the palace hall is the only setting that truly befits the occasion. Marguerite stands amidst the crowd, her smile tight and controlled. She accepts the change of plans with a gracious facade, claiming she is most grateful to be sent off in such a manner. However, her internal monologue reveals her true understanding. She recognizes that they moved the stage to the palace to control the environment. She acknowledges the tactical maneuver with a cynical thought, realizing her original plan has been disrupted. She plays her part perfectly, bowing her head slightly to the foreign minister and expressing that the princess will be pleased. The toast begins. Ricardo raises his glass, wishing Marguerite a safe journey home. He acknowledges her long stay among them, his words polite but laced with the finality of her departure. Marguerite raises her own glass, the light catching the liquid as she agrees, stating she expected as much. The room echoes with the sound of cheers as the guests partake in the ceremony. Suddenly, Marguerite shifts her focus to Russia. She approaches her sister, her voice dripping with false sentimentality. She notes that today is her last sight of the Ormung Empire. She turns to Russia, addressing her directly, and proposes a final memento to mark the occasion. The atmosphere tightens as the guests watch the interaction between the two sisters. Marguerite's request is calculated to put Russia on the spot. She asks, with a feigned innocence, if she might see the two of them, Ricardo and Russia, dance together. She quickly adds a disclaimer, laughing lightly and claiming she is joking, asserting she would never ask something so bold. However, she presses the point, claiming she has actually never seen them dance together. She provides the reason for this gap in her experience. Her sister, Russia, had supposedly injured her leg, preventing them from dancing in front of Marguerite previously. Russia realizes the truth in the statement. They have indeed never danced in front of Marguerite. Russia hesitates but looks to Ricardo. He sits calmly, his demeanor unshakable. He advises her that it would be odd to refuse such a public request, suggesting that just a single dance should be fine. He calls her name softly, encouraging her. Russia looks at him, seeking reassurance. As they move to the dance floor, Russia's internal monologue races. She notes the tight security surrounding them, a result of moving the venue to the palace. Ricardo holds her hand, his touch firm and grounding. He whispers to her that it is all right, vowing that whatever happens, he will protect her. This promise fortifies Russia's spirit. She acknowledges the reality. Marguerite is targeting her. Yet, as she looks up at her husband, she feels a surge of courage. She tells herself that she is not afraid of anything. With Ricardo at her side, she feels invulnerable. The music swells as they begin to dance, their movements synchronized in the center of the grand hall. Marguerite watches from the sidelines, her figure clad in a dark, rose-patterned dress, holding a glass of champagne with elegant malice. Her internal monologue cuts through the romantic atmosphere of the dance. She addresses her sister mentally, mocking Russia's sense of security. She predicts Russia's exact thoughts, knowing that Russia believes she is safe because His Majesty is at her side. Marguerite's expression darkens, a chilling smile playing on her lips as she watches the couple swirl across the floor. She reveals the true depth of her plot in the silence of her mind. She admits that while Russia believes the target is solely herself, that assumption is a fatal error. The final panels focus on Marguerite's predatory gaze as she delivers the twisting punchline to her internal soliloquy. She never said she was only after Russia. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Her target includes Ricardo, the emperor himself, and perhaps the stability of the entire empire, turning the protective embrace of the dance into a potential kill zone. Russia's internal psyche, where she has reached a profound and disturbing conclusion regarding the dynamics of power and affection. She determines that the conventional path to capturing the emperor's heart is fraught with tedium, dismissing the concept of being loved as inherently boring. Instead, she resolves to sear her image into his mind not as a lover, but as the adversary he loathes above all others, finding a perverse thrill in the idea of embodying his ultimate enemy. Her thoughts drift to a macabre fantasy of mutual destruction, questioning if it wouldn't be far more entertaining for them to perish together, entwined in a dance of death. The scene shifts to a visualization of a calculated assassination plot, where a hooded operative stands ready atop the massive mechanisms of the palace ceiling, preparing to sever the chains of a colossal chandelier. The conspirator orchestrating this violence watches with cold detachment, acknowledging that even a man as powerful as Ricardo would be helpless against the crushing weight of the falling crystal fixture. The mastermind urges the assassin to make haste, expressing a chilling apathy toward the outcome. Whether only Russia escapes or if the emperor and his consort die together is irrelevant, so long as the destruction commences immediately. However, the reality of the ballroom contradicts this violent projection, as light scatters prismatically across the dance floor where Ricardo and Russia glide in a flawless waltz. The massive chandelier hangs securely overhead, its crystals shimmering innocuously as the music swells, the couple moving with an elegance that belies the treachery planned against them. The visual splendor of the moment, marked by sparkles and the fluidity of their movement, stands in stark defiance of the sabotage that was supposed to shatter the evening. On the periphery of this radiant scene, Lady Marguerite stands frozen, her expression morphing from anticipation to bewildered rage. Clad in a gown heavily adorned with dark roses, she stares intently at the ceiling, her mind racing as she questions why the catastrophe she orchestrated has failed to manifest. Visibly shaking, she grapples with the silence, her internal monologue screaming the question of why nothing is happening despite her having explicitly given the signal for the attack. Her composure begins to fracture, sweat beading on her skin as the weight of the failed plot presses down on her. Ricardo, sharp and observant, breaks the immersion of the dance, his gaze shifting as he detects the undercurrent of tension in the room. He notices the subtle tremors and the paleness of certain guests, inquiring with a deceptive calmness if there is some kind of problem disrupting their enjoyment. Marguerite, caught off guard by his direct attention, stammers a denial, her eyes wide with panic as she attempts to mask her terror with a fragile facade of normalcy. Seizing the momentum, Ricardo decides to pivot the evening's trajectory, suggesting to the assembly that they all partake in a little entertainment. He steps away from the dance floor, his boots clicking purposefully against the stone as he ascends the steps to the throne dais, his demeanor shifting from courtly dancer to commanding ruler. He repeats the word, entertainment, with a gravity that silences the room, signaling the beginning of a judgment that the guests are entirely unprepared for. From his elevated position, Ricardo addresses the crowd, revealing that he has become aware of certain nobles who harbor dissatisfaction with his reign. He recounts an interesting rumor he heard recently, his voice carrying clearly across the hall as he details a plot hatched by these dissenters to assassinate his wife, Russia. The tension in the room spikes as Marguerite and her cohort stiffen, their anxiety betraying them as the emperor lays bare the specifics of their scheme. Ricardo explains that the plan involved dropping the massive chandelier directly onto Russia to crush her to death. He describes how the conspirators formulated this strategy for tonight, expecting the heavy fixture to be the instrument of their treason. However, he gestures to the ceiling where the chandelier remains perfectly suspended, noting dryly that it did not fall as intended. He directs the room's attention to Russia, who stands beside the throne, perfectly fine and untouched by the malice directed at her. With a sudden, sharp gesture, Ricardo declares that the masterminds behind this scheme should be ready for their presentation. At his signal, shadows shift in the rafters, and bodies are unceremoniously dumped from the ceiling, plummeting down to the ballroom floor with sickening thuds. The crowd erupts in screams and gasps as the corpses of the hooded assassins land in a heap before the throne, their limbs sprawled in the unnatural angles of death. Ricardo glances down at the pile of black-clad figures, confirming with his guards that the intruders are indeed already dead. A knight, armor-battered from the unseen struggle, steps forward to report, explaining that while they managed to intercept and capture the assassins, the operatives were prepared for failure. He reveals that the assassins, likely professionals from a guild, committed suicide immediately upon capture by biting down on poison capsules hidden in their back teeth. As the guards examine the bodies, noting the telltale signs of suicide, Marguerite watches with a mixture of horror and relief. Her internal thoughts race, realizing that with the assassins dead, there is no one left to interrogate, believing that the trail leading back to her has been effectively severed. A confident smirk begins to form on her face as she concludes that dead men tell no tales, convinced that despite the failure of the assassination, she remains untouchable and free to plot against the Emperor another day. She resolves that this setback is merely a delay, promising herself that she will return to strike again as long as anti-imperial factions exist. Ricardo, however, observes the room with a knowing glint in his eye, ordering the guards to move the bodies to another room, dismissing the physical evidence of the assassins as a mere prelude. He turns his attention back to the living, announcing that he will now seek out the real culprits not through interrogation, but through a more direct method. He reveals that he has treated certain special guests in the room to a very exclusive beverage earlier in the evening. The nobles murmur in confusion, but Ricardo silences them by naming the vintage, Judas's fine wine. The name sends a ripple of fear through the conspirators as he explains the nature of the drink. He details that within an hour of consumption, a searing poison will begin to burn through the internal organs of anyone who drank it. He notes that the first symptom, a numbness in the limbs, should already be setting in for those affected. Panic begins to take root among Marguerite's faction as they realize the implication. One noble protests, claiming that such a poison couldn't have been served to loyal citizens, but Ricardo cuts him off with a dark reassurance. He explains that he only poured that specific wine for the rats, the traitors who plotted the murder of the Emperor and Empress. He reveals the mechanism of his trap. The lethal wine was served exclusively in glasses engraved with a specific laurel pattern. The conspirators frantically inspect their glassware, their eyes widening in terror as they discover the laurel design etched into the crystal in their hands. Ricardo, smiling with a terrifying coldness, explains the symbolism, stating that in the language of flowers, the laurel represents betrayal. The visual confirmation of their impending doom causes a wave of hysteria to crash over the guilty parties. Ricardo directs their attention to a large hourglass, the sand steadily running out, marking the time remaining before the poison completes its work. He informs them that the wine takes full effect 1 hour after consumption, calculating that they have approximately 30 minutes of life remaining before their bodies burn out from the inside. He observes the number of people reacting to the news, noting with a grim satisfaction that there are more rats in his court than he had initially expected. The reality of their situation shatters the conspirators' dignity. Men and women alike collapse to the floor, clutching their throats and chests as the phantom pains of the poison, or perhaps the psychosomatic terror, begin to take hold. Marguerite and her allies, stripped of their arrogance, fall to their knees, screaming for the Emperor's mercy. They scramble toward the dais, begging for an antidote, pleading for forgiveness in the face of certain death. Ricardo looks down at the groveling nobles from his throne, his expression devoid of pity. He watches the spectacle of their desperation, the once proud aristocrats now reduced to weeping messes at his feet. With a chilling finality, he asks the room if they should listen to these traitors beg for their lives, turning their pleas into the very entertainment he promised at the start of the night.